The Warlord Chronicles 3. Excalibur, a novel of Arthur, by Bernard Cornwell. Narrated by Jonathan Keeble. Part 1. The Fires of May Dun. Women, how they do haunt this tale. When I began writing Arthur's story, I thought it would be a tale of men, a chronicle of swords and spears, of battles won and frontiers made, of ruined treaties and broken kings. For is that not how history itself is told? When we recite the genealogy of our kings, we do not name their mothers and grandmothers, but say Mordred ap Uther ap Custennin ap Cainar, and so on, all the way back to the great Belimar, who is the father of us all. History is a story told by men, and of men's making. But in this tale of Arthur, like the glimmer of salmon in peat-dark water, the women do shine. Men do make history, and I cannot deny that it was men who brought Britain low. There were hundreds of us, and all of us were armed in leather and iron, and hung with shield and sword and spear. And we thought Britain lay at our command, for we were warriors. But it took both a man and a woman to bring Britain low. And of the two, it was the woman who did the greater damage. She made one curse, and an army died. And this is her tale now, for she was Arthur's enemy. Who? Igraine will demand when she reads this. Igraine is my queen. She is pregnant, a thing that gives us all great joy. Her husband is King Brockvale of Powys, and I now live under his protection in the small monastery of Dinarac, where I write Arthur's story. I write at the command of Queen Igraine, who is too young to have known the Emperor. That is what we called Arthur, the Emperor, Am Heroadre, in the British tongue, though Arthur himself rarely used the title. I write in the Saxon tongue, for I am a Saxon, and because Bishop Sansom, the saint who rules our small community at Dinarac, would never allow me to write Arthur's tale. Sansom hates Arthur, reviles his memory, and calls him traitor. And so Igraine and I have told the saint that I am writing a gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ in the Saxon tongue. And because Sansom neither speaks Saxon nor can read any language, the deception has seen the tale safe this far. The tale grows darker now, and harder to tell. Sometimes when I think of my beloved Arthur, I see his noontime as a sun-bright day. Yet how quickly the clouds came. Later, as we shall see, the clouds parted, and the sun mellowed his landscape once more. But then came the night, and we have not seen the sun since. It was Guinevere who darkened the noonday sun. It happened during the rebellion when Lancelot, whom Arthur had thought a friend, tried to usurp the throne of Dumnonia. He was helped in this by the Christians, who had been deceived by their leaders, Bishop Sansom among them, into believing that it was their holy duty to scour the country of pagans and so prepare the island of Britain for the second coming of the Lord Jesus Christ in the year 500. Lancelot was also helped by the Saxon king Cerdic, who launched a terrifying attack along the valley of the Thames in an attempt to divide Britain. If the Saxons had reached the Severn Sea, then the British kingdoms of the north would have been cut off from those of the south. Yet, by the grace of the gods, we defeated not only Lancelot and his Christian rabble, but Cerdic also. But in the defeat, Arthur discovered Guinevere's treachery. He found her naked in another man's arms, and it was as though the sun had vanished from his sky.
I don't really understand,
Igraine said to me one day in late summer. What, dear lady, do you not understand? I asked.
Arthur loved Guinevere, yes?
He did.
So why could he not forgive her?
I forgave Brockvale over Niuch. Niuch had been Brockvale's lover, but she had contracted a disease of the skin which had disfigured her beauty. I suspect, but have never asked, that Igraine used a charm to bring the disease to her rival. My queen might call herself a Christian, but Christianity is not a religion that offers the solace of revenge to its adherents. For that, you must go to the old women who know which herbs to pluck and what charms to say under a waning moon. You forgave Brockvale, I agreed. But would Brockvale have forgiven you?
She shuddered. Of course not. He'd have burned me alive. But that's the law.
Arthur could have burned Guinevere, I said, and there were plenty of men who advised him to do just that. But he did love her. He loved her passionately, and that was why he could neither kill her nor forgive her. Not at first, anyway.
Then he was a fool,
Igraine said. Oh, she is very young, and has the glorious certainty of the young. He was very proud, I said. And maybe that did make Arthur a fool, but so it did the rest of us. I paused, thinking. He wanted many things, I went on. He wanted a free Britain, and the Saxons defeated. But in his soul he wanted Guinevere's constant reassurance that he was a good man. And when she slept with Lancelot, it proved to Arthur that he was the lesser man. It wasn't true, of course, but it hurt him. How it hurt. I have never seen a man so hurt. She tore his heart.
So he imprisoned her?
Igraine asked me. He imprisoned her, I said, and remembered how I had been forced to take Guinevere to the shrine of the Holy Thorn at Inniswydran, where Arthur's sister Morgan became her jailer. There was never any affection between Guinevere and Morgan. One was a pagan, the other a Christian, and the day I locked Guinevere into the shrine's compound was one of the few times I ever saw her weep. She will stay there, Arthur told me, till the day she dies.
Men are fools,
Igraine declared, then gave me a sidelong glance.
Were you ever unfaithful to Cynwyn?
No, I answered truthfully.
Did you ever want to be?
Oh, yes. Lust does not vanish with happiness, lady. Besides, what merit is there in fidelity if it is never tested?
You think there is merit in fidelity?
She asked, and I wondered which young, handsome warrior in her husband's care had taken her eye. Her pregnancy would prevent any nonsense for the moment, but I feared what might happen. Maybe nothing. I smiled. We want fidelity in our lovers, lady, so is it not obvious that they want it in us? Fidelity is a gift we offer to those we love. Arthur gave it to Guinevere, but she could not return it. She wanted something different.
Which was?
Glory. And he was ever averse to glory. He achieved it, but he would not revel in it. She wanted an escort of 1,000 horsemen, bright banners to fly above her, and the whole island of Britain prostrate beneath her. And all he ever wanted was justice and good harvests.
And a free Britain and the Saxons defeated,
Igraine reminded me dryly. Oh, those two, I acknowledged. And he wanted one other thing. He wanted that thing more than all the others. I smiled, remembering, and then thought that perhaps of all Arthur's ambitions, this last was the one he found most difficult to achieve, and the one that the few of us who were his friends never truly believed he wanted.
Go on,
Igraine said, suspecting I was falling into a doze. We just wanted a piece of land, I said. A hall, some cattle, a smithy of his own. He wanted to be ordinary. He wanted other men to look after Britain while he sought happiness.
And he never found it?
Igraine asked. He found it, I assured her. But not in that summer after Lancelot's rebellion. It was a summer of blood, a season of retribution, a time when Arthur hammered Dumnonia into a surly submission. Lancelot had fled southwards to his land of the Belgi. Arthur would dearly have loved to pursue him, but Cerdic's Saxon invaders were now the greater danger. They had advanced as far as Corinium by the rebellion's end, and might even have captured that city had the gods not sent a plague to ravage their army. Men's bowels voided unstoppably, they vomited blood, they were weakened until they could not stand. And it was when the plague was at its worst that Arthur's forces struck them. Cerdic tried to rally his men, but the Saxons believed their gods had deserted them, and so they fled. But they'll be back, Arthur told me, when we stood among the bloody remnants of Cerdic's defeated rearguard. Next spring, he said, they will be back. He cleaned Excalibur's blade on his blood-stained cloak and slid her into the scabbard. He had grown a beard, and it was grey. It made him look older, much older, while the pain of Guinevere's betrayal had made his long face gaunt, so that men who had never met Arthur until that summer found his appearance fearsome, and he did nothing to soften that impression. He had ever been a patient man, but now his anger lay very close to the skin, and it could erupt at the smallest provocation. It was a summer of blood, a season of retribution, and Guinevere's fate was to be locked away in Morgan's shrine. Arthur had condemned his wife to a living grave, and his guards were ordered to keep her there forever. Guinevere, a princess of the Heneswaren, was gone from the world.
"Don't be absurd, Derfel,"
Merlin snapped at me a week later.
"She'll be out of there in 2 years. 1, probably. If Arthur wanted her gone from his life, he'd have put her to the flames, which is what he should have done. There's nothing like a good birding for improving a woman's behaviour. But it's no use telling Arthur that. The half-wit's in love with her, and he is a half-wit. Think about it. Lancelot alive, Mordred alive, Cerdic alive, and Guinevere alive. If a soul wants to live forever in this world, it seems like a very good idea to become an enemy of Arthur. I am, as well as can be expected. Thank you for asking."
I did ask you earlier, I said patiently, and you ignored me.
"It's my hearing, Derfel. Quite gone."
He banged an ear.
"Deaf as a bucket. It's age, Derfel. Sheer old age. I decay visibly."
He did nothing of the sort. He looked better now than he had for a long time, and his hearing, I am sure, was as acute as his sight, and that, despite his 80 or more years, was still as sharp as a hawk's. Merlin did not decay, but seemed to have a new energy, one brought to him by the treasures of Britain. Those 13 treasures were old as Britain, and for centuries they had been lost, but Merlin had at last succeeded in finding them. The power of the treasures was to summon the ancient gods back to Britain, a power that had never been tested. But now, in the year of Dumnonia's turmoil, Merlin would use them to work a great magic. I had sought Merlin on the day I took Guinevere to Inniswidgeon. It was a day of hard rain, and I had climbed the Tor, half expecting to find Merlin on its summit, but discovered the hilltop empty and sad. Merlin had once possessed a great hall on the Tor, with a dream tower attached to it, but the hall had been burned. I had stood amidst the Tor's ruin and felt a great desolation. Arthur, my friend, was hurt. Cynwyn, my woman, was far away in Powys. Morwenna and Seren, my 2 daughters, were with Cynwyn, while Diane, my youngest, was in the other world, dispatched there by one of Lancelot's swords. My friends were dead, or else far away. The Saxons were making ready to fight us in the new year. My house was ashes, and my life seemed bleak. Maybe it was Guinevere's sadness that had infected me. But that morning on Inniswydrin's rain-washed hill, I felt more alone than I had ever felt in all my life, and so I knelt in the hall's muddy ashes and prayed to Bel. I begged the god to save us, and, like a child, I begged Bel for a sign that the gods did care about us. That sign came a week later. Arthur had ridden eastwards to harry the Saxon frontier, but I had stayed at Kirkcudern waiting for Cynwyn and my daughters to come home. Some time in that week, Merlin and his companion Nimue went to the great empty palace at nearby Lindinis. I had once lived there, guarding our king Mordred, but when Mordred had come of age, the palace had been given to Bishop Sansom as a monastery. Sansom's monks had been evicted now, chased by vengeful spearmen from the great Roman halls, so that the big palace stood empty. It was the local people who told us that the druid was in the palace. They told stories of apparitions, of wonderful signs, and of gods walking in the night. And so I rode down to the palace, but found no sign of Merlin there. 200 or 300 people were camped outside the palace gates, and they excitedly repeated the tales of nighttime visions, and, hearing them, my heart sank. Dumnonia had just endured the frenzy of a Christian rebellion, fueled by just such crazed superstition, and now it seemed the pagans were about to match the Christian madness. I pushed open the palace gates, crossed the big courtyard, and strode through Lindinis's empty halls. I called Merlin's name, but there was no answer. I found a warm hearth in one of the kitchens, and evidence of another room recently swept, but nothing lived there except rats and mice. Yet all that day more folk gathered in Lindinis. They came from every part of Dumnonia, and there was a pathetic hope on all their faces. They brought their crippled and their sick, and they waited patiently until the dusk, when the palace gates were flung open and they could walk, limp, crawl, or be carried into the palace's outer courtyard. I could have sworn no one had been inside the vast building, but someone had opened the gates and lit great torches that illuminated the courtyard's arcades. I joined the throng, crowding into the courtyard. I was accompanied by Issa, my second-in-command, and the 2 of us stood draped in our long dark cloaks beside the gate. I judged the crowd to be country folk. They were poorly clothed and had the dark, pinched faces of those who must struggle to make a hard living from the soil. Yet those faces were full of hope in the flaring torchlight. Arthur would have hated it, for he always resented giving supernatural hope to suffering people. But how this crowd needed hope. Women held up sick babies or pushed crippled children to the front, and all listened eagerly to the miraculous tales of Merlin's apparitions. This was the 3rd night of the marvels, and by now so many people wanted to witness the miracles that not all could get into the courtyard. Some perched on the wall behind me, and others crammed the gateway, but none encroached on the arcade that ran around 3 sides of the courtyard, for that pillared and sheltered walkway was protected by 4 spearmen, who used their long weapons to keep the crowd at bay. The 4 warriors were Blackshields, Irish spearmen from Demetia, the kingdom of Oengus mac Hiram, and I wondered what they were doing so far from home. The last daylight drained from the sky, and bats flickered over the torches as the crowd settled on the flagstones to stare expectantly towards the palace's main door that lay opposite the courtyard gate. From time to time, a woman moaned aloud. Children cried and were hushed. The 4 spearmen crouched at the corners of the arcade. We waited. It seemed to me that we waited for hours, and my mind was wandering, thinking of Cynwyn and of my dead daughter, Deanne, when suddenly there was a great clash of iron inside the palace, as though someone had struck a cauldron with a spear. The crowd gasped, and some of the women stood and swayed in the torchlight. They waved their hands in the air and called on the gods. But no apparitions appeared, and the big palace doors stayed closed. I touched the iron in Howlbane's hilt, and the sword felt reassuring. The edge of hysteria in the crowd was unsettling, but not so unsettling as the very circumstance of the occasion, for I had never known Merlin to need an audience for his magic. Indeed, he despised those druids who gathered crowds. "Any trickster can impress half-wits," he liked to say. But here, tonight, it seemed as if he was the one who wanted to impress the half-wits. He had the crowd on edge. He had it moaning and swaying. And when the great metallic crack sounded again, they rose to their feet and began shouting Merlin's name. Then the palace doors swung open, and the crowd slowly fell silent. For a few heartbeats, the doorway was nothing but a black space. Then a young warrior, in the full panoply of battle, walked out of the darkness to stand on the top step of the arcade. There was nothing magical about him, except that he was beautiful. There was no other word for him. In a world of twisted limbs, crippled legs, goitered necks, scarred faces, and weary souls, this warrior was beautiful. He was tall, thin, and golden-haired, and he had a serene face that could only be described as kind, even gentle. His eyes were a startling blue. He wore no helmet, so that his hair, which was as long as a girl's, hung straight down past his shoulders. He had a gleaming white breastplate, white greaves, and a white scabbard. The war gear looked expensive, and I wondered who he was. I thought I knew most of the warriors of Britain, at least those who could afford armour like this young man's. But he was a stranger to me. He smiled at the crowd, then raised both his hands and motioned that they were to kneel. Issa and I stayed standing. Maybe it was our warrior's arrogance, or perhaps we just wanted to see across the intervening heads. The long-haired warrior did not speak, but once the audience was down on its knees, he smiled his thanks at them, and then walked around the arcade, extinguishing the torches by taking them from their beckets and plunging them into water-filled barrels that stood ready. It was, I realized, a performance that had been carefully rehearsed. The courtyard became darker and darker, until the only remaining light came from the two torches flanking the great palace door. There was little moon, and the night was chilly dark. The white warrior stood between the last two torches. "Children of Britain," he said, and he had a voice to match his beauty, a gentle voice, full of warmth. "Pray to your gods. Within these walls are the treasures of Britain, and soon, very soon, their power will be unleashed. But now, so that you can see their power, we shall let the gods speak to us." With that, he extinguished the last two torches, and the courtyard was suddenly dark. Nothing happened. The crowd mumbled, calling on Bel and Gorfanon and Granos and Don to show their power. My skin crawled, and I clutched Howlbane's hilt. Were the gods circling us? I looked up to where a patch of stars glittered between the clouds, and imagined the great gods hovering in that upper air. And then Issa gasped, and I looked down from the stars. And I, too, gasped. For a girl, hardly more than a child on the very edge of womanhood, had appeared in the dark. She was a delicate girl, lovely in her youth and graceful in her loveliness, and she was as naked as a newborn. She was slender, with small high breasts and long thighs, and in one hand she carried a bunch of lilies, and in the other a narrow-bladed sword. And I just stared. For in the dark, the chill dark following the engulfment of the flames, the girl glowed. She actually glowed. She glistened with a shimmering white light. It was not a bright light. It did not dazzle. It was just there, like stardust brushed onto her white skin. It was a scattered, powdery radiance that touched her body and legs and arms and hair, though not her face. The lilies glowed, and the radiance glistened on the long, thin blade of her sword. The glowing girl walked the arcades. She seemed oblivious as the crowd in the courtyard held out their withered limbs and sick children. She ignored them, simply stepping delicately and lightly along the arcade, with her shadowed face staring down at the stones. Her steps were feather-light. She seemed self-absorbed, lost in her own dream, and the people moaned and called to her, but she did not look at them. She just walked on, and the strange light glimmered on her body, and on her arms and legs, and on her long black hair that grew close about her face, that was a black mask amidst the eerie glow. But somehow, instinctively perhaps, I sensed that her face was beautiful. She came close to where Issa and I were standing, and there she suddenly lifted that jet-black shadow of a face to stare in our direction. I smelt something that reminded me of the sea, and then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she vanished through a door, and the crowd sighed. "What was it?" Issa whispered to me. "I don't know," I answered. I was frightened. This was not madness, but something real, for I had seen it. But what was it? A goddess? But why had I smelt the sea? "Maybe it was one of Manawyddan's spirits," I told Issa. Manawyddan was the god of the sea, and surely his nymphs would have that salt smell about them. We waited a long time for the second apparition, and when it came, it was far less impressive than the glowing sea-nymph. A shape appeared on the palace roof, a black shape which slowly grew to be an armed, cloaked warrior in a monstrous helmet crested with the antlers of a great stag. The man was scarcely to be seen in the dark, but when a cloud slid from the moon, we saw what he was, and the crowd moaned as he stood above us with his arms outstretched and with his face hidden by the huge helmet's cheek-pieces. He carried a spear and a sword. He stood for a second, then he too vanished, though I could have sworn I heard a tile slip from the roof's far side as he disappeared. Then, just as he went, the naked girl appeared again. Only this time it seemed as if she had simply materialized on the arcade's top step. 1 second there was darkness, then there was her long, glowing body standing still and straight and shining. Again her face was in darkness, so that it appeared as a shadow mask, rimmed with her light-shot hair. She stood still for a few seconds, then did a slow dance, delicately pointing her toes as she stepped in an intricate pattern that circled and crossed the same spot of the arcade. She stared down as she danced. It seemed to me that the glistening, unearthly light had been washed onto her skin, for I saw it was brighter in some places than others. But it was surely no human doing. Issa and I were on our knees now, for this had to be a sign from the gods. It was light in darkness, beauty amidst the remnants. The nymph danced on, the light of her body slowly fading, and then, when she was only a hint of glistening loveliness in the arcade shadow, she stopped, spread her arms and legs wide to face us boldly, and then she vanished. A moment later, 2 flaming torches were carried out from the palace. The crowd was shouting now, calling to their gods and demanding to see Merlin, and at last he did appear from the palace entrance. The white warrior carried one of the flaming torches, and one-eyed Nimue carried the second. Merlin came to the top step, and there stood tall in his long white robe. He let the crowd go on calling. His grey beard, which fell almost to his waist, was plaited into strands that were wrapped in black ribbons, just as his long white hair was plaited and bound. He carried his black staff, and, after a while, he lifted it as a sign that the crowd should be silent.
"Did anything appear?"
he asked anxiously. "Yes, yes," the crowd called back. And on Merlin's old, clever, mischievous face there came a look of pleased surprise, as though he had not known what might have happened in the courtyard. He smiled, then stepped aside and beckoned with his free hand. Two small children, a boy and a girl, came from the palace carrying the cauldron of Clithno Ethin. Most of the treasures of Britain were small things, commonplace even, but the cauldron was a genuine treasure, and of all the 13, the one with the most power. It was a great silver bowl, decorated with a golden tracery of warriors and beasts. The two children struggled with the cauldron's great weight, but managed to set it down beside the druid.
"I have the treasures of Britain,"
Merlin announced, and the crowd sighed in response.
"Soon, very soon," he went on, "the power of the treasures will be unleashed. Britain will be restored. Our enemies will be broken."
He paused to let the cheers echo in the courtyard.
"You have seen the power of the gods tonight. But what you have seen is a small thing, an insignificant thing. Soon all Britain will see. But if we are to summon the gods, then I need your help."
The crowd shouted that he would have it, and Merlin beamed approval at them. That benevolent smile made me suspicious. One part of me sensed that he was playing a game with these folk, but even Merlin, I told myself, could not make a girl glow in darkness. I had seen her, and I wanted to believe so badly, and the memory of that lissom, shining body convinced me that the gods had not abandoned us.
"You must come to Maidan," Merlin said sternly. "You must come for as long as you are able, and you must bring food. If you have weapons, you must bring them. At Maidan we shall work, and the work will be long and hard. But at Semain, when the dead walk, we shall summon the gods together. You and I."
He paused, then held the tip of his staff towards the crowd. The black pole wavered, as if it was searching for someone in the throng. Then it settled on me.
"Lord Derfel Cadern," Merlin called.
"Lord?" I answered, embarrassed to be singled out from the crowd.
"You will stay, Derfel. The rest of you go now. Go to your homes, for the gods will not come again till Semain Eve. Go to your homes, see to your fields, then come to Maidan. Bring axes, bring food, and prepare to see your gods in all their glory. Now, go! Go!"
The crowd obediently went. Many stopped to touch my cloak, for I was one of the warriors who had fetched the cauldron of Clithno Ethin from its hiding place on Innis Mon, and, to the pagans at least, that made me a hero. They touched Issa too, for he was another warrior of the cauldron. But when the crowd was gone, he waited at the gate while I went to meet Merlin. I greeted him, but he brushed aside my inquiry as to his health, asking instead if I had enjoyed the evening's strange happenings. "What was it?" I asked.
"What was what?"
he asked innocently. "The girl in the dark," I said. His eyes widened in mock astonishment.
"She was here again, was she? How very interesting. Was it the girl with wings, or the one who shines?" The Shining Girl. I have no idea who she is, Derfel. I cannot unriddle every mystery of this world. You have spent too long with Arthur, and like him you believe that everything must have a commonplace explanation. But alas, the gods rarely choose to make themselves clear. Would you be useful and carry the cauldron inside?
I lifted the huge cauldron and took it into the palace's pillared reception hall. When I had been there earlier in the day, the room had been empty. But now there was a couch, a low table, and 4 iron stands, on which oil lamps stood. The young, handsome, white-armoured warrior, whose hair hung so long, smiled from the couch, while Nimue, dressed in a shabby black robe, carried a lit taper to the lamp's wicks. "This room was empty this afternoon," I said accusingly.
"It must have seemed so to you," Merlin said airily. "But perhaps we simply chose not to show ourselves. Have you met the Prince Gawain?"
He gestured to the young man who stood and bowed to me in greeting.
"Gawain is son of King Buric of Broceliande."
Merlin introduced the prince.
"Which makes him Arthur's nephew."
"Lord Prince," I greeted Gawain. I had heard of Gawain, but had never met him. Broceliande was the British kingdom across the sea in Armorica, and of late, as the Franks pressed hard on their frontier, visitors from that kingdom had been rare. "I am honoured to meet you, Lord Derfel," Gawain said courteously. "Your fame has gone far from Britain."
"Don't be absurd, Gawain," Merlin snapped. "Derfel's fame hasn't gone anywhere, except maybe to his fat head. Gawain is here to help me," he explained to me.
"To do what?" I asked.
"Protect the treasures, of course. He is a formidable spearman, or so I'm told. Is that true, Gawain? You're formidable?"
Gawain just smiled. He did not look very formidable, for he was still a very young man, maybe only 15 or 16 summers, and he did not yet need to shave. His long, fair hair gave his face a girlish look, while his white armour, that I had earlier thought was so expensive, was now revealed to be nothing more than a coat of lime-wash painted on plain iron gear. If it had not been for his self-assurance and undeniable good looks, he would have been risible.
"So, what have you been doing since last we met?" Merlin demanded of me.
And it was then that I had told him of Guinevere, and he had scoffed at my belief that she would be imprisoned for life.
"Arthur is a half-wit," he insisted. "Guinevere may be clever, but he doesn't need her. He needs something plain and stupid, something to keep his bed warm while he's worrying about the Saxons."
He sat on the couch and smiled as the 2 small children who had carried the cauldron out to the courtyard now brought him a plate of bread and cheese with a flask of mead.
"Supper," he said happily. "Do join me, Derfel, for we wish to talk to you. Sit. You will find the floor quite comfortable. Sit beside Nimue."
I sat. Nimue had ignored me thus far. The socket of her missing eye, that had been torn from her face by a king, was covered with an eye patch, and her hair, that had been cut so short before we went south to Guinevere's sea palace, was growing back, though it was still short enough to give her a boyish look. She seemed angry, but Nimue always seemed angry. Her life was devoted to one thing only, the pursuit of the gods, and she despised anything which deflected her from that search. And maybe she thought Merlin's ironic pleasantries were somehow a waste of time. She and I had grown up together, and in the years since our childhood, I had more than once kept her alive. I had fed her and clothed her, yet still she treated me as though I was a fool. "Who rules Britain?" she asked me abruptly.
"The wrong question!"
Merlin snapped at her with unexpected vehemence.
"The wrong question."
"Well?" she demanded of me, ignoring Merlin's anger. "No one rules Britain," I said.
"The right answer,"
Merlin said vengefully. His bad temper had unsettled Gawain, who was standing behind Merlin's couch and looking anxiously at Nimue. He was frightened of her, but I cannot blame him for that. Nimue frightened most people.
"So who rules Dumnonia?" she asked me.
"Arthur does," I answered. Nimue gave Merlin a triumphant look, but the druid just shook his head.
"The word is Rex," he said. "Rex. And if either of you had the slightest notion of Latin, you would know that Rex means king, not emperor. The word for emperor is imperator. Are we to risk everything because you are uneducated?" "Arthur rules Dumnonia," Nimue insisted.
Merlin ignored her.
"And who is king here?" he demanded of me.
"Mordred, of course."
"Of course," he repeated. "Mordred."
He spat at Nimue.
"Mordred!"
She turned away as though he was being tedious. I was lost, not understanding in the least what their argument meant, and I had no chance to ask, for the two children appeared through the curtained doorway again to bring more bread and cheese. As they put the plates on the floor, I caught a hint of sea smell, that waft of salt and seaweed that had accompanied the naked apparition. But then the children went back through the curtain, and the smell vanished with them.
"So,"
Merlin said to me, with the satisfied air of a man who has won his argument,
"does Mordred have children?"
"Several, probably," I answered. "He was forever raping girls."
"As kings do,"
Merlin said carelessly.
"And princes, too. Do you rape girls, Gawain?"
"No, Lord." Gawain seemed shocked at the suggestion.
"Mordred was ever a rapist," Merlin said. "Takes after his father and grandfather in that, though I must say they were both a great deal gentler than young Mordred. Uther, now, he could never resist a pretty face, or an ugly one if he was in the mood. Arthur, though, was never given to rape. He's like you in that, Gawain."
"I am very glad to hear it," Gawain said, and Merlin rolled his eyes in mock exasperation.
"So what will Arthur do with Mordred?"
the druid demanded of me. "He's to be imprisoned here, Lord," I said, gesturing about the palace.
"Imprisoned?"
Merlin seemed amused.
"Guinevere shut away? Bishop Sansom locked up? If life goes on like this, then everyone in Arthur's life will soon be imprisoned. We shall all be on water and mouldy bread. What a fool Arthur is! He should knock Mordred's brains out."
Mordred had been a child when he inherited the kingship, and Arthur had wielded the royal power as the boy grew. But when Mordred came of age, and true to the promise he had given to High King Uther, Arthur handed the kingdom to Mordred. Mordred misused that power, and even plotted Arthur's death, and it was that plot which had encouraged Sansom and Lancelot in their revolt. Mordred was to be imprisoned now, though Arthur was determined that Dumnonia's rightful king, in whom the blood of the gods ran, should be treated with honour, even if he was not to be allowed power. He would be kept under guard in this lavish palace, given all the luxuries he craved, but kept from mischief.
"So you think," Merlin asked me, "that Mordred does have whelps?"
"Dozens, I should think."
"If you ever do think," Merlin snapped, "give me a name, Derfel. Give me a name."
I thought for a moment. I was in a better position than most men to know Mordred's sins, for I had been his childhood guardian, a task I had done both reluctantly and badly. I had never succeeded in being a father to him, and though my Kynwyn had tried to be a mother, she too had failed, and the wretched boy had grown sullen and evil. "There was a servant girl here," I said, "and he kept her company for a long time."
"Her name?"
Merlin demanded with a mouthful of cheese. "Sualog."
"Sualog?"
He seemed amused by the name.
"And you say he fathered a child on this Sualog?"
"A boy," I said, "if it was his, which it probably was."
"And this Sualog," he said, waving a knife, "where might she be?"
"Probably somewhere very close," I answered. "She never moved with us to Ermid's Hall, and Kynwyn always supposed that Mordred had given her money."
"So he was fond of her?"
"I think he was, yes.
How gratifying to know that there is some good in the horrible boy. Sualog, eh? You can find her, Gawain?
I shall try, Lord, Gawain said eagerly.
Not just try, succeed, Merlin snapped. What did she look like, Derfel, this curiously named Sualog?
Short, I said. Plumpish, black hair.
So far we have succeeded in whittling our search down to every girl in Britain beneath the age of 20. Can you be more specific? How old would the child be now?
6, I said. Yeah, and if I remember rightly, he had reddish hair.
And the girl?
I shook my head. Well, pleasant enough, but not really memorable.
All girls are memorable, Merlin said loftily, especially ones named Sualog. Find her, Gawain.
Why do you want to find her? I asked.
Do I poke my nose into your business? Merlin demanded. Do I come and ask you foolish questions about spears and shields? Am I forever pestering you with idiotic inquiries about the manner in which you administer justice? Do I care about your harvests? Have I, in short, made a nuisance of myself by interfering in your life, Derfel?
No, Lord.
So pray do not be curious about mine. It is not given for shrews to understand the ways of the eagle. Now eat some cheese, Derfel.
Nimue refused to eat. She was brooding, angered by the way Merlin had dismissed her assertion that Arthur was the true ruler of Dumnonia. Merlin ignored her, preferring to tease Gawain. He did not mention Mordred again, nor would he talk about what he planned at Maidan, though he did finally speak of the treasures as he escorted me towards the palace's outer gate, where Issa still waited for me. The druid's black staff clicked on the stones as we walked through the courtyard, where the crowd had watched the apparitions come and go. I need people, you see, Merlin said, because if the gods are to be summoned, then there is work to be done, and Nimue and I cannot possibly do it all alone. We need 100 folk, maybe more. To do what?
You'll see. You'll see. Did you like Gawain?
He seems willing.
Oh, he's willing, all right. But is that admirable? Dogs are willing. He reminds me of Arthur when he was young. All that eagerness to do good.
He laughed. Lord, I said, anxious for reassurance, what will happen at Maidan?
We shall summon the gods, of course. It's a complicated procedure, and I can only pray I do it right. I do fear, of course, that it will not work. Nimue, as you might have gathered, believes I am doing it all wrong. But we shall see. We shall see.
He walked a couple of paces in silence.
But if we do it right, Derfel, if we do it right, then what a sight we shall witness. The gods coming in all their power. Madawidden striding from the sea all wet and glorious. Taranis splintering the skies with lightning. Bel trailing fire from heaven. And Dawn cleaving the clouds with her spear of fire. That should scare the Christians, eh?
He danced a pair of clumsy steps for pure delight.
The bishops will be pissing in their black robes then, eh?
But you cannot be sure, I said, anxious for reassurance.
Don't be absurd, Derfel. Why do you always want certainty of me? All I can do is perform the ritual and hope I get it right. But you witnessed something tonight, did you not? Does that not convince you?
I hesitated, wondering if all I had witnessed was some trick. But what trick could make a girl's skin glow in the dark? And will the gods fight the Saxons? I asked.
That is why we are summoning them, Derfel,
Merlin said patiently.
The purpose is to restore Britain as she was in the old days, before her perfection was soured by Saxons and Christians.
He stopped at the gate and stared out into the dark countryside.
I do love Britain, he said,
in a voice that was suddenly wan.
I do so love this island. It is a special place.
He laid a hand on my shoulder.
Lancelot burned your house, so where do you live now?
I have to build a place, I said, though it would not be at Ermid's Hall, where my little Diane had died.
Dun Carrick is empty, Merlin said, and I will let you live there, though on one condition, that when my work is done and the gods are with us, I may come to die in your house.
You may come and live there, Lord, I said.
To die, Derfel, to die. I am old. I have one task left, and that task will be attempted at May done.
He kept his hand on my shoulder.
You think I do not know the risks I run?
I sensed fear in him. What risks, Lord? I asked awkwardly. A screech owl sounded from the dark, and Merlin listened with a cocked head for a repeat of the call, but none came.
All my life, he said after a while, I have sought to bring the gods back to Britain. And now I have the means, but I don't know whether it will work, or whether I am the man to do the rites, or whether I'll even live to see it happen.
His hand tightened on my shoulder.
Go, Derfel, he said. Go. I must sleep. For tomorrow I travel south, but come to Durnovaria at Semaine. Come and witness the gods.
I will be there, Lord. He smiled and turned away, and I walked back to the care in a daze, full of hope and beset by fears, wondering where the magic would take us now, or whether it would take us nowhere but to the feet of the Saxons who would come in the spring. For if Merlin could not summon the gods, then Britain was surely doomed. Slowly, like a settling pool that had been stirred to turbidity, Britain calmed. Lancelot cowered in Venter, fearing Arthur's vengeance. Mordred, our rightful king, came to Lyndinis, where he was accorded every honour, but was surrounded by spearmen. Guinevere stayed at Inniswydren under Morgan's hard gaze, while Sansom, Morgan's husband, was imprisoned in the guest quarters of Emrys, Bishop of Durnovaria. The Saxons retreated behind their frontiers, though once the harvest was gathered in, each side raided the other savagely. Sagramor, Arthur's Numidian commander, guarded the Saxon frontier, while Kilhuch, Arthur's cousin, and now once again one of his war leaders, watched Lancelot's Belgic border from our fortress at Dunham. Our ally, King Keenaglas of Powys, left 100 spearmen under Arthur's command, then returned to his own kingdom, and on the way he met his sister, the Princess Cynwyn, returning to Dumnonia. Cynwyn was my woman, as I was her man, though she had taken an oath never to marry. She came with our 2 daughters in the early autumn, and I confess I was not truly happy until she returned. I met her on the road south of Gleavham, and I held her a long time in my arms, for there had been moments when I thought I would never see her again. She was a beauty, my Cynwyn, a golden-haired princess, who once, long before, had been betrothed to Arthur, and after he had abandoned that planned marriage to be with Guinevere, Cynwyn's hand had been promised to other great princes. But she and I had run away together, and I dare say we both did well by doing so. We had our new house at Dun Carrick, which lay just a short journey north of Caercadern. Dun Carrick means the hill by the pretty stream, and the name was apt, for it was a lovely place where I thought we would be happy. The hilltop hall was made of oak and roofed with rye-straw thatch, and had a dozen outbuildings enclosed by a decayed timber palisade. The folk who lived in the small village at the foot of the hill believed the hall to be haunted, for Merlin had let an ancient druid, Belize, live out his life in the place. But my spearmen had cleaned out the nests and vermin, then hauled out all Belize's ritual paraphernalia. I had no doubt that the villagers, despite their fear of the old hall, had already taken the cauldrons, tripods, and anything else of real value, so we were left to dispose of the snake-skins, dry bones, and desiccated corpses of birds, all of them thick with cobwebs. Many of the bones were human, great heaps of them, and we buried those remains in scattered pits, so that the souls of the dead could not re-knit and come back to stalk us. Arthur had sent me dozens of young men to train into warriors, and all that autumn I taught them the discipline of the spear and shield. And once a week, more out of duty than from pleasure, I visited Guinevere at nearby Iniswydren. I carried her gifts of food, and, as it got colder, a great cloak of bear fur. Sometimes I took her son, Gwydra, but she was never really comfortable with him. She was bored by his tales of fishing in Duncarrick stream or hunting in our woods. She herself loved to hunt, but that pleasure was no longer permitted to her, and so she took her exercise by walking around the shrine's compound. Her beauty did not fade. Indeed, her misery gave her large eyes a luminosity they had lacked before, though she would never admit to the sadness. She was too proud for that, though I could tell she was unhappy. Morgan galled her, besieging her with Christian preaching and constantly accusing her of being the scarlet whore of Babylon. Guinevere endured it patiently, and the only complaint she ever made was in the early autumn when the nights lengthened and the first night frosts whitened the hollows, and she told me that her chambers were being kept too cold. Arthur put a stop to that, ordering that Guinevere could burn as much fuel as she wished. He loved her still, though he hated to hear me mention her name. As for Guinevere, I did not know who she loved. She would always ask me for news of Arthur, but never once mentioned Lancelot. Arthur, too, was a prisoner, but only of his own torments. His home, if he had one at all, was the royal palace at Durnovaria, but he preferred to tour Dumnonia, going from fortress to fortress and readying us all for the war against the Saxons that must come in the new year, though if there was any one place where he spent more time than another, it was with us at Duncarrick. We would see him coming from our hilltop hall, and a moment later a horn would sound in warning as his horsemen splashed across the stream. Gwydra, his son, would run down to meet him, and Arthur would lean down from Chamri's saddle and scoop the boy up before spurring to our gate. He showed tenderness to Gwydra, indeed to all children, but with adults he showed a chill reserve. The old Arthur, the man of cheerful enthusiasm, was gone. He bared his soul only to Cynwyn, and whenever he came to Duncarrick he would talk with her for hours. They spoke of Guinevere. Who else?
He still loves her, Cynwyn told me.
He should marry again, I said.
How can he? She asked. He doesn't think of anyone but her.
What do you tell him?
To forgive her, of course. I doubt she's going to be foolish again. And if she's the woman who makes him happy, then he should swallow his pride and have her back.
He's too proud for that.
Evidently, she said disapprovingly.
She laid down her distaff and spindle.
I think maybe he needs to kill Lancelot first. That would make him happy.
Arthur tried that autumn. He led a sudden raid on Venta, Lancelot's capital, but Lancelot had wind of the attack and fled to Cerdic, his protector. He took with him Amhar and Loholt, Arthur's sons by his Irish mistress, Eileen. The twins had ever resented their bastardy, and had allied themselves with Arthur's enemies. Arthur failed to find Lancelot, but he did bring back a rich haul of grain that was sorely needed, because the turmoil of the summer had inevitably affected our harvest. In mid-autumn, just 2 weeks before Semaine, and in the days following his raid on Venta, Arthur came again to Duncarrick. He had become still thinner, and his face even more gaunt. He had never been a man of frightening presence, but now he had become guarded, so that men did not know what thoughts he had, and that reticence gave him a mystery, while the sadness in his soul added a hardness to him. He had ever been slow to anger, but now his temper flared at the smallest provocation. Most of all, he was angry at himself, for he believed he was a failure. His first 2 sons had abandoned him. His marriage had soured, and Dumnonia had failed with it. He had thought he could make a perfect kingdom, a place of justice, security, and peace. But the Christians had preferred slaughter. He blamed himself for not seeing what was coming, and now, in the quiet after the storm, he doubted his own vision. "We must just settle for doing the little things, Derfel," he said to me that day. It was a perfect autumn day. The sky was mottled with clouds, so that patches of sunlight raced across the yellow-brown landscape that lay to our west. Arthur, for once, did not seek Kynwyn's company, but led me to a patch of grass just outside Duncarrick's mended palisade, from where he stared moodily at the Tor rearing on the skyline. He stared at Inniswydran, where Guinevere lay. "The little things?" I asked him. "Defeat the Saxons, of course," he grimaced, knowing that defeating the Saxons was no small thing. "They are refusing to talk to us. If I send any emissaries, they will kill them. They told me so last week." "They?" I asked. "They," he confirmed grimly, meaning both Cerdic and Ael. The 2 Saxon kings were usually at each other's throats, a condition we encouraged with massive bribery. But now it seemed they had learned the lesson that Arthur had taught the British kingdoms so well, that in unity alone lies victory. The 2 Saxon monarchs were joining forces to crush Dumnonia, and their decision to receive no emissaries was a sign of their resolve, as well as a measure of self-protection. Arthur's messengers could carry bribes that might weaken their chieftains, and all emissaries, however earnestly they seek peace, serve to spy on the enemy. Cerdic and Ael were taking no chances. They meant to bury their differences and join forces to crush us. "I hoped the plague had weakened them," I said. "But new men have come, Derfel," Arthur said. "We hear their boats are landing every day, and every boat is filled with hungry souls. They know we are weak, so thousands of them will come next year. Thousands upon thousands." Arthur seemed to revel in the dire prospect. "A horde. Maybe that is how we shall end, you and I. 2 old friends, shield beside shield, cut down by barbarian axemen. There are worse ways to die, Lord. And better," he said curtly. He was gazing towards the Tor. Indeed, whenever he came to Duncarrick, he would always sit on this western slope, never on the eastern side, nor on the south slope facing Caer Cadern, but always here, looking across the vale. I knew what he was thinking, and he knew that I knew, but he would not mention her name, for he did not want me to know that he woke each morning with thoughts of her, and prayed every night for dreams of her. Then he was suddenly aware of my gaze, and he looked down into the fields where Issa was training boys to be warriors. The autumn air was filled with the harsh clatter of spear-staves clashing, and of Issa's raw voice shouting to keep blades low and shields high. "How are they?" Arthur asked, nodding at the recruits. "Like us 20 years ago," I said. "And back then our elders said we would never make warriors. And 20 years from now those boys will be saying the same about their sons. They'll be good. One battle will season them, and after that they'll be as useful as any warrior in Britain." "One battle," Arthur said grimly. "We may only have one battle. When the Saxons come, Derfel, they will outnumber us. Even if Powys and Gwent send all their men, we shall be outnumbered." He spoke a bitter truth. "Merlin says I shouldn't worry," Arthur added sarcastically. "He says his business on Maidan will make a war unnecessary. Have you visited the place?" "Not yet." "Hundreds of fools dragging firewood to the summit. Madness." He spat down the slope. "I don't put my trust in treasures, Derfel, but in shield walls and sharp spears. And I have one other hope."
He paused. "Which is?" I prompted him. He turned to look at me.
"If we can divide our enemies one more time," he said, "then we still have a chance. If Cerdic comes on his own, we can defeat him, so long as Powys and Gwent help us. But I can't defeat Cerdic and Ael together. I might win if I had 5 years to rebuild our army, but I can't do it next spring. Our only hope, Derfel, is for our enemies to fall out."
It was our old way to make war. Bribe one Saxon king to fight the other. But from what Arthur had told me, the Saxons were taking good care to make sure it did not happen this winter.
"I will offer Ael a permanent peace," Arthur went on. "He may keep all his present lands, and all the land he can take from Cerdic, and he and his descendants may rule those lands forever. You understand me? I yield him that land in perpetuity, if he will only side with us in the coming war."
I said nothing for a while. The old Arthur, the Arthur who had been my friend before that night in Isis's temple, would never have spoken those words, for they were not true. No man would cede British land to the Sace. Arthur was lying, in the hope that Ael would believe the lie, and in a few years Arthur would break the promise and attack Ael. I knew that, but I knew better than to challenge the lie, for then I could not pretend to believe in it myself. Instead, I reminded Arthur of an ancient oath that had been buried on a stone beside a far-off tree.
"You've sworn to kill Ael," I reminded him. "Is that oath forgotten?" "I care for no oaths now," he said coldly. Then the temper broke through. "And why should I? Does anyone keep their oaths to me?"
"I do, Lord."
"Then obey me, Derfel," he said curtly, "and go to Ael."
I had known that demand was coming. I did not answer at first, but watched Issa shove his youngsters into a shaky-looking shield wall. Then I turned to Arthur. "I thought Ael had promised death to your emissaries." Arthur did not look at me. Instead, he gazed at that far green mound.
"The old men say it will be a hard winter this year," he said, "and I want Ael's answer before the snows come."
"Yes, Lord," I said. He must have heard the unhappiness in my voice, for he turned on me again.
"Ael will not kill his own son."
"We must hope not, Lord," I said blandly.
"So go to him, Derfel,"
Arthur said. For all he knew, he had just condemned me to death, but he showed no regret. He stood and brushed the scraps of grass from his white cloak.
"If we can just beat Cerdic next spring, Derfel, then we can remake Britain."
"Yes, Lord," I said. He made it all sound so simple. Just beat the Saxons, then remake Britain. I reflected that it had always been thus. One last great task, then joy would always follow. Somehow it never did. But now, in desperation, and to give us one last chance, I must travel to see my father. I am a Saxon. My Saxon mother, Ursi, while she was still pregnant, was taken captive by Uther and made a slave, and I was born soon after. I was taken from my mother as a small child, but not before I had learned the Saxon tongue. Later, much later, on the very eve of Lancelot's rebellion, I found my mother and learned that my father was Ael. My blood, then, is pure Saxon, and half royal at that, though because I was raised among the Britons, I feel no kinship with the Sace. To me, as to Arthur, or to any other freeborn Briton, the Sace are a plague carried to us across the eastern sea. From whence they come, no one really knows. Sagramor, who has travelled more widely than any other of Arthur's commanders, tells me the Saxon land is a distant fog-shrouded place of bogs and woodland, though he admits he has never been there.
He just knows it is somewhere across the sea, and they are leaving it, he claims, because the land of Britain is better. Though I have also heard that the Saxons' homeland is under siege from other, even stranger enemies who come from the world's farthest edge. But, for whatever reason, for 100 years now the Saxons have been crossing the sea to take our land, and now they hold all eastern Britain. We call that stolen territory Hlogir, the Lost Lands, and there is not a soul in free Britain who does not dream of taking back the Lost Lands. Merlin and Nimue believe that the lands will only be recovered by the gods, while Arthur wishes to do it with the sword. And my task was to divide our enemies to make the task easier for either the gods or for Arthur. I travelled in the autumn, when the oaks had turned to bronze, the beeches to red, and the cold was misting the dawn's white. I travelled alone, for if Ael was to reward an emissary's coming with death, then it was better that only one man should die. Cynwyn had begged me to take a war band. But to what purpose? One band could not hope to take on the power of Ael's whole army. And so, as the wind stripped the first yellow leaves from the elms, I rode eastwards. Cynwyn had tried to persuade me to wait until after Semaine, for if Merlin's invocations worked at May Dun, then there would surely be no need for any emissaries to visit the Saxons. But Arthur would not countenance any delay. He had put his faith in Ael's treachery, and he wanted an answer from the Saxon king. And so I rode, hoping only that I would survive, and that I would be back in Dumnonia by Semaine Eve. I wore my sword, and I had a shield hung on my back, but I carried no other weapons or armour. I did not ride directly eastwards, for that route would have taken me dangerously close to Cerdic's land. So instead I went north into Gwent, and then eastwards, aiming for the Saxon frontier where Ael ruled. For a day and a half I journeyed through the rich farmlands of Gwent, passing villas and homesteads where smoke blew from roof-holes. The fields were churned muddy by the hoofs of beasts being penned for the winter slaughter, and their lowing added a melancholy to my journey. The air had that first hint of winter, and in the mornings the swollen sun hung low and pale in the mist. Starlings flocked on fallow fields. The landscape changed as I rode eastwards. Gwent was a Christian country, and at first I passed large, elaborate churches. But by the second day the churches were much smaller, and the farms less prosperous, until at last I reached the Middle Lands, the waste places where neither Saxon nor Briton ruled, but where both had their killing grounds. Here the meadows that had once fed whole families were thick with oak saplings, hawthorn, birch, and ash. The villas were roofless ruins, and the halls were stark, burned skeletons. Yet some folk still lived here, and when I once heard footsteps running through a nearby wood, I drew a halbane in fear of the masterless men who had their refuge in these wild valleys. But no one accosted me, until that evening, when a band of spearmen barred my path. They were men of Gwent, and, like all King Muirig's soldiers, they wore the vestiges of old Rome's uniform: bronze breastplates, helmets crested with plumes of red-dyed horsehair, and rust-red cloaks. Their leader was a Christian named Carrig, and he invited me to their fortress that stood in a clearing on a high wooded ridge. Carrig's job was to guard the frontier, and he brusquely demanded to know my business, but inquired no further when I gave him my name and said I rode for Arthur. Carrig's fortress was a simple wooden palisade, inside which was built a pair of huts that were thick with smoke from their open fires. I warmed myself as Carrig's dozen men busied themselves with cooking a haunch of venison on a spit made from a captured Saxon spear. There were a dozen such fortresses within a day's march, all watching eastwards to guard against Ael's raiders. Domnonia had much the same precautions, though we kept an army permanently close to our border. The expense of such an army was exorbitant, and resented by those whose taxes of grain and leather and salt and fleeces paid for the troops. Arthur had always struggled to make the taxes fair, and keep their burden light, though now, after the rebellion, he was ruthlessly levying a stiff penalty on all those wealthy men who had followed Lancelot. That levy fell disproportionately on Christians, and Murig, the Christian king of Gwent, had sent a protest that Arthur had ignored. Carrig, Murig's loyal follower, treated me with a certain reserve, though he did do his best to warn me of what waited across the border.
"You do know, Lord," he said, "that the Sace are refusing to let men cross the frontier?"
I had heard, yes.
2 merchants went by a week ago, Carrig said. They were carrying pottery and fleeces. I warned them, but... He paused and shrugged. The Saxons kept the pots and the wool, but sent back 2 skulls.
If my skull comes back, I told him, send it to Arthur. I watched the venison fat drip and flare in the fire.
Do any travellers come out of Llogir?
Not for weeks now, Carrig said.
But next year, no doubt, you will see plenty of Saxon spearmen in Domnonia.
Not in Gwent, I challenged him.
Ael has no quarrel with us, Carrig said firmly.
He was a nervous young man who did not much like his exposed position on Britain's frontier, though he did his duty conscientiously enough, and his men, I noted, were well disciplined.
You're Britons, I told Carrig, and Ael's a Saxon. Isn't that quarrel enough?
Carrig shrugged.
Domnonia is weak, Lord. The Saxons know that. Gwent is strong. They will attack you, not us.
He sounded horribly complacent.
But once they have beaten Domnonia, I said, touching the iron in my sword hilt to avert the ill luck implicit in my words, how long before they come north into Gwent?
Christ will protect us, Carrig said piously, and made the sign of the cross. A crucifix hung on the hut wall, and one of his men licked his fingers, then touched the feet of the tortured Christ. I surreptitiously spat into the fire. I rode east next morning. Clouds had come in the night, and the dawn greeted me with the thin, cold rain that blew into my face. The Roman road, broken and weed-grown now, stretched into a dank wood, and the further I rode, the lower my spirits sank. Everything I had heard in Carrig's frontier fort suggested that Gwent would not fight for Arthur. Murig, the young king of Gwent, had ever been a reluctant warrior. His father, Tudric, had known that the Britons must unite against their common enemy, but Tudric had resigned his throne and gone to live as a monk beside the River Wye, and his son was no warlord. Without Gwent's well-trained troops, Domnonia was surely doomed, unless a glowing, naked nymph presaged some miraculous intervention by the gods, or unless Ael believed Arthur's lie. And would Ael even receive me? Would he even believe that I was his son? The Saxon king had been kind enough to me on the few occasions we had met, but that meant nothing, for I was still his enemy. And the longer I rode through that bitter drizzle between the towering wet trees, the greater my despair. I was sure Arthur had sent me to my death, and worse, that he had done it with the callousness of a losing gambler risking everything on one final cast on the throwboard. At mid-morning, the trees ended, and I rode into a wide clearing through which a stream flowed. The road forded the small water, but beside the crossing and stuck into a mound that stood as high as a man's waist, there stood a dead fir tree that was hung with offerings. The magic was strange to me, so I had no idea whether the bedecked tree guarded the road, placated the stream, or was merely the work of children. I slid off my horse's back and saw that the objects hung from the brittle branches were the small bones of a man's spine. No child's play, I reckoned. But what? I spat beside the mound to avert its evil, touched the iron of Halbane's hilt, then led my horse through the ford. The woods began again 30 paces beyond the stream, and I had not covered half that distance when an axe hurtled out of the shadows beneath the branches. It turned as it came towards me, the day's grey light flickering from the spinning blade. The throw was bad, and the axe hissed past a good 4 paces away. No one challenged me, but nor did any other weapon come from the trees. "I am a Saxon," I shouted in that language. Still no one spoke, but I heard a mutter of low voices and the crackle of breaking twigs. "I am a Saxon," I called again, and wondered whether the hidden watchers were not Saxons but outlaw Britons, for I was still in the wasteland where the masterless men of every tribe and country hid from justice. I was about to call in the British tongue that I meant no harm, when a voice shouted from the shadows in Saxon. "Throw your sword here," a man commanded me. "You may come and take my sword," I answered. There was a pause. "Your name?" the voice demanded. "Derfel," I said. "Son of Ael." I called my father's name as a challenge, and it must have unsettled them, because once again I heard the low murmur of voices, and then, a moment later, 6 men pushed through the brambles to come into the clearing. All were in the thick furs that Saxons favoured as armour, and all carried spears. One of them wore a horned helmet, and he, evidently the leader, walked down the edge of the road towards me. "Derfel," he said, stopping a 6 paces from me. "Derfel," he said again. "I have heard that name, and it is no Saxon name." "It is my name," I answered, "and I am a Saxon." "A son of Ael?" He was suspicious. "Indeed." He considered me for a moment. He was a tall man with a mass of brown hair crammed into his horned helmet. His beard reached almost to his waist, and his moustaches hung to the top edge of the leather breastplate he wore beneath his fur cloak. I supposed he was a local chieftain, or maybe a warrior deputed to guard this part of the frontier. He twisted one of his moustaches in his free hand, then let the strands unwind. "Hrothgar, son of Ael, I know," he said musingly. "And Sinning, son of Ael, I call a friend. Pender, Sebold, and If, sons of Ael, I have seen in battle. But Derfel, son of Ael—" He shook his head. "You see him now," I said. He hefted his spear, noting that my shield was still hanging from my horse's saddle. "Derfel, friend of Arthur, I have heard of," he said accusingly. "You see him also," I said, "and he has business with Ael." "No Briton has business with Ael," he said, and his men growled their assent. "I am a Saxon," I retorted. "Then what is your business?" "That is for my father to hear and for me to speak. You are not part of it." He turned and gestured towards his men. "We make it our business." "Your name?" I demanded. He hesitated, then decided that imparting his name would do no harm. "Ceolwulf," he said, "son of Eadbert." "So, Ceolwulf," I said, "do you think my father will reward you when he hears that you delayed my journey? What will you expect of him? Gold or a grave?" It was a fine bluff, but it worked. I had no idea whether Ael would embrace me or kill me, but Ceolwulf had sufficient fear of his king's wrath to give me grudging passage and an escort of 4 spearmen, who led me deeper and deeper into the lost lands. And so I travelled through places where few free Britons had stepped in a generation. These were the enemy heartlands, and for 2 days I rode through them. At first glance the country looked little different from British land, for the Saxons had taken over our fields, and they farmed them in much the same manner as we did, though I noted their haystacks were piled higher and made squarer than ours, and their houses were built more stoutly. The Roman villas were mostly deserted, though here and there an estate still functioned. There were no Christian churches here, indeed no shrines at all that I could see, though we did once pass a British idol, which had some small offerings left at its base. Britons still lived here, and some even owned their own land, but most were slaves or else were wives to Saxons. The names of the places had all changed, and my escort did not even know what they had been called when the British ruled. We passed through Lisverd and Stjotford, then Leodesham and Selmusresfort, all strange Saxon names, but all prosperous places. These were not the homes and farms of invaders, but the settlements of a fixed people. From Selmusresfort we turned south through Bedouin and Vikford. And as we rode, my companions proudly told me that we now rode across farmland that Cerdic had yielded back to Ael during the summer. The land was the price, they said, of Ael's loyalty in the coming war, that would take these people clean across Britain to the Western Sea. My escort was confident that they would win. They'd all heard how Dumnonia had been weakened by Lancelot's rebellion, and that revolt had encouraged the Saxon kings to unite in an effort to take all southern Britain. Ael's winter quarters were at a place the Saxons called Thunrelslia. It was a high hill in a flat landscape of clay fields and dark marshes, and from the hill's flat summit a man could stare southwards across the wide Thames towards the misty land where Cerdic ruled. A great hall stood on the hill. It was a massive building of dark oak timbers, and fixed high on its steep pointed gable was Ael's symbol, a bull's skull painted with blood. In the dusk the lonely hall loomed black and huge, a baleful place. Off to the east there was a village beyond some trees, and I could see the flicker of a myriad fires there. It seemed I had arrived in Thunrelslia at the time of a gathering, and the fires showed where folk camped. "It's a feast," one of my escort told me. "In honour of the gods?" I inquired. "In honour of Cerdic. He has come to talk with our king." My hopes, that were already low, plummeted. With Ael I stood some chance of survival, but with Cerdic, I thought, there was none. Cerdic was a cold, hard man, while Ael had an emotional, even a generous soul. I touched Halbane's hilt and thought of Kynwyn. I prayed the gods would let me see her again. And then it was time to slide off my weary horse's back, twitch my cloak straight, unhook the shield from my saddle's pommel, and go to face my enemies. 300 warriors must have been feasting on the rush-covered floor of that high, gaunt hall on its damp hilltop. 300 raucous, cheerful men, bearded and red-faced, who, unlike us Britons, saw nothing wrong in carrying weapons into a lord's feasting hall. 3 huge fires flared in the hall's centre, and so thick was the smoke that at first I could not see the men sitting behind the long table at the hall's far end. No one noticed my entrance, for with my long fair hair and thick beard I looked like a Saxon spearman. But as I was led past the roaring fires, a warrior saw the 5-pointed white star on my shield, and he remembered facing that symbol in battle. A growl erupted through the tumult of talk and laughter. The growl spread until every man in that hall was howling at me as I walked towards the dais on which the high table stood. The howling warriors put down their horns of ale and began to beat their hands against the floor or against their shields, so that the high roof echoed with the death beat. The crash of a blade striking the table ended the noise. Ael had stood, and it was his sword that had driven splinters from the long, rough table where a dozen men sat behind heaped plates and full horns. Cerdic was beside him, and on Cerdic's other side was Lancelot. Nor was Lancelot the only Briton there. Bors, his cousin, slouched beside him, while Amhar and Loholt, Arthur's sons, sat at the table's end. All of them were enemies of mine, and I touched Halbane's hilt and prayed for a good death. Ael stared at me. He knew me well enough, but did he know I was his son? Lancelot looked astonished to see me. He even blushed. Then he beckoned to an interpreter, spoke to him briefly, and the interpreter leant towards Cerdic and whispered in the monarch's ear. Cerdic also knew me, but neither Lancelot's words nor his recognition of an enemy changed the impenetrable expression on his face. It was a clerk's face, clean-shaven, narrow-chinned, and with a high, broad forehead. His lips were thin, and his sparse hair was combed severely back to a knot behind his skull. But the otherwise unremarkable face was made memorable by his eyes. They were pale eyes, merciless eyes, a killer's eyes. Ael seemed too astonished to speak. He was much older than Cerdic. Indeed, he was a year or two beyond 50, which made him an old man by any reckoning. But he still looked formidable. He was tall, broad-chested, and had a flat, hard face, a broken nose, scarred cheeks, and a full black beard. He was dressed in a fine scarlet robe, and had a thick gold torque at his neck, and more gold about his wrists. But no finery could disguise the fact that Ael was first and foremost a soldier, a great bear of a Saxon warrior. 2 fingers were missing from his right hand, struck off in some long-ago battle, where, I dare say, he had taken a bloody revenge. He finally spoke. "You dare come here?" "To see you, Lord King," I answered, and went down on one knee. I bowed to Ael, then to Cerdic, but ignored Lancelot. To me he was a nothing, a client king of Cerdic's, an elegant British traitor whose dark face was filled with loathing for me. Cerdic speared a piece of meat on a long knife, brought it towards his mouth, then hesitated. "We are receiving no messengers from Arthur," he said casually, "and any who are foolish enough to come are killed." He put the meat in his mouth, then turned away as though he had disposed of me as a piece of trivial business. His men bayed for my death. Ael again silenced the hall by banging his sword-blade on the table. "Do you come from Arthur?" he challenged me. I decided that gods would forgive an untruth. "I bring you greetings, Lord King," I said, "from Ersi, and the filial respect of Ersi's son, who is also, to his joy, your own." The words meant nothing to Cerdic. Lancelot, who had listened to a translation, again whispered urgently to his interpreter, and that man spoke once more to Cerdic. I did not doubt that he had encouraged what Cerdic now uttered. "He must die," Cerdic insisted. He spoke very calmly, as though my death were a small thing. "We have an agreement," he reminded Ael. "Our agreement says we shall receive no embassies from our enemies," Ael said, still staring at me. "And what else is he?" Cerdic demanded, at last showing some temper. "He is my son," Ael said simply. And a gasp sounded all around the crowded hall. "He is my son," Ael said again. "Are you not?" "I am, Lord King." "You have more sons," Cerdic told Ael carelessly, and gestured towards some bearded men who sat at Ael's left hand. Those men, I presume they were my half-brothers,
just stared at me in confusion. "He brings a message from Arthur," Cerdic insisted. "That dog," he pointed his knife towards me, "always serves Arthur." "Do you bring a message from Arthur?" Ael asked. "I have a son's words for a father," I lied again. "Nothing more." "He must die," Cerdic said curtly, and all his supporters in the hall growled their agreement. "I will not kill my own son," Ael said, "in my own hall." "Then may I?" Cerdic asked acidly. "If a Briton comes to us, then he must be put to the sword." He spoke those words to the whole hall. "That is agreed between us," Cerdic insisted, and his men roared their approval and beat spear shafts against their shields. "That thing," Cerdic said, flinging a hand towards me, "is a Saxon who fights for Arthur. He is vermin. And you know what we do with vermin?" The warriors bellowed for my death, and their hounds added to the clamour with howls and barks. Lancelot watched me, his face unreadable, while Amhar and Loholt looked eager to help put me to the sword. Loholt had an especial hatred for me, for I had held his arm while his father had struck off his right hand. Ael waited until the tumult had subsided. "In my hall," he said, stressing the possessive word to show that he ruled here, not Cerdic. "A warrior dies with his sword in his hand. Does any man here wish to kill Derfel while he carries his sword?" He looked about the hall, inviting someone to challenge me. No one did, and Ael looked down at his fellow king. "I will break no agreement with you, Cerdic. Our spears will march together, and nothing my son says can prevent that victory." Cerdic picked a scrap of meat from between his teeth. "His skull," he said, pointing to me, "will make a fine standard for battle. I want him dead." "Then you kill him," Ael said scornfully. They might have been allies, but there was little affection between them. Ael resented the younger Cerdic as an upstart, while Cerdic believed the older man lacked ruthlessness. Cerdic half smiled at Ael's challenge. "Not me," he said mildly, "but my champion will do the work." He looked down the hall, found the man he wanted, and pointed a finger. "Leofa, there is vermin here. Kill it." The warriors cheered again. They relished the thought of a fight, and doubtless, before the night was over, the ale they were drinking would cause more than a few deadly battles. But a fight to the death between a king's champion and a king's son was a far finer entertainment than any drunken brawl, and a much better amusement than the melody of the two harpists who watched from the hall's edges. I turned to see my opponent, hoping he would prove to be already half drunk, and thus easy meat for Howlbane. But the man who stepped through the feasters was not at all what I had expected. I thought he would be a huge man, not unlike Ael, but this champion was a lean, lithe warrior, with a calm, shrewd face that carried not a single scar. He gave me an unworried glance as he let his cloak fall. Then he pulled a long, thin-bladed sword from its leather scabbard. He wore little jewellery, nothing but a plain silver torque, and his clothes had none of the finery that most champions affected. Everything about him spoke of experience and confidence, while his unscarred face suggested either monstrous good luck or uncommon skill. He also looked frighteningly sober as he came to the open space in front of the high table and bowed to the kings. Ael looked troubled. "The price for speaking with me," he told me, "is to defend yourself against Leofa. Or you may leave now and go home in safety." The warriors jeered that suggestion. "I would speak with you, Lord King," I said. Ael nodded, then sat. He still looked unhappy, and I guessed that Leofa had a fearsome reputation as a swordsman. He had to be good, or else he would not be Serdik's champion. But something about Eäl's face told me that Leoffer was more than just good. Yet I, too, had a reputation, and that seemed to worry Bors, who was whispering urgently in Lancelot's ear. Lancelot, once his cousin had finished, beckoned to the interpreter, who in turn spoke with Serdik. The king listened, then gave me a dark look. "How do we know," he asked, "that this son of yours, Eäl, is not wearing some charm of Merlin's?" The Saxons had always feared Merlin, and the suggestion made them growl angrily. Eäl frowned. "Do you have one, Derfel?" "No, Lord King." Serdik was not convinced. "These men would recognize Merlin's magic," he insisted, waving at Lancelot and Bors. Then he spoke to the interpreter, who passed on his orders to Bors. Bors shrugged, stood up and walked round the table and off the dais. He hesitated as he approached me, but I spread my arms as though to show that I meant him no harm. Bors examined my wrists, maybe looking for strands of knotted grass or some other amulet, then tugged open the laces of my leather jerkin. "Be careful of him, Derfel," he muttered in British, and I realized with surprise that Bors was no enemy after all. He had persuaded Lancelot and Serdik that I needed to be searched, just so that he could whisper his warning to me. "He's quick as a weasel," Bors went on, "and he fights with both hands. Watch the bastard when he seems to slip." He saw the small golden brooch that had been a present from Kynwyn. "Is it charmed?" he asked me. "No." "I'll keep it for you anyway," he said, unpinning the brooch and showing it to the hall, and the warriors roared their anger that I might have been concealing the talisman. "And give me your shield," Bors said, for Leoffer had none. I slipped the loops from my left arm and gave the shield to Bors. He took it and placed it against the dais, then balanced Kynwyn's brooch on the shield's top edge. He looked at me as if to make sure I had seen where he put it, and I nodded. Serdik's champion gave his sword a cut in the smoky air. "I have killed 48 men in single combat," he told me in a mild, almost bored voice, "and lost count of the ones who have fallen to me in battle." He paused and touched his face. "In all those fights," he said, "I have not once taken a scar. You may yield to me now if you want your death to be swift." "You may give me your sword," I told him, "and spare yourself a beating." The exchange of insults was a formality. Leoffer shrugged away my offer and turned to the kings. He bowed again, and I did the same. We were standing 10 paces apart in the middle of the open space between the dais and the nearest of the 3 big fires, and on either flank the hall was crammed with excited men. I could hear the chink of coins as wagers were placed. Eäl nodded to us, giving his permission for the fight to begin. I drew Howlbane and raised her hilt to my lips. I kissed one of the little slivers of pig bone that were set there. The 2 bone scraps were my real talismans, and they were far more powerful than the brooch, for the pig bones had once been a part of Merlin's magic. The scraps of bone gave me no magical protection, but I kissed the hilt a second time, then faced Leoffer. Our swords are heavy and clumsy things that do not hold their edge in battle, and so become little more than great iron clubs that take considerable strength to wield. There is nothing delicate about sword fighting, though there is skill. The skill lies in deception, in persuading an opponent that a blow will come from the left, and, when he guards that side, striking from the right, though most sword fights are not won by such skill, but by brute strength. One man will weaken, and so his guard will be beaten down, and the winner's sword will hack and beat him to death. But Leoffer did not fight like that. Indeed, before or since, I have never fought another quite like Leoffer. I sensed the difference as he approached me,
for his sword blade, though as long as Howlbane, was much slimmer and lighter. He had sacrificed weight for speed, and I realized that this man would be as fast as Bors had warned me, lightning fast. And just as I realized that, so he attacked, only instead of sweeping the blade in a great curve, he lunged with it, trying to rake its point through the muscles of my right arm. I walked away from the lunge. These things happen so fast that afterwards, trying to remember the passages of a fight, the mind cannot pin down each move and counterstroke. But I had seen a flicker in his eye, saw that his sword could only stab forward, and I had moved just as he whipped the stab towards me. I pretended that the speed of his lunge had given me no surprise, and I made no parry, but just walked past him. And then, when I reckoned he must be off balance, I snarled and backswung Howlbane in a blow that would have disemboweled an ox. He leapt backwards, not off balance at all, and spread his arms wide so that my blows scythed a harmless 6 inches from his belly. He waited for me to swing again, but instead I was waiting for him. Men were shouting at us, calling for blood, but I had no ears for them. I kept my gaze fixed on Leofa's calm grey eyes. He hefted the sword in his right hand, flicked it forward to touch my blade, then swung at me. I parried easily, then countered his backswing, which followed as naturally as the day follows the night. The clangour of the swords was loud, but I could feel that there was no real effort in Leofa's blows. He was offering me the fight I might have expected, but he was also judging me as he edged forward and as he swung blow after blow. I parried the cuts, sensing when they became harder, and just when I expected him to make a real effort, he checked a blow, let go of the sword in mid-air, snatched it with his left hand, and slashed it straight down towards my head. He did it with the speed of a viper striking. Howlbane caught that downward cut. I do not know how she did it. I had been parrying a sideways blow, and suddenly there was no sword there, but only death above my skull. Yet somehow my blade was in the right place, and his lighter sword slid down to Howlbane's hilt, and I tried to convert the parry into a countercut, but there was no force in my response, and he leapt easily backwards. I kept going forward, cutting as he had cut, only doing it with all my strength, so that any one of the blows would have gutted him, and the speed and force of my attacks gave him no choice but to retreat. He parried the blows as easily as I had parried his, but there was no resistance in the parries. He was letting me swing, and instead of defending with his sword, he was protecting himself by constantly retreating. He was also letting me exhaust my strength on thin air, instead of on bone and muscle and blood. I gave a last, massive cut, checked the blade in mid-air, and twisted my wrist to lunge Howlbane at his belly. His sword edged towards the lunge, then whipped back at me as he sidestepped. I made the same quick sidestep, so that each of us missed. Instead, we clashed, breast to breast, and I smelt his breath. There was a faint smell of ale, though he was certainly not drunk. He froze for a heartbeat, then courteously moved his sword arm aside and looked quizzically at me, as if to suggest that we agree to break apart. I nodded, and we both stepped backwards, swords held wide, while the crowd talked excitedly. They knew they were watching a rare fight. Leofa was famous among them, and I dare say my name was not obscure, but I knew I was probably outmatched. My skills, if I had any, were a soldier's skills. I knew how to break a shield wall. I knew how to fight with spear and shield, or with sword and shield. But Leofa, Serdik's champion, had only one skill, and that was to fight man on man with a sword. He was lethal. We drew back 6 or 7 paces. Then Leofa skipped forward, as light on his feet as a dancer, and cut at me fast. Howlbane met the cut hard, and I saw him draw back from the solid parry with a flinch. I was faster than he expected. Or maybe he was slower than usual, for even a small amount of ale will slow a man. Some men only fight drunk, but those who live longest fight sober. I wondered about that flinch. He had not been hurt, yet I had obviously worried him. I cut at him, and he leapt back, and that leap gave me another pause to think. What had made him flinch? Then I remembered the weakness of his parries, and I realized he dared not risk his blade against mine, for it was too light. If I could strike that blade with all my force, then it would as like as not break, and so I slashed again, only this time I kept slashing, and I roared at him as I stamped towards him. I cursed him by air, by fire, and by sea. I called him woman. I spat on his grave, and on the dog's grave where his mother was buried, and all the while he said not a word, but just let his sword meet mine and slide away, and always he backed away, and those pale eyes watched me. Then he slipped. His right foot seemed to slide on a patch of rushes, and his leg went out from under him. He fell backwards, and reached out with his left hand to check himself, and I roared his death and raised Halbane high. Then I stepped away from him, without even trying to finish the killing blow. I had been warned of that slip by Bors, and I had been waiting for it. To watch it was marvellous, and I had very nearly been fooled, for I could have sworn the slip was an accident. But Leofa was an acrobat as well as a sword fighter, and the apparently unbalanced slip turned into a sudden supple motion that swept his sword around to where my feet should have been. I can still hear that long, slim blade hissing as it swept just inches above the floor rushes. The blow should have sliced into my ankles, crippling me. Only I was not there. I had stepped back, and now watched him calmly. He looked up ruefully. "Stand, Leofa," I said, and my voice was steady, telling him that all my rage had been a pretense. I think he knew then that I was truly dangerous. He blinked once or twice, and I guessed he had used his best tricks on me, but none had worked, and his confidence was sapped. But not his skill. And he came forward hard and fast to drive me back with a dazzling succession of short cuts, quick lunges, and sudden sweeps. I let the sweeps go unparried, while the other attacks I touched away as best I could, deflecting them and trying to break his rhythm. But at last, one cut beat me squarely. I caught it on my left forearm, and the leather sleeve broke the sword's force, though I bore a bruise for the best part of a month afterwards. The crowd sighed. They had watched the fight keenly, and were eager to see the first blood drawn. Leofa ripped the blade back from my forearm, trying to saw its edge through the leather to the bone, but I flicked my arm out of the way, lunged with Halbane, and so drove him back. He waited for me to follow up the attack, but it was my turn to play the tricks now. I deliberately did not move towards him, but instead let my sword drop a few inches as I breathed heavily. I shook my head, trying to flick the sweat-soaked hanks of hair from my forehead. It was hot beside that great fire. Leofa watched me cautiously. He could see I was out of breath. He saw my sword falter. But he had not killed 48 men by taking risks. He gave me one of his quick cuts to test my reaction. It was a short swing that demanded a parry, but would not thump home like an axe biting into flesh. I parried it late, deliberately late, and let the tip of Leofa's sword strike my upper arm as Halbane clanged on the thicker part of his blade. I grunted, feigned a swing, then pulled my blade back as he stepped easily away. Again I waited for him. He lunged. I struck his sword aside, but this time I did not try to counter his attack with one of my own. The crowd had fallen silent, sensing this fight was about to end. Leofa tried another lunge, and again I parried. He preferred the lunge, for that would kill without endangering his precious blade. But I knew that if I parried those quick stabs often enough, he would eventually kill me the old way instead. He tried 2 more lunges, and I knocked the first clumsily aside, stepped back from the second, then cuffed at my eyes with my left sleeve as though the sweat was stinging them. He swung then. He shouted aloud for the first time as he gave a mighty swing that came from high above his head and angled down towards my neck. I parried it easily, but staggered as I slid his scything blows safely over my skull with Halbane's blade. Then I let her drop a little, and he did what I expected him to do. He backswung with all his force. He did it fast and well, but I knew his speed now, and I was already bringing Halbane up in a counterstroke that was just as fast. I had both hands on her hilt, and I put all my strength into that slashing upward blow that was not aimed at Leofa, but at his sword. The two swords met plumb, only this time there was no ringing sound, but a crack. For Leofa's blade had broken. The outer 2/3 of it sheared clean away to fall among the rushes, leaving only a stump in his hand. He looked horrified. Then, for a heartbeat, he seemed tempted to attack me with the remnants of his sword, but I gave Halbane 2 fast cuts that drove him back. He could see now that I was not tired at all. He could also see that he was a dead man, but still he tried to parry Halbane with his broken weapon, but she beat that feeble metal stump aside, and then I stabbed, and held the blade still at the silver talk about his throat. "Lord King!" I called, but keeping my eyes on Leofa's eyes. There was a silence in the hall. The Saxons had seen their champion beaten, and they had no voices left. "Lord King!" I called again. "Lord Derfel," Ael answered. "You asked me to fight King Cerdic's champion. You did not ask me to kill him. I beg his life of you." Ael paused. "His life is yours, Derfel." "Do you yield?" I asked Leofa. He did not answer at once. His pride was still seeking a victory, but while he hesitated, I moved Halbane's tip from his throat to his right cheek. "Well?" I prompted him. "I yield," he said, and threw down the stump of his sword. I thrust with Halbane just hard enough to gouge the skin and flesh away from his cheekbone. "A scar, Leofa," I said, "to remind you that you fought the Lord Derfel Cadern, son of Ael, and that you lost." I left him bleeding. The crowd was cheering. Men are strange things. One moment they had been baying for my blood. Now they were shouting plaudits because I had spared their champion's life. I retrieved Kynwyn's brooch, then picked up my shield and gazed up at my father. "I bring you greetings from Ersi, Lord King," I said. "And they are welcome, Lord Derfel," Ael said. "They are welcome." He gestured to a chair on his left that one of his sons had vacated, and thus I joined Arthur's enemies at their high table, and feasted. At the feast's end, Ael took me to his own chamber that lay behind the dais. It was a great room, high-beamed, with a fire burning at its centre, and a bed of furs beneath the gable wall. He closed the door where he had set guards, then beckoned that I should sit on a wooden chest beside the wall while he walked to the far end of the chamber, loosened his drawers, and urinated into a sinkhole in the earthen floor. "Leofa's fast," he said to me as he pissed. "Very. I thought he'd beat you." "Not fast enough," I said. "Or else the ale slowed him. Now spit in it." "Spit in what?" my father demanded. "Your urine, to prevent bad luck." "My gods take no note of piss or spit, Derfel," he said in amusement. He'd invited 2 of his sons into the room, and those 2, Hrothgar and Siening, watched me curiously. "So, what message," Ael demanded, "does Arthur send?" "Why should he send any?" "Because you wouldn't be here otherwise. You think you were whelped by a fool boy? So what does Arthur want? No, don't tell me, let me guess." He tied the rope belt of his trews, then went to sit in the room's only chair, a Roman armchair made of black wood and inset with ivory, though much of the ivory pattern had lifted from its setting. "He will offer me security of land. Is that it?" Ael asked. "If I attack Cerdic next year?" "Yes, Lord." "The answer is no," he growled. "A man offers me what is already mine. What kind of an offer is that?" A perpetual peace, Lord King, I said. Eyal smiled. When a man promises something forever, he is playing with the truth. Nothing is forever, boy. Nothing. Tell Arthur my spears march with Cerdic next year. He laughed. You wasted your time, Derfel, but I am glad you came. Tomorrow we shall talk of Ersi. You want a woman for the night? No, Lord King. Your princess will never know, he teased me. No, Lord King. And he calls himself a son of mine. Eyal laughed, and his sons laughed with him. They were both tall, and though their hair was darker than mine, I suspect they resembled me, just as I suspected that they had been brought to the chamber to witness the conversation, and so pass on Eyal's flat refusal to the other Saxon leaders. You can sleep outside my door, Eyal said, waving his sons out of the chamber. You'll be safe there. He waited as Hrothgar and Seaning went out of the room, then checked me with a hand. Tomorrow, my father said in a lower voice, Cerdic goes home, and he takes Lancelot with him. Cerdic will be suspicious that I let you live, but I will survive his suspicions. We shall talk tomorrow, Derfel, and I'll have a longer answer for your Arthur. It won't be the answer he wants, but maybe it's one he can live with. Go now. I have company coming. I slept in the narrow space between the dais and my father's door. In the night a girl slipped past me to Eyal's bed, while in the hall the warriors sang and fought and drank and eventually slept, though it was dawn before the last man began snoring. That was when I woke to hear the cockerels calling on Thun Relslier's hill, and I strapped on Howlbane, picked up my cloak and shield, and stepped past the embers of the fires to go out into the raw, chill air. A mist clung to the high plateau, thickening to a fog as the land dropped down to where the Thames widened into the sea. I walked away from the hall to the hill's edge, from where I stared down into the whiteness above the river. My Lord King, a voice said behind me, ordered me to kill you if I found you alone. I turned to see Bors, Lancelot's cousin and champion. I owe you thanks, I said, for warning you about Leofa. Bors shrugged as though his warning had been a small thing. He's quick, isn't he? Quick and lethal. Bors came to stand beside me where he bit into an apple, decided it was pulpy, and so threw it away. He was another big warrior, another scarred and black-bearded spearman who had stood in too many shield walls and seen too many friends cut down. He gave a belch. I never minded fighting to give my cousin Dumnonia's throne, he said, but I never wanted to fight for a Saxon, and I didn't want to watch you being cut down to amuse Cerdic. But next year, Lord, I said, you will be fighting for Cerdic. Will I? He asked me. He sounded amused. I don't know what I shall do next year, Derfel. Maybe I'll sail away to Lyonesse. They tell me the women there are the most beautiful in all the world. They have hair of silver, bodies of gold, but no tongues. He laughed, then took another apple from a pouch and polished it against his sleeve. My Lord King, now, he said, meaning Lancelot. He'll fight for Cerdic. But what other choice does he have? Arthur won't welcome him. I realized then what Bors was hinting. My Lord Arthur, I said carefully, has no quarrel with you. Nor I with him, Bors said through a mouthful of apple. So maybe we shall meet again, Lord Derfel. It's a great pity I couldn't find you this morning. My Lord King would have rewarded me richly if I had killed you. He grinned and walked away. 2 hours later, I watched Bors leave with Cerdic, going down the hill where the clearing mist shredded among red-leaved trees. 100 men went with Cerdic,
most of them suffering from the night's feast, just like Ael's men who formed an escort for their departing guests. I rode behind Ael, whose own horse was being led while he walked beside King Cerdic and Lancelot. Just behind them walked two standard-bearers, one carrying Ael's blood-spattered bull skull on a staff, the other hoisting aloft Cerdic's red-painted wolf skull that was hung with a dead man's flayed skin. Lancelot ignored me. Earlier in the morning, when we had unexpectedly encountered each other close to the hall, he had simply looked through me, and I made nothing of the encounter. His men had murdered my youngest daughter, and though I had killed the murderers, I would still have liked to avenge Diane's soul on Lancelot himself. But Ael's hall was not the place to do it. Now, from a grassy ridge above the muddy banks of the Thames, I watched as Lancelot and his few retainers walked towards Cerdic's waiting ships. Only Amhar and Loholt dared challenge me. The twins were sullen youths who hated their father and despised their mother. In their own eyes they were princes, but Arthur, who disdained titles, refused to give them the honour, and that had only increased their resentment. They believed they had been cheated of royal rank, of land, of wealth, and of honour, and they would fight for anyone who tried to defeat Arthur, whom they blamed for all their ill fortune. The stump of Loholt's right arm was sheathed in silver, to which he had attached a pair of bear's claws. It was Loholt who turned back to me. "We shall meet next year," he told me. I knew he was spoiling for a fight, but I kept my voice mild. "I look forward to the meeting." He held up his silver-sheathed stump, reminding me how I had held his arm as his father had struck with Excalibur. "You owe me a hand, Derfel." I said nothing. Amhar had come to stand beside his brother. They both had their father's big-boned, long-jawed face, but in them it had been soured, so that they showed none of Arthur's strength. Instead, they looked cunning, almost wolf-like. "Did you not hear me?" Loholt demanded. "Be glad," I told him, "that you still have one hand. And as for my debt to you, Loholt, I shall pay it with Halbane." They hesitated, but they could not be certain that Cerdic's guards would support them if they drew their swords, and so at last they contented themselves with spitting at me, before turning and strutting down to the muddy beach where Cerdic's two boats waited. This shore beneath Thunreslia was a miserable place, half land and half sea, where the meeting of the river and the ocean had spawned a dull landscape of mudbanks, shoals, and tangling sea creeks. Gulls cried as Cerdic's spearmen plunged across the glutinous foreshore, waded into the shallow creek, and hauled themselves over the wooden gunwales of their longboats. I saw Lancelot lift the hem of his cloak as he picked his delicate way through the foul-smelling mud. Loholt and Amhar followed him, and, once they reached their boat, they turned and pointed their fingers at me, a gesture designed to cast ill luck. I ignored them. The ship's sails were already raised, but the wind was light, and the two high-prowed boats had to be manoeuvred out of the narrow ebbing creek with long oars wielded by Cerdic's spearmen. Once the boats' wolf-crested prows were facing towards the open water, the warrior oarsmen began a chant that offered a rhythm to their strokes. "Hevit for your mother," they chanted, "and hevit for your girl, and hevit for your lover, who you hevit on the floor." And with every hevit they shouted louder and pulled on their long oars, and the two ships gained speed, until at last the mist curled about their sails that were crudely painted with wolf skulls. "And hevit for your mother," the chant began again, only now the voices were thinner through the vapour. "And hevit for your girl," and the low hulls became vague in the mist, until at last the ships vanished in the whitened air. "And hevit for your lover, who you hevit on the floor." The sound came as if from nowhere, and then faded with the splashing of their oars. Two of Ael's men heaved their lord onto his horse.
"Did you sleep?"
he asked me as he settled himself in his saddle.
"Yes, Lord King. I had better things to do," he said curtly. "Now, follow me."
He kicked back his heels and turned his horse along the shore where the creeks rippled and sucked as the tide ebbed. This morning, in honour of his departing guests, Ael had dressed as a warrior king. His iron helmet was trimmed with gold and crowned with a fan of black feathers. His leather breastplate and long boots were dyed black, while from his shoulders there fell a long black bearskin cloak that dwarfed his small horse. A dozen of his men followed us on horseback, one of them carrying the bull skull standard. Ael, like me, rode clumsily.
"I knew Arthur would send you,"
he said suddenly, and when I made no answer, he turned to me.
"So, you found your mother?"
Yes, Lord King."
"How is she?"
"Old," I said truthfully. "Old, fat, and sick." He sighed at that news.
They start as young girls so beautiful, they can break the hearts of a whole army. And after they've had a couple of children, they all look old, fat, and sick."
He paused, thinking about that.
"But somehow I thought that would never happen to Ersi. She was very beautiful," he said wistfully, then grinned. "But thank the gods there are a constant supply of the young ones, eh?"
He laughed, then gave me another glance.
"When you first told me your mother's name, I knew you were my son."
He paused.
"My firstborn son."
"Your firstborn bastard," I said.
"So? Blood is blood, Derfel."
"And I am proud to have yours, Lord King."
"So you should be, boy. So you share it with enough others. I have not been selfish with my blood."
He chuckled, then turned his horse onto a mudbank and whipped the animal up its slippery slope to where a fleet of boats lay stranded.
"Look at them, Derfel,"
my father said, reining in his horse and gesturing at the boats.
"Look at them. Useless now, but nearly everyone came this summer, and everyone was filled to the gunwales with folk."
He kicked his heels back again, and we rode slowly past that sorry line of stranded boats. There might have been 80 or 90 craft on the mudbank. All of them were double-ended, elegant ships, but all were now decaying. Their planks were green with slime, their bilges were flooded, and their timbers black with rot. Some of the boats, which must have been there longer than a year, were nothing but dark skeletons.
60 folk in every boat, Derfel," Ael said. "At least 60. And every tide brought more of them. Now, when the storms are haunting the open seas, they don't come. But they are building more boats, and those will arrive in the spring. And not just here, Derfel, but all up the coast."
He swept his arm to encompass all Britain's eastern shore.
"Boats and boats, all filled with our people, all wanting a home, all wanting land."
He spoke the last word fiercely, then turned his horse away from me without waiting for any response.
"Come!"
he shouted, and I followed his horse across the tide-rippled mud of a creek, up a shingle bank, and then through patches of thorn, as we climbed the hill on which his great hall stood. Ael curbed his beast on a shoulder of the hill, where he waited for me. Then, when I joined him, he mutely pointed down into a saddle of land. An army was there. I could not count them. So many men were gathered in that fold of land, and these men, I knew, were but a part of Ael's army. The Saxon warriors stood in a great crowd, and when they saw their king on the skyline, they burst into a huge roar of acclamation and began to beat their spear shafts against their shields, so that the whole grey sky was filled with their terrible clattering. Ael raised his scarred right hand, and the noise died away.
"You see, Derfel?"
he asked me. "I see what you choose to show me, Lord King," I answered evasively,
knowing exactly what message I was being given by the stranded boats and the mass of armoured men. "I am strong now," Eyal said, "and Arthur is weak. Can he even raise 500 men? I doubt it. The spearmen of Powys will come to his aid, but will they be enough? I doubt it. I have 1,000 trained spearmen, Derfel, and twice as many hungry men who will wield an axe to gain a yard of ground they can call their own. And Sir Dick has more men still, far more, and he needs land even more desperately than I do. We both need land, Derfel. We both need land. And Arthur has it. And Arthur is weak." "Gwent has 1,000 spearmen," I said, "and if you invade Dumnonia, Gwent will come to its aid." I was not sure of that, but it would do no harm to Arthur's cause to sound confident. "Gwent, Dumnonia, and Powys," I said, "all will fight. And there are still others who will come to Arthur's banner. The Black Shields will fight for us, and spearmen will come from Gwynedd and Elmet, even from Rheged and Lothian." Eyal smiled at my boastfulness. "Your lesson is not yet done, Derfel," he said. "So come." And again he spurred on, still climbing the hill, but now he inclined east towards a grove of trees. He dismounted by the wood, gestured for his escort to stay where they were, then led me along a narrow damp path to a clearing, where 2 small wooden buildings stood. They were little more than huts with pitched roofs of rye thatch and low walls made from untrimmed tree trunks. "See," he said, pointing to the nearer hut's gable. I spat to avert the evil, for there, high on the gable, was a wooden cross. Here, in pagan Hrogir, was one of the last things I had ever expected to see: a Christian church. The second hut, slightly lower than the church, was evidently living quarters for the priest, who greeted our arrival by crawling out through the low door of his hovel. He wore the tonsure, had a monk's black robe and a tangled brown beard. He recognized Eyal and bowed low. "Christ's greetings, Lord King," the man called in badly accented Saxon. "Where are you from?" I asked in the British tongue. He looked surprised to be spoken to in his native language. "From Gobanium, Lord," he told me. The monk's wife, a draggled creature with resentful eyes, crawled from the hovel to stand beside her man. "What are you doing here?" I asked him. "The Lord Christ Jesus has opened King Eyal's eyes, Lord," he said, "and invited us to bring the news of Christ to his people. I am here with my brother priest, Goffith, to preach the gospel to the Sis." I looked at Eyal, who was smiling slyly. "Missionaries from Gwent?" I asked. "Feeble creatures, are they not?" Eyal said, gesturing the monk and his wife back into their hut. "But they think they will turn us from the worship of Thunor and Siaxnet, and I am content to let them think as much. For now." "Because," I said slowly, "King Murig has promised you a truce so long as you let his priests come to your people." Eyal laughed. "He is a fool, that Murig. He cares more for the souls of my people than for the safety of his land. And 2 priests are a small price for keeping Gwent's 1,000 spearmen idle, while we take Dumnonia." He put an arm about my shoulders and led me back towards the horses. "You see, Derfel, Gwent will not fight, not while their king believes there is a chance of spreading his religion among my people." "And is the religion spreading?" I asked. He snorted. "Among a few slaves and women, but not many, and it won't spread far. I'll see to that. I saw what that religion did to Dumnonia, and I'll not allow it here. Our old gods are good enough for us, Derfel, so why should we need new ones? That's half the trouble with the Britons. They've lost their gods." "Merlin has not," I said. That checked Eyal. He turned in the shadow of the trees, and I saw the worry on his face. He had always been fearful of Merlin. "I hear tales," he said uncertainly. "The treasures of Britain," I said. What are they? He demanded. Nothing much, Lord King, I said, honestly enough. Just a tattered collection of old things. Only two are of any real value. A sword and a cauldron. You have seen them? He asked fiercely. Yes. What will they do? I shrugged. No one knows. Arthur believes they will do nothing. But Merlin says they command the gods, and that if he performs the right magic at the right time, then the old gods of Britain will do his bidding. And he'll unleash those gods on us? Yes, Lord King, I said. And it would be soon. Very soon. But I did not say that to my father. Ael frowned. We have gods too, he said. Then call them, Lord King. Let the gods fight the gods. Gods aren't fools, boy, he growled. Why should they fight, when men can do their killing for them? He began walking again. I am old now, he told me, and in all my years I have never seen the gods. We believe in them, but do they care about us? He gave me a worried look. Do you believe in these treasures? I believe in Merlin's power, Lord King. But gods? Walking the earth? He thought about it for a while, then shook his head. And if your gods come, why should ours not come to protect us? Even you, Derfel, he spoke sarcastically, would find it hard to fight Thunor's hammer. He had led me out of the trees, and I saw that both his escort and our horses were gone. We can walk, Ael said, and I shall tell you all about Dumnonia. I know about Dumnonia, Lord King. Then you know, Derfel, that its king is a fool, and that its ruler does not want to be a king. Not even a, whatever it is you call him, a Kaiser? An emperor, I said. An emperor, he repeated, mocking the word with his pronunciation. He was leading me along a path beside the woods. No one else was in sight. To our left the ground fell away to the misted levels of the estuary, while to our north were the deep, dank woods. Your Christians are rebellious, Ael summed up his argument. Your king is a crippled fool, and your leader refuses to steal the throne from the fool. In time, Derfel, and sooner, rather than later, another man will want that throne. Lancelot nearly took it, and a better man than Lancelot will try soon enough. He paused, frowning. Why did Guinevere open her legs to him? He asked. Because Arthur wouldn't become king, I said bleakly. Then he is a fool, and next year he'll be a dead fool. Unless he accepts a proposal. What proposal, Lord King? I asked, stopping beneath a fiery red beech. He stopped and placed his hands on my shoulders. Tell Arthur to give the throne to you, Derfel. I stared into my father's eyes. For a heartbeat I thought he must be jesting, then saw he was as earnest as a man could be. Me? I asked, astonished. You, Ael said. And you swear loyalty to me. I shall want land from you, but you can tell Arthur to give the throne to you, and you can rule Dumnonia. My people will settle and farm the land, and you shall govern them, but as my client king. We shall make a federation, you and I, father and son. You rule Dumnonia, and I rule England. England? I asked, for the word was new to me. He took his hands from my shoulders and gestured about the countryside. Here, you call us Saxons, but you and I are Ingles. Cerdic is a Saxon, but you and I are the English, and our country is England. This is England. He said it proudly, looking about that damp hilltop. What of Cerdic? I asked him. You and I will kill Cerdic, he said frankly. Then plucked my elbow and began walking again, Only now he led me onto a track that led between the trees where pigs rooted for beech mast among the newly fallen leaves. "Tell Arthur what I suggest," Earl said. "Tell him he can have the throne rather than you, if that's what he wants. But whichever of you takes it, you take it in my name." "I shall tell him, Lord King," I said, though I knew Arthur would scorn the proposal. I think Ael knew that too, but his hatred of Cerdic had driven him to the suggestion. He knew that even if he and Cerdic did capture all southern Britain, there would still have to be another war to determine which of them should be the Bretwalde, which is their name for the High King. "Supposing," I said, "that Arthur and you attack Cerdic together next year instead." Ael shook his head. "Cerdic's spread too much gold amongst my chiefs. They won't fight him. Not while he offers them Dumnonia as a prize. But if Arthur gives Dumnonia to you, and you give it to me, then they won't need Cerdic's gold. You tell Arthur that." "I shall tell him, Lord King," I said again. But I still knew Arthur would never agree to the proposal, for it would mean breaking his oath to Uther, the oath that promised to make Mordred king, and that oath lay at the taproot of all Arthur's life. Indeed, I was so certain that he would not break the oath that despite my words to Ael, I doubted I would even mention the proposal to Arthur. Ael now led me into a wide clearing, where I saw that my horse was waiting, and with it an escort of mounted spearmen. In the centre of the clearing there was a great rough stone the height of a man, and though it was nothing like the trimmed sarcens of Dumnonia's ancient temples, nor like the flat boulders on which we acclaimed our kings, it was plain that it must be a sacred stone, for it stood all alone in the circle of grass, and none of the Saxon warriors ventured close to it, though one of their own sacred objects, a great bark-stripped tree trunk with a crudely carved face, had been planted in the soil nearby. Ael led me towards the great rock, but stopped short of it, and fished in a pouch that hung from his sword-belt. He brought out a small leather bag that he unlaced, then tipped something onto his palm. He held the object out to me, and I saw that it was a tiny golden ring, in which a small chipped agate was set. "I was going to give this to your mother," he told me, "but Uther captured her before I had the chance, and I've kept it ever since. Take it." I took the ring. It was a simple thing, country-made. It was not Roman work, for their jewels are exquisitely fashioned, nor was it Saxon-made, for they like their jewellery heavy. But the ring had probably been made by some poor Briton who had fallen to a Saxon blade. The square green stone was not even set straight, but still the tiny ring possessed an odd and fragile loveliness. "I never gave it to your mother," Ael said, "and if she's fat, then she can't wear it now. So give it to your Princess of Powys. I hear she is a good woman." "She is, Lord King." "Give it to her," Ael said, "and tell her that if our countries do come to war, then I shall spare the woman wearing that ring, her and all her family." "Thank you, Lord King," I said, and put the little ring in my pouch. "I have one last gift for you," he said, and put an arm on my shoulders and led me to the stone. I was feeling guilty that I had not brought him any gift. Indeed, in my fear of coming into Chogir, the thought had not even occurred to me. But Ael overlooked the omission. He stopped beside the boulder. "This stone once belonged to the Britons," he told me, "and was sacred to them. There is a hole in it, see? Come to the side, boy. Look." I walked to the side of the stone, and saw there was indeed a great black hole running into the heart of the stone. "I talked once with an old British slave," Ael said, "and he told me that by whispering into that hole, you can talk with the dead." "But you don't believe that?" I asked him, having heard the skepticism in his voice. We believe we can talk to Thuna, Woden, and Siaxnet through that hole, Ael said. But for you, maybe you can reach the dead devil. He smiled. We shall meet again, boy. I hope so, Lord King, I said. And then I remembered my mother's strange prophecy, that Ael would be killed by his son, and I tried to dismiss it as the ravings of a mad old woman. But the gods often choose such women as their mouthpieces, and I suddenly had nothing to say. Ael embraced me, crushing my face into the collar of his great fur cape. "Has your mother long to live?" he asked me. "No, Lord King." "Bury her," he said, "with her feet to the north. It is a way of our people." He gave me a last embrace. "You'll be taken safe home," he said, then stepped back. "To talk to the dead," he added gruffly, "you must walk 3 times around the stone, then kneel to the hole. Give my granddaughter a kiss from me." He smiled, pleased to have surprised me by revealing such an intimate knowledge of my life, and then he turned and walked away. The waiting escort watched as I walked thrice round the stone, then as I knelt and leaned to the hole. I suddenly wanted to weep, and my voice choked as I whispered my daughter's name. "Diane," I whispered into the stone's heart. "My dear Diane, wait for us, my darling, and we will come to you. Diane." My dead daughter, my lovely Diane, murdered by Lancelot's men. I told her we loved her. I sent her Ael's kiss. Then I leaned my forehead on the cold rock and thought of her little shadow body, all alone in the other world. Merlin, it is true, had told us that children play happily beneath the apples of Anwin in that death world. But I still wept as I imagined her suddenly hearing my voice. Did she look up? Was she, like me, crying? I rode away. It took me 3 days to reach Duncarrick, and there I gave Cynwyn the little golden ring. She had always liked simple things, and the ring suited her far better than some elaborate Roman jewel. She wore it on the small finger of her right hand, which was the only finger it fitted. "I doubt it will save my life, though," she said ruefully. "Why not?" I asked. She smiled, admiring the ring. "What Saxon will pause to look for a ring? Reap first and plunder after, isn't that the spearman's rule?" "You won't be here when the Saxons come," I said. "You must go back to Powys." She shook her head. "I shall stay. I can't always run to my brother when trouble comes." I let that argument rest until the time came, and instead sent messages to Durnovaria and Kirkadern to let Arthur know I had returned. 4 days later he came to Duncarrick, where I reported Ael's refusal to him. Arthur shrugged, as if he had expected nothing else. "It was worth a try," he said dismissively. I did not tell him of Ael's offer to me, for in his sour mood he would probably think I was tempted to accept, and he might never have trusted me again. Nor did I tell him that Lancelot had been at Thunrelslia, for I knew how he hated even the mention of that name. I did tell him about the priests from Gwent, and that news made him scowl. "I suppose I shall have to visit Murig," he said bleakly, staring at the tor. Then he turned to me. "Did you know," he asked me accusingly, "that Excalibur is one of the treasures of Britain?" "Yes, Lord," I admitted. Merlin had told me so long before, but he had sworn me to secrecy, for fear that Arthur might destroy the sword to demonstrate his lack of superstition. "Merlin has demanded its return," Arthur said. He had always known that demand might come, right from the distant day when Merlin had given the young Arthur the magical sword.
You will give it to him? I asked anxiously. He grimaced. If I don't, Derfel, will that stop Merlin's nonsense? If it is nonsense, Lord, I said. And I remembered that shimmering naked girl, and told myself she was a harbinger of wondrous things. Arthur unbuckled the belt with its cross-hatched scabbard. You take it to him, Derfel, he said grudgingly. You take it to him. He pushed the precious sword into my hands. But tell Merlin I want her back. I will, Lord, I promised. For if the gods did not come on Semain Eve, then Excalibur would have to be drawn and carried against the army of all the Saxons. But Semain Eve was very near now, and on that night of the dead, the gods would be summoned. The next day, I carried Excalibur south to make it happen. Maydun is a great hill that lies to the south of Dernovaria, and at one time it must have been the greatest fortress in all Britain. It has a wide, gently domed summit stretching east and west, around which the old people built 3 huge walls of steeply embanked turf. No one knows when it was built, or even how, and some believe that the gods themselves must have dug the ramparts, for that triple wall seems much too high, and its ditches far too deep for mere human work, though neither the height of the walls nor the depth of the ditches prevented the Romans from capturing the fortress and putting its garrison to the sword. Maydun has lain empty since that day, but for a small stone temple of Mithras that the victorious Romans built at the eastern end of the summit plateau. In summer the old fortress is a lovely place, where sheep graze the precipitous walls and butterflies flicker above the grass, wild thyme, and orchids. But in late autumn, when the nights close in early and the rains sweep across Dumnonia from the west, the summit can be a chill, bare height where the wind bites hard. The main track to the summit leads to the maze-like western gate, and the path was slippery with mud as I carried Excalibur to Merlin. A horde of common folk trudged with me. Some had great bundles of firewood on their backs, others were carrying skins of drinking water, while a few were goading oxen that dragged great tree trunks or pulled sledges heaped with trimmed branches. The oxen's flanks ran with blood as they struggled to haul their loads up the steep, treacherous path, to where, high above me on the outermost grass rampart, I could see spearmen standing guard. The presence of those spearmen confirmed what I had been told in Dernovaria, that Merlin had closed Maydun to all except those who came to work. 2 spearmen guarded the gate. Both were Irish Black-Shield warriors, hired from Oengus mac Hiram, and I wondered how much of Merlin's fortune was being spent on readying this desolate grass fort for the coming of the gods. The men recognized that I was not one of the folk working at Maydun, and came down the slope to meet me. "You have business here, Lord?" one of them asked respectively. I was not in armour, but I wore Howlbane, and her scabbard alone marked me as a man of rank. "I have business with Merlin," I said. The Black-Shield did not stand aside. "Many folk come here, Lord," he said, "and claim to have business with Merlin. But does Lord Merlin have business with them?" "Tell him," I said, "that Lord Derfel has brought him the last treasure." I tried to imbue the words with a due sense of ceremony, but they did not seem to impress the Black-Shields. The younger man climbed away with the message, while the older chatted to me. Like most of Oengus's spearmen, he seemed a cheerful rogue. The Black-Shields came from Demetia, a kingdom Oengus had made on Britain's west coast. But though they were invaders, Oengus's Irish spearmen were not hated like the Saxons. The Irish fought us, they stole from us, they enslaved us, and they took our land. But they spoke a language close to ours. Their gods were our gods, and when they were not fighting us, they mingled easily enough with the native Britons. Some, like Oengus himself, now seemed more British than Irish, For his native island, which had always taken pride in never having been invaded by the Romans, had now succumbed to the religion the Romans had brought. The Irish had adopted Christianity, though the lords across the sea, who were those Irish kings like Oengus who had taken land in Britain, still clung to their older gods. And next spring, I reflected, unless Merlin's rites brought those gods to our rescue, these Black-Shield spearmen would doubtless fight for Britain against the Saxons. It was young Prince Gawain who came from the summit to meet me. He strode down the track in his lime-washed war gear, though his splendour was spoilt when his feet shot out from under him on a muddy patch, and he bumped a few yards on his bottom. "Lord Derfel!" he called as he scrambled up again. "Lord Derfel! Come, welcome." He beamed a wide smile as I approached. "Is not this the most exciting thing?" he demanded. "I don't know yet, Lord Prince." "A triumph!" he enthused, carefully stepping around the muddy patch that had caused his downfall. "A great work. Let us pray it will not be in vain." "All Britain prays for that," I said, "except maybe the Christians." "In 3 days' time, Lord Derfel," he assured me, "there will be no more Christians in Britain, for all will have seen the true gods by then. So long," he added anxiously, "as it does not rain." He looked up at the dismal clouds and suddenly seemed close to tears. "Rain?" I asked. "Or maybe it is cloud that will deny us the gods. Rain or cloud, I'm not sure, and Merlin is impatient. He doesn't explain, but I think rain is the enemy. Or maybe it is cloud." He paused, still miserable. "Both, perhaps. I asked Nimue, but she doesn't like me." He sounded very woeful. "So I'm not sure. But I am beseeching the gods for clear skies, and of late it has been cloudy, very cloudy, and I suspect the Christians are praying for rain. Have you really brought Excalibur?" I unwrapped the cloth from the scabbarded sword and held the hilt towards him. For a moment he dared not touch it. Then he gingerly reached out and drew Excalibur from its scabbard. He stared reverently at the blade, then touched with his finger the chaste whorls and incised dragons that decorated the steel. "Made in the other world," he said in a voice full of wonder, "by Gorfanon himself." "More likely forged in Ireland," I said uncharitably, for there was something about Gawain's youth and credulity that was driving me to puncture his pious innocence. "No, Lord," he assured me earnestly. "It was made in the other world." He pushed Excalibur back into my hands. "Come, Lord," he said, trying to hurry me, but he only slipped in the mud again and flailed for balance. His white armour, so impressive at a distance, was shabby. Its lime-wash was mud-streaked and fading, but he possessed an indomitable self-confidence that prevented him from appearing ridiculous. His long golden hair was bound in a loose plait that hung down to the small of his back. As we negotiated the entrance passage that twisted between the high grass banks, I asked Gawain how he had met Merlin. "Oh, I've known Merlin all my life," the prince answered happily. "He came to my father's court, you see, though not so much of late, but when I was just a little boy he was always there. He was my teacher." "Your teacher?" I sounded surprised, and so I was, but Merlin was always secretive, and he had never mentioned Gawain to me. "Not my letters," Gawain said. "The women taught me those. No, Merlin taught me what my fate is to be." He smiled shyly. "He taught me to be pure." "To be pure?" I gave him a curious glance. "What, no women?" "None, Lord," he admitted innocently. "Merlin insists. Not now, anyway, though after, of course." His voice tailed away, and he actually blushed. "Oh, no wonder," I said, "that you pray for clear skies." "No, Lord, no," Gawain protested. "I pray for clear skies so that the gods will come, and when they do, they will bring Olwen the Silver with them." He blushed again. "Olwen the Silver? You saw her, Lord, at Lindinnis." His handsome face became almost ethereal.
She treads lighter than a breath of wind. Her skin shines in the dark, and flowers grow in her footsteps."
"And she is your fate?" I asked, suppressing a nasty little stab of jealousy at the thought of that shining, lissom spirit being given to young Gawain.
"I am to marry her when the task is done," he said earnestly, "though for now my duty is to guard the treasures. But in 3 days I shall welcome the gods and lead them against the enemy. I am to be the liberator of Britain."
He made this outrageous boast very calmly, as though it was a commonplace task. I said nothing, but just followed him past the deep ditch that lies between Maydun's middle and inner walls, and I saw that its trench was filled with small makeshift shelters, made from branches and thatch.
"In 2 days,"
Gawain saw where I was looking,
"we shall pull those shelters down and add them to the fires."
"Fires?"
"You'll see, Lord. You'll see."
Though at first, when I reached the summit, I could make no sense of what I saw. The crest of Maydun is an elongated grassy space, in which a whole tribe with all its livestock could shelter in time of war. But now the hill's western end was crossed and latticed with a complicated arrangement of dry hedges.
"There,"
Gawain said proudly, pointing to the hedges as if they were his own accomplishment. The folk carrying the firewood were being directed towards one of the nearer hedges, where they threw down their burdens and trudged off to collect still more timber. Then I saw that the hedges were really great ridges of wood, being heaped ready for burning. The heaps were taller than a man, and there seemed to be miles of them. But it was not until Gawain led me up onto the innermost rampart that I saw the design of the hedges. They filled all the western half of the plateau, and at their centre were 5 piles of firewood that made a circle in the middle of an empty space some 60 or 70 paces across. That wide space was surrounded by a spiralling hedge, which twisted 3 full turns, so that the whole spiral, including the centre, was over 150 paces wide. Outside the spiral was an empty circle of grass that was girdled by a ring of 6 double spirals, each uncoiling from one circular space and coiling again to enclose another, so that 12 fire-ringed spaces lay in the intricate outer ring. The double spirals touched each other, so that they would make a rampart of fire all about the massive design. 12 smaller circles, I asked Gawain. For 13 treasures?
"The Cauldron Lord will be at the centre," he said, his voice filled with awe.
It was a huge accomplishment. The hedges were tall, well above the height of a man, and all were dense with fuel. Indeed, there must have been enough firewood on that hilltop to keep the fires of Donovaria burning through 9 or 10 winters. The double spirals at the western end of the fortress were still being completed, and I could see men energetically stamping down the wood so that the fire would not blaze briefly, but would burn long and fierce. There were whole tree trunks waiting for the flames inside the banked timbers. It would be a fire, I thought, to signal the ending of the world. And, in a way, I supposed, that was exactly what the fire was intended to mark. It would be the end of the world as we knew it. For if Merlin was right, then the gods of Britain would come to this high place. The lesser gods would go to the smaller circles of the ring, while Bel would descend to the fiery heart of Maydun, where his cauldron waited. Great Bel, god of gods, the lord of Britain, would come in a great rush of air, with the stars roiling in his wake like autumn leaves tossed by a storm wind. And there, where the 5 individual fires mark the heart of Merlin's circles of flame, Bel would step again in Innis Prydain, the Isle of Britain. My skin suddenly felt cold. Till this moment I had not really understood the magnitude of Merlin's dream, and now it almost overwhelmed me. In 3 days, just 3 days, the gods would be here. "We have over 400 folk working on the fires," Gawain told me earnestly. "I can believe it."
"And we mark the spirals," he went on, "with fairy rope."
"With what?"
"A rope, Lord, knotted from the hair of a virgin and merely one strand in width. Nimue stood in the centre, and I paced about the perimeter, and my Lord Merlin marked my steps with elf-stones. The spirals had to be perfect. It took a week to do, for the rope kept breaking, and every time it did, we needed to begin again."
"Maybe it wasn't fairy rope after all, Lord Prince," I teased him.
"Oh, it was, Lord," Gawain assured me. "It was knotted from my own hair."
"And on Semaine Eve," I said, "you light the fires and wait."
3 hours on 3, Lord, the fires must burn, and at the 6th hour we begin the ceremony."
And sometime after that, the night would turn to day, the sky would fill with fire, and the smoky air would be lashed into turmoil by the gods' beating wings. Gawain had been leading me along the fort's northern wall, but now gestured down to where the small temple of Mithras stood, just to the east of the firewood rings.
"You can wait there, Lord," he said, "while I fetch Merlin."
"Is he far off?" I asked, thinking that Merlin might be in one of the temporary shelters thrown up on the plateau's eastern end.
"I'm not certain where he is," Gawain confessed, "but I know he went to fetch Anbar, and I think I know where that might be."
"Anbar?" I asked. I only knew Anbar from stories, where he was a magical horse, an unbroken stallion reputed to gallop as fast across water as he could across land.
"I will ride Anbar alongside the gods," Gawain said proudly, "and carry my banner against the enemy."
He pointed to the temple, where a huge flag leaned unceremoniously against the low-tiled roof.
"The banner of Britain,"
Gawain added, and he led me down to the temple, where he unfurled the standard. It was a vast square of white linen, on which was embroidered the defiant red dragon of Dumnonia. The beast was all claws, tail, and fire.
"It's really the banner of Dumnonia," Gawain confessed, "but I don't think the other British kings will mind, do you?"
"Well, not if you drive the Sace into the sea," I said.
"That is my task, Lord," Gawain said very solemnly. "With the help of the gods, of course, and of that."
He touched Excalibur, that was still under my arm. "Excalibur?" I sounded surprised, for I could not imagine any man other than Arthur carrying the magical blade.
"What else?" Gawain asked me. "I am to carry Excalibur, ride Anbar, and drive the enemy from Britain."
He smiled delightedly, then gestured at a bench beside the temple door.
"If you will wait, Lord, I shall seek Merlin."
The temple was guarded by 6 Black-Shield spearmen, but as I had come to the place in Gawain's company, they made no effort to stop me ducking under the doorway's low lintel. I was not exploring the little building from curiosity, but rather because Mithras was my chief god in those days. He was the soldier's god, the secret god. The Romans had brought his worship to Britain, and even though they had long gone, Mithras was still a favourite amongst warriors. This temple was tiny, merely 2 small rooms that were windowless, to imitate the cave of Mithras's birth. The outer room was filled with wooden boxes and wicker baskets, which, I suspected, contained the treasures of Britain, though I lifted none of the lids to look. Instead, I crawled through the inner door into the black sanctuary, and saw, glimmering there, the great silver-gold cauldron of Clythno Ethin. Beyond the cauldron, and only just visible in the small grey light that seeped through the 2 low doors, was the altar of Mithras. Either Merlin or Nimue, who both ridiculed Mithras, had placed a badger's skull on the altar to avert the god's attention. I swept the skull away, then knelt beside the cauldron and said a prayer. I begged Mithras to help our other gods, and I prayed he would come to Maidan and lend his terror to the slaughter of our enemies. I touched the hilt of Excalibur to his stone, and wondered when a bull had last been sacrificed in this place. I imagined the Roman soldiers forcing the bull to its knees, then shoving its rump and tugging its horns to cram it through the low doors, until once in the inner sanctuary it would stand and bellow with fear,
smelling nothing but the spearmen all about it in the dark. And there, in the terrifying dark, it would be hamstrung. It would bellow again, collapse, but still thrash its great horns at the worshippers. But they would overpower it and drain its blood, and the bull would slowly die, and the temple would fill with the stink of its dung and blood. Then the worshippers would drink the bull's blood in memory of Mithras, just as he had commanded us. The Christians, I was told, had a similar ceremony, but they claimed that nothing was killed in their rites, though few pagans believed it, for death is the due we owe to the gods in return for the life they give us. I stayed on my knees in the dark, a warrior of Mithras come to one of his forgotten temples, and there, as I prayed, I smelt the same sea smell that I remembered from Lindinis, the seaweed and salt tang that had touched our nostrils as Olwyn the Silver had stalked so slim and delicate and lovely down Lindinis's arcade. For a moment I thought a god was present, or maybe that Olwyn the Silver had come to Maidan herself. But nothing stirred. There was no vision, no glowing naked skin, just the thin sea salt smell and the soft whisper of the wind outside the temple. I turned back through the inner door, and there, in the outer room, the smell of the sea was stronger. I tugged open box lids and lifted sacking covers from the wicker baskets, and I thought I had found the source of the sea smell when I discovered that 2 of the baskets were filled with salt that had become heavy and clotted in the damp autumn air. But the sea smell did not come from the salt, but from a 3rd basket that was crammed with wet bladderwrack. I touched the seaweed, then licked my finger and tasted salt water. A great clay pot was stoppered next to the basket, and, when I lifted the lid, I found the pot was filled with seawater, presumably to keep the bladderwrack moist, and so I dug into the basket of seaweed and found, just beneath the surface, a layer of shellfish. The fish had long, narrow, elegant, double-sided shells, and looked something like mussels, only these were a little larger than mussels, and their shells were a greyish-white instead of black. I lifted one, smelt it, and supposed that it was merely some delicacy that Merlin liked to eat. The shellfish, perhaps resenting my touch, cracked open its shell and pissed a squirt of liquid onto my hand. I put it back into the basket and covered the layer of living shellfish with the seaweed. I was just turning to the outer door, planning to wait outside, when I noticed my hand. I stared at it for several heartbeats, thinking that my eyes deceived me. But in the one light by the outer door, I could not be certain, so I ducked back through the inner door to where the great cauldron waited by the altar, and there, in the darkest part of Mithras's temple, I held my right hand before my face, and saw that it was glowing. I stared. I did not really want to believe in what I saw, but my hand did glow. It was not luminous, not an inner light, but a wash of unmistakable brightness on my palm. I drew a finger through the wet patch left by the shellfish, and so made a dark streak through the shimmering surface. So, Olwyn the Silver had been no nymph, no messenger from the gods after all, but a human girl smeared with the juices of shellfish. The magic was not of the gods, but of Merlin, and all my hopes seemed to die in that dark chamber. I wiped my hand on my cloak and went back to the daylight. I sat down on the bench by the temple door and gazed at the inner rampart, where a group of small children tumbled and slid in boisterous play. The despair that had haunted me on my journey into Chogir returned. I so wanted to believe in the gods, yet was so filled with doubt. What did it matter, I asked myself, that the girl was human, and that her inhuman luminous shimmer was a trick of Merlin's? That did not negate the treasures, but whenever I had thought about the treasures, and whenever I had been tempted to doubt their efficacy,
I had reassured myself with the memory of that shining naked girl. And now, it seemed, she was no harbinger of the gods at all, but merely one of Merlin's illusions.
"Lord?"
A girl's voice disturbed my thoughts.
"Lord?"
she asked again, and I looked up to see a plump, dark-haired young woman smiling nervously at me. She was dressed in a simple robe and cloak, had a ribbon round her short dark curls, and was holding the hand of a small, red-haired boy.
"You don't remember me, Lord?"
she asked, disappointed. "Quilog," I said, recalling her name. She had been one of our servants at Lindinis, where she had been seduced by Mordred. I stood. "How are you?" I asked.
"Good as can be, Lord,"
she said, pleased that I had remembered her.
"And this is little Marduk. Takes after his father, doesn't he?"
I looked at the boy. He was perhaps 6 or 7 years old, and was sturdy, round-faced, and had stiff, bristling hair, just like his father, Mordred.
"But not in himself. He don't take after his father,"
Quilog said.
"He's a good little boy, he is. Good as gold, Lord. Never been a minute's trouble, not really, have you, my darling?"
She stooped and gave Marduk a kiss. The boy was embarrassed by the show of affection, but grinned anyway.
"How's the Lady Cainwyn?"
Quilog asked me. "Very well. She'll be pleased we met."
"Always kind to me, she was,"
Quilog said.
"I would have gone to your new home, Lord, only I met a man. Married now, I am."
"Who is he?"
"Idfale ap Merrick, Lord. He serves Lord Lanville now."
Lanville commanded the guard that kept Mordred in his gilded prison. "We thought you left our household," I confessed to Quilog, "because Mordred gave you money."
"Him? Give me money?"
Quilog laughed.
"I'll live to see the stars fall before that happens, Lord." "Oh, he was a fool back then,"
Quilog confessed to me cheerfully.
"Of course, I didn't know what kind of a man Mordred was, and he weren't really a man, not then, and I suppose I had my head turned, him being the king. But I wasn't the first girl, was I? And I dare say I won't be the last. But it all turned out for the best. My Idfale's a good man, and he don't mind young Marduk being a cuckoo in his nest." "Well, that's what you are, my lovely," she said. "A cuckoo."
Then she stooped and cuddled Marduk, who squirmed in her arms and then burst out laughing when she tickled him. "What are you doing here?" I asked her.
"Lord Merlin asked us to come,"
Quilog said proudly.
"He's taken a liking to young Marduk, he has. He spoils him. Always feeding him, he is. And you'll get fat. Yes, you will. You'll be fat like a pig."
And she tickled the boy again, who laughed, struggled, and at last broke free. He did not run far, but stood a few feet away, from where he watched me with his thumb in his mouth. "Merlin asked you to come?" I asked.
"Needed a cook, Lord. That's what he said, and I dare say I'm as good a cook as the next woman. And with the money he offered, well, Idfale said I had to come. Not that Lord Merlin eats much. He likes his cheese, he does, but that doesn't need a cook, does it?"
"Does he eat shellfish?"
"He likes his cockles, but we don't get many of those. No, it's mostly cheese he eats, cheese and eggs. He's not like you, Lord. You were a great one for meat, I remember."
"I still am," I said.
"They were good days," Quilog said. "Little Marduk here is the same age as your Diane. I often thought they'd make good playmates. How is she?"
"She's dead, Quilog," I said. Her face dropped.
"Oh, no, Lord. Say that isn't true."
"She was killed by Lancelot's men." She spat onto the grass.
"Wicked men. All of them. I am sorry, Lord."
"But she's happy in the other world," I assured her. "And one day we'll all join her there."
"You will, Lord. You will. But the others?"
"Morwenna and Seren are fine."
"That's good, Lord."
She smiled.
"Will you be staying here for the summons?"
The summons? That was the first time I had heard it called that. "No," I said. "I haven't been asked. I thought I'd probably watch from Donovaria."
"It'll be something to see," she said.
Then she smiled and thanked me for talking to her, and afterwards she pretended to chase Marduk, who ran away from her, squealing with delight. I sat,
pleased to have met her again, and then wondered what games Merlin was playing. Why had he wanted to find Quilog? And why hire a cook when he had never before employed someone to prepare his meals? A sudden commotion beyond the ramparts broke my thoughts and scattered the playing children. I stood up just as two men appeared, dragging on a rope. Gawain hurried into sight an instant later, and then, at the rope's end, I saw a great, fierce, black stallion. The horse was trying to pull free, and very nearly dragged the two men back off the wall, but they snatched at the halter and were hauling the terrified beast forward when the horse suddenly bolted down the steep inner wall and pulled the men behind him. Gawain shouted at them to take care, then half slid and half ran after the great beast. Merlin, apparently unconcerned by the small drama, followed with Nimue. He watched as the horse was led to one of the eastern shelters. Then he and Nimue came down to the temple.
"Ah, Derfel,"
he greeted me carelessly.
"you look very glum. Is it toothache?"
"I brought you Excalibur," I said stiffly.
"I can see that with my own eyes. I'm not blind, you know. A little deaf at times, and the bladder is feeble, but what can one expect at my age?"
He took Excalibur from me, drew its blade a few inches from the scabbard, then kissed the steel.
"The sword of Rithak,"
he said in awe. And for a second his face bore an oddly ecstatic look. Then he abruptly slammed the sword home and let Nimue take it from him.
"So you went to your father," Merlin said to me. "Did you like him?"
"Yes, Lord."
"You always were an absurdly emotional fellow, Derfel," Merlin said,
then glanced at Nimue, who had drawn Excalibur free of its sheath and was holding the naked blade tight against her thin body. For some reason Merlin seemed upset at this, and he plucked the scabbard away from her and then tried to take the sword back. She would not let it go, and Merlin, after struggling with her for a few heartbeats, abandoned the attempt.
"I hear you spared Leofa,"
he said, turning back to me.
"That was a mistake. A very dangerous beast Leofa is."
"How do you know that I spared him?" Merlin gave me a reproachful look.
"Maybe I was an owl in the rafters of Ael's hall, Derfel. Or perhaps I was a mouse in his floor rushes."
He lunged at Nimue, and this time he did succeed in wresting the sword from her grip.
"Mustn't deplete the magic,"
he muttered, sliding the blade clumsily back into its scabbard.
"Arthur did not mind yielding the sword?"
he asked me. "Why should he, Lord?"
"Because Arthur is dangerously close to skepticism,"
Merlin said, stooping to push Excalibur into the temple's low doorway.
"He believes we can manage without the gods."
"Then it's a pity," I said sarcastically, "that he never saw Olwyn the Silver glowing in the dark." Nimue hissed at me. Merlin paused, then slowly turned and straightened from the doorway to give me a sour look.
"Why, Derfel? Is that a pity?"
he asked in a dangerous voice. "Because if he had seen her lord, then surely he would believe in the gods. So long, of course, as he didn't discover your shellfish."
"So that's it,"
he said.
"You've been questing about, haven't you? You've been shoving your fat Saxon nose where it oughtn't to be shoved, and you found my piddocks."
"Piddocks?"
"The shellfish, fool. They're called piddocks. At least the vulgar call them that."
"And they glow?" I asked.
"Their juices do have a luminous quality,"
Merlin admitted airily. I could see he was annoyed at my discovery, but he was doing his best not to show any irritation.
"Pliny mentions the phenomenon, but then he mentions so much that it's very hard to know quite what to believe. Most of his notions are arrant nonsense, of course. All that rubbish about druids cutting mistletoe on the 6th day of a new moon. Yeah, I'd never do that. Never. The 5th day, yes, and sometimes the 7th, but the 6th, never. And he also recommends, as I recall, wrapping a woman's breast band about the skull to cure an aching head. But the remedy doesn't work. How could it? The magic is in the breasts, not in the band, so it is clearly far more efficacious to bury the aching head in the breasts themselves. Remedies never failed me, that's for sure. Have you read Pliny, Derfel?"
"No, Lord."
Oh, that's right, I never taught you Latin. Remiss of me. Well, he does discuss the Piddock, and he noted that the hands and mouths of those who ate the creature glowed afterwards, and I confess I was intrigued. Who would not be? I was reluctant to explore the phenomenon further, for I have wasted a great deal of my time on Pliny's more credulous notions, but that one turned out to be accurate. Do you remember Caddock, the boatman who rescued us from Innistribes? He is now my Piddock hunter. The creatures live in holes in the rocks, which is inconvenient of them, but I pay Caddock well, and he assiduously winkles them out, as a proper Piddock hunter should. You look disappointed, Derfel.
I thought, Lord, I began, then faltered, knowing I was about to be mocked.
Oh, you thought the girl came from the heavens.
Merlin finished the sentence for me, then hooted with derision.
Did you hear that, Nimue? Our great warrior, Derfel Cadern, believed our little Olwyn was an apparition.
He drew out the last word, giving it a portentous tone.
He was supposed to believe that,
Nimue said dryly.
I suppose he was, come to think of it, Merlin admitted. It's a good trick, isn't it, Derfel?
But just a trick, Lord, I said, unable to hide my disappointment. Merlin sighed.
You are absurd, Derfel. Entirely absurd. The existence of tricks does not imply the absence of magic. But magic is not always granted to us by the gods. Do you understand nothing?
This last question was asked angrily. I know I was deceived, Lord.
Deceived? Deceived? Don't be so pathetic. You're worse than Gawain. A druid in his second day of training could deceive you. Our job is not to satisfy your infantile curiosity, but to do the work of the gods. And those gods, Derfel, have gone far from us. They have gone far. They're vanishing, melting into the dark, gone into the abyss of Anun. They have to be summoned. And to summon them I needed labourers, and to attract labourers I needed to offer a little hope. Do you think Nimue and I could build the fires all on our own? We needed people, hundreds of people, and smearing a girl with Piddock juice brought them to us. But all you can do is bleat about being deceived. Who cares what you think? Why don't you go and chew a Piddock? Maybe that will enlighten you.
He kicked at Excalibur's hilt, which still protruded from the temple.
I suppose that fool Gawain showed you everything?
He showed me the rings of fire, Lord.
And now you want to know what they're for, I suppose.
Oh, yes, Lord.
Anyone of average intelligence could work it out for himself, Merlin said grandly. The gods are far away. That's obvious. Or otherwise they would not be ignoring us. But many years ago they gave us the means of summoning them. The treasures. The gods are now so far gone into Anun's chasm that the treasures by themselves do not work. So we have to attract the gods' attention. And how do we do that? Simple. We send a signal into the abyss, and that signal is simply a great pattern of fire. And in the pattern we place the treasures. And then we do one or two other things, which don't really matter very much, and after that I can die in peace, instead of having to explain the most elementary matters to absurdly credulous half-wits. And no, he said, before I had even spoken, let alone asked a question, you cannot be up here on Semaine Eve. I want only those I can trust. And if you come here again, I shall order the guards to use your belly for spear practice.
Why not just surround the hill with a ghost fence? I asked. A ghost fence was a line of skulls, charmed by a druid, across which no one would dare trespass. Merlin stared at me as though my wits were gone.
A ghost fence? On Semaine Eve? It is the one night of the year, half-wit, on which ghost fences do not work. Do I have to explain everything to you? A ghost fence, fool, works because it harnesses the souls of the dead to frighten the living. But on Semaine Eve, the souls of the dead are freed to wander, and so cannot be harnessed. On Semaine Eve, a ghost fence is about as much use to the world as your wits.
I took his reproof calmly. I just hope you don't get clouds, I said instead, trying to placate him.
Clouds?
Merlin challenged me.
Why should clouds worry me? Oh, I see. That dim-wit Gawain talked to you, and he gets everything wrong. If it is cloudy, Derfel, the gods will still see our signal because their sight, unlike ours, is not constrained by clouds. But if it is too cloudy, then it is likely to rain.
He made his voice into that of a man explaining something very simple to a small child.
And heavy rain will put out all the big fires. There. That was really difficult for you to work out for yourself, wasn't it?
He glared angrily at me, then turned away to stare at the rings of firewood. He leaned on his black staff, brooding at the huge thing he had done on May Dunn's summit. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly shrugged.
"Have you ever thought," he asked, "what might have happened if the Christians had succeeded in putting Lancelot on the throne?"
His anger had gone, to be replaced by a melancholy. "No, Lord," I said.
"Their year 500 would have come, and they would all have been waiting for that absurd nailed god of theirs to come in glory."
Merlin had been gazing at the rings as he spoke, but now he turned to look at me.
"What if he had never come?" he asked in puzzlement. "Suppose the Christians were all ready, all in their best cloaks, all washed and scrubbed and praying, and then nothing happened."
"Then in the year 501, I said, there would be no Christians." Merlin shook his head.
"I doubt that. It's the business of priests to explain the inexplicable. Men like Sansom would have invented a reason, and people would believe them, because they want to believe so very badly. Folk don't give up hope because of disappointment, Derfel. They just redouble their hope. What fools we all are."
"So you're frightened," I said, feeling a sudden stab of pity for him, "that nothing will happen at Semaine?"
"Of course I'm frightened, you half-wit." "Nimue isn't."
He glanced at Nimue, who was watching us both with a sullen look.
"You're full of certainty, my little one, aren't you?" Merlin mocked her. "But as for me, Derfel, I wish this had never been necessary. We don't even know what's supposed to happen when we light the fires. Maybe the gods will come, but perhaps they'll bide their time."
He gave me a fierce look.
"If nothing happens, Derfel, that doesn't mean that nothing happened. Do you understand that?"
"I think so, Lord."
"I doubt you do. I don't even know why I bother wasting explanations on you. Might as well lecture an ox on the finer points of rhetoric. Absurd man that you are. You can go now. You've delivered Excalibur."
"Arthur wants it back," I said, remembering to deliver Arthur's message.
"I'm sure he does. And maybe he will get it back when Gawain's finished with it. Or maybe not. What does it matter? Stop worrying me with trifles, Derfel, and goodbye."
He stalked off, angry again, but stopped after a few paces to turn and summon Nimue.
"Come, girl." "I shall make sure Derfel leaves," Nimue said.
And with those words she took my elbow and steered me towards the inner rampart.
"Nimue!"
Merlin shouted. She ignored him, dragging me up the grass slope to where the path led along the rampart. I stared at the complex rings of firewood. "It's a lot of work you've done," I said lamely.
"And all wasted if we don't perform the proper rituals,"
Nimue said waspishly. Merlin had been angry with me, but his anger was mostly feigned, and it had come and gone like lightning. But Nimue's rage was deep and forceful, and had drawn her white, wedge-shaped face tight. She had never been beautiful, and the loss of her eye had given her face a dreadful cast. But there was a savagery and intelligence in her looks that made her memorable, and now, on that high rampart in the west wind, she seemed more formidable than ever. "Is there some danger," I asked, "that the ritual will not be done properly?"
"Merlin's like you," she said angrily, ignoring my question. "He's emotional."
"Nonsense," I said.
"And what do you know, Derfel?" she snapped. "Do you have to endure his bluster? Do you have to argue with him? Do you have to reassure him? Do you have to watch him making the greatest mistake of all history?"
She spat these questions at me.
"Do you have to watch him waste all this effort?"
She waved a thin hand at the fires.
"You are a fool," she added bitterly. If Merlin farts, you think it's wisdom speaking? He's an old man, Derfel, and he's not long to live, and he's losing his power. And power, Derfel, comes from inside.
She beat her hand between her small breasts. She had stopped on the rampart's top and turned to face me. I was a strapping soldier, she a tiny slip of a woman, yet she overpowered me. She always did. In Nimue there ran a passion so deep and dark and strong that almost nothing could withstand it. "Why do Merlin's emotions threaten the ritual?" I asked.
"They just do,"
Nimue said, and turned and walked on. "Tell me," I demanded.
"Never,"
she snapped.
"You're a fool."
I walked behind her. "Who is Olwyn the Silver?" I asked her.
"A slave girl we purchased in Demetia. She was captured from Powys, and she cost us over 6 gold pieces because she's so pretty."
"She is," I said, remembering her delicate step through Lindinis's hushed night.
"Merlin thinks so too," Nimue said scornfully. "He quivers at the sight of her. But he's much too old these days. And besides, we have to pretend she's a virgin for Gawain's sake. And he believes us. But that fool would believe anything. He's an idiot."
"And he'll marry Olwyn when this is all over?" Nimue laughed.
"That's what we promised the fool. Though once he discovers she's slave-born and not a spirit, he might change his mind. So maybe we'll sell her on. Would you like to buy her?"
She gave me a sly look. "No."
"Still faithful to Kynwyn?" she said mockingly. "How is she?"
"She's well," I said.
"And is she coming to Durnovaria to watch the summons?"
"No," I said. Nimue turned to give me a suspicious look.
"But you will?"
"I'll watch, yes."
"And Gwydra?"
she asked.
"Will you bring him?"
"He wants to come, yes, but I shall ask his father's permission first."
"Tell Arthur he should let him come. Every child in Britain should witness the coming of the gods. It will be a sight never to be forgotten, Derfel."
"So it will happen?" I asked, "despite Merlin's faults?"
"It will happen,"
Nimue said vengefully.
"Despite Merlin. It will happen because I will make it happen. I'll give that old fool what he wants, whether he likes it or not."
She stopped, turned, and seized my left hand to stare with her one eye at the scar on its palm. That scar bound me by oath to do her bidding, and I sensed she was about to make some demand of me, but then some impulse of caution stopped her. She took a breath, stared at me, then let my scarred hand drop.
"You can find your own way now,"
she said in a bitter tone, then walked away. I went down the hill. The folk still trudged to Maydun's summit with their loads of firewood. For 9 hours, Gawain had said, the fires must burn. 9 hours to fill a sky with flame and bring the gods to earth. Or maybe, if the rites were done wrong, the fires would bring nothing. And in 3 nights, we would discover which it would be. Kynwyn would have liked to come to Durnovaria to witness the summoning of the gods, but Semain Eve is the night when the dead walk the earth, and she wanted to be certain that we left gifts for Dian, and she thought the place to leave those gifts was where Dian had died, and so she took our 2 living daughters to the ruins of Ermid's Hall, and there, among the hall's ashes, she placed a jug of diluted mead, some buttered bread, and a handful of the honey-covered nuts Dian had always loved so much. Dian's sisters put some walnuts and hard-boiled eggs in the ashes. Then they all sheltered in a nearby forester's hut, guarded by my spearmen. They did not see Dian, for on Semain Eve the dead never show themselves. But to ignore their presence is to invite misfortune. In the morning, Kynwyn told me later, the food was all gone, and the jug was empty. I was in Durnovaria, where Issa joined me with Gwydra. Arthur had given his son permission to watch the summoning, and Gwydra was excited. He was 11 years old that year, full of joy and life and curiosity. He had his father's lean build, but he had taken his good looks from Guinevere, for he had her long nose and bold eyes. There was mischief in him, but no evil, and both Kynwyn and I would have been glad if his father's prophecy came true and he married our Morwenna. That decision would not be taken for another 2 or 3 years, and until then Gwyddra would live with us. He wanted to be on the summit of May Dun, and was disappointed when I explained that no one was permitted to be there other than those who would perform the ceremonies. Even the folk who had built the great fires were sent away during the day. They, like the hundreds of other curious folk who had come from all over Britain, would watch the summons from the fields beneath the ancient fort. Arthur arrived on the morning of Semaine Eve, and I saw the joy with which he greeted Gwyddra. The boy was his one source of happiness in those dark days. Arthur's cousin, Killoch, arrived from Dunham with a half-dozen spearmen.
"Arthur told me I shouldn't come," he told me with a grin, "but I wouldn't miss this."
Killoch limped to greet Galahad, who had spent the last months with Sagramore, guarding the frontier against Ael's Saxons. And while Sagramore had obeyed Arthur's orders to stay at his post, he had asked Galahad to go to Durnovaria to carry news of the night's events back to his forces. The high expectations worried Arthur, who feared his followers would feel a terrible disappointment if nothing happened. The expectations only increased, for that afternoon King Keenaglas of Powys rode into the town, and brought with him a dozen men, including his son Perthel, who was now a self-conscious youth trying to grow his first moustaches. Keenaglas embraced me. He was Kynwyn's brother, and a more decent, honest man never lived. He had called on Murig of Gwent on his journey south, and now confirmed that monarch's reluctance to fight the Saxons. "He believes his God will protect him," Keenaglas said grimly. "So do we," I said, gesturing out of Durnovaria's palace window to the lower slopes of May Dun, that were thick with people hoping to be close to whatever the momentous night might bring. Many of the folk had tried to climb to the top of the hill, but Merlin's Black Shield spearmen were keeping them all at a distance. In the field just to the north of the fortress, a brave group of Christians prayed noisily that their god would send rain to defeat the heathen rites, but they were chased away by an angry crowd. One Christian woman was beaten insensible, and Arthur sent his own soldiers to keep the peace. "So what happens tonight?" Keenaglas asked me. "Maybe nothing, Lord King."
"I've come this far to see nothing,"
Killoch grumbled. He was a squat, bellicose, foul-mouthed man, whom I counted among my closest friends. He had limped ever since a Saxon blade had scored deep into his leg in the battle against Ael's Saxons outside London, but he made no fuss about the thickly scarred wound, and claimed he was still as formidable a spearman as ever.
"And what are you doing here?" he challenged Galahad. "I thought you were a Christian."
"I am."
"So you're praying for rain, are you?"
Killoch accused him. It was raining even as we spoke, though it was nothing more than a light drizzle that spat from the west. Some men believed fair weather would follow the drizzle, but inevitably there were pessimists who forecast a deluge. "If it does pour with rain tonight," Galahad needled Killoch, "will you admit my god is greater than yours?"
"I'll slit your throat,"
Killoch growled, who would do no such thing, for he, like me, had been a friend of Galahad for many years. Keenaglas went to talk with Arthur. Killoch disappeared to discover whether a red-haired girl still plied for trade in a tavern by Durnovaria's north gate, while Galahad and I walked with young Gwyddra into the town. The atmosphere was merry. Indeed, it was as if a great autumn fair had filled Durnovaria's streets and spilt onto the surrounding meadows. Merchants had set up stalls. The taverns were doing a brisk business. Jugglers dazzled the crowds with their skills, and a score of bards chanted songs. A performing bear lumbered up and down Durnovaria's hill beneath Bishop Emrys's house, becoming ever more dangerous as folk fed it bowls of mead. I glimpsed Bishop Sansom peering through a window at the great beast, but when he saw me, he jerked back inside and pulled the wooden shutter closed. "How long will he stay a prisoner?" Galahad asked me.
"Till Arthur forgives him," I said. "Which he will, for Arthur always forgives his enemies."
"How very Christian of him."
"How very stupid of him,"
I said, making sure that Gwyddra was not in earshot. He had gone to look at the bear.
But I can't see Arthur forgiving your half-brother, I went on. I saw him a few days ago.
Lancelot? Galahad asked, sounding surprised. Where?
With Cerdic.
Galahad made the sign of the cross, oblivious to the scowls it attracted. In Durnovaria, as in most towns in Dumnonia, the majority of folk were Christian, but today the streets were thronged with pagans from the countryside, and many were eager to pick fights with their Christian enemies. "You think Lancelot will fight for Cerdic?" Galahad asked me.
"Does he ever fight?" I responded caustically.
"He can."
"Then if he fights at all," I said, "it will be for Cerdic."
"Then I pray I am given the chance to kill him," Galahad said, and again crossed himself.
"If Merlin's scheme works," I said, "there won't be a war. Just a slaughter led by the gods."
Galahad smiled. "Be honest with me, Derfel. Will it work?"
"That's what we're here to see," I said evasively.
And it struck me suddenly that there must be a score of Saxon spies in the town who would have come to see the same thing. Those men would probably be followers of Lancelot, Britons who could mingle unnoticed in the expectant throng that swelled all day. If Merlin failed, I thought, then the Saxons would take heart, and the spring battles would be all the harder. The rain began to fall more steadily. Then I called Gwyddra, and the three of us ran back to the palace. Gwyddra begged his father for permission to watch the summoning from the fields close under Maydun's ramparts, but Arthur shook his head.
"If it rains like this," Arthur told him, "then nothing will happen anyway. You'll just catch cold. And then—"
He stopped abruptly. "And then your mother will be angry with me," he was about to say.
"Then you'll pass the cold to Morwenna and Seren," I said. "And I'll catch it from them, and I'll give it to your father, and then the whole army will be sneezing when the Saxons come."
Gwyddra thought about that for a second, decided it was nonsense, and tugged his father's hand.
"Please," he said.
"You can watch from the upper hall with the rest of us," Arthur insisted.
"Then can I go back and watch the bear, Father? It's getting drunk, and they're going to put dogs on it. I'll stand under a porch to keep dry, I promise. Please, Father."
Arthur let him go, and I sent Issa to guard him. Then Galahad and I climbed to the palace's upper hall. A year before, when Guinevere had still sometimes visited this palace, it had been elegant and clean. But now it was neglected, dusty, and forlorn. It was a Roman building, and Guinevere had tried to restore it to its ancient splendour, but it had been plundered by Lancelot's forces in the rebellion, and nothing had been done to repair the damage. Keenaglass's men had made a fire on the hall's floor, and the heat of the logs was buckling the small tiles. Keenaglass himself was standing at the wide window, from where he was staring gloomily across Durnovaria's thatch and tile towards the slopes of Maydun, that were almost hidden by veils of rain.
"It is going to let up, isn't it?"
he appealed to us as we entered.
"It'll probably get worse," Galahad said.
And, just at that moment, a rumble of thunder sounded to the north, and the rain perceptibly hardened, until it was bouncing 4 or 5 inches from the rooftops. The firewood on Maydun's summit would be getting a soaking, but so far only the outer layers would be drenched, while the timber deep in the heart of the fires would still be dry. Indeed, that inner timber would stay dry through an hour or more of this heavy rain, and dry timber at the heart of a fire will soon burn the damp from the outer layers. But if the rain persisted into the night, then the fires would never blaze properly.
"At least the rain will sober up the drunks," Galahad observed.
Bishop Emrys appeared in the hall door, the black skirts of his priest's robe drenched and muddy. He gave Keenaglass's fearsome pagan spearmen a worried glance, then hurried over to join us at the window.
"Is Arthur here?" he asked me.
"He's somewhere in the palace," I said, then introduced Emrys to King Keenaglass, and added that the bishop was one of our good Christians.
"I trust we are all good, Lord Derfel,"
Emrys said, bowing to the king. "To my mind," I said, "the good Christians are the ones who did not rebel against Arthur."
"Was it a rebellion?" Emrys asked. "I think it was a madness, Lord Derfel. brought on by pious hope, and I dare say that what Merlin is doing this day is exactly the same thing. I suspect he will be disappointed, just as many of my poor folk were disappointed last year. But in tonight's disappointment, what might happen? That's why I'm here."
"What will happen?" Keenaglass asked.
Emrys shrugged. "If Merlin's gods fail to appear, Lord King, then who will be blamed? The Christians. And who will be slaughtered by the mob? The Christians."
Emrys made the sign of the cross.
"I want Arthur's promise to protect us."
"I'm sure he'll give it gladly," Galahad said.
"For you, Bishop," I added,
"he will."
Emrys had stayed loyal to Arthur, and he was a good man, even if he was as cautious in his advice as he was ponderous in his old body. Like me, the bishop was a member of the Royal Council, the body that ostensibly advised Mordred, though now that our king was a prisoner in Lindinnis, the council rarely met. Arthur saw the councillors privately, then made his own decisions. But the only decisions that really needed to be made were those that prepared Dumnonia for the Saxon invasion, and all of us were content to let Arthur carry that burden. A fork of lightning slithered between the grey clouds, and a moment later a crack of thunder sounded so loud that we all involuntarily ducked. The rain, already hard, suddenly intensified, beating furiously on the roofs and churning streamlets of muddy water down Donavaria's streets and alleys. Puddles spread on the hall floor.
"Maybe," Keenaglass observed dourly, "the gods don't want to be summoned."
"Merlin says they are far off," I said, "so this rain isn't their doing." "Which is proof, surely, that a greater god is behind the rain," Emrys argued.
"At your request?" Keenaglass inquired acidly.
"I did not pray for rain, Lord King," Emrys said. "Indeed, if it will please you, I shall pray for the rain to cease." And with that, he closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, and raised his head in prayer. The solemnity of the moment was somewhat spoilt by a drop of rainwater that came through the roof tiles to fall straight onto his tonsured forehead. But he finished his prayer and made the sign of the cross. And, miraculously, just as Emrys's pudgy hand formed the sign of the cross on his dirty gown, the rain began to relent. A few flurries still came hard on the west wind, but the drumming on the roof ceased abruptly, and the air between our high window and May Dunn's crest began to clear. The hill still looked dark under the grey clouds, and there was nothing to be seen on the old fortress except for a handful of spearmen guarding the ramparts, and below them a few pilgrims who had lodged themselves as high as they dared on the hill's slopes. Emrys was not certain whether to be pleased or downcast at the efficacy of his prayer, but the rest of us were impressed, especially as a rift opened in the western clouds and a watery shaft of sunlight slanted down to turn the slopes of May Dun green. Slaves brought us warmed mead and cold venison, but I had no appetite. Instead, I watched as the afternoon sank into evening and as the clouds grew ragged. The sky was clearing, and the west was becoming a great furnace blaze of red above distant Lyonesse. The sun was sinking on Semaine Eve, and all across Britain, and even in Christian Ireland, folk were leaving food and drink for the dead, who would cross the gulf of noon on the Bridge of Swords. This was the night when the ghostly procession of shadow bodies came to visit the earth, where they had breathed and loved and died. Many had died on May Dun, and tonight that hill would be thick with their wraiths. Then, inevitably, I thought of Deanne's little shadow body, wandering among the ruins of Ermid's Hall. Arthur came to the hall, and I thought how different he looked without Excalibur hanging in its cross-hatched scabbard. He grunted when he saw the rain had stopped, then listened to Bishop Emrys's plea. "I'll have my spearmen in the streets," he assured the bishop, "and so long as your folks don't taunt the pagans, they'll be safe." He took a horn of mead from a slave, then turned back to the bishop. "I wanted to see you anyway," he said, and told the bishop his worries about King Murig of Gwent. "If Gwent won't fight," Arthur warned Emrys, then the Saxons will outnumber us. Emrys blanched. Gwent won't let Dumnonia fall, surely. Gwent has been bribed, Bishop, I told him, and described how Ael had allowed Muirig's missionaries into his territory. So long as Muirig thinks there's a chance of converting the Sace, I said, he won't lift a sword against them. I must rejoice at the thought of evangelizing the Saxons, Emrys said piously. Don't, I warned him. Once those priests have served Ael's purpose, he'll cut their throats. And afterwards cut ours, Keenaglass added grimly. He and Arthur had decided to make a joint visit to the King of Gwent, and Arthur now urged Emrys to join them. He'll listen to you, Bishop, Arthur said, and if you can convince him that Dumnonia's Christians are more threatened by the Saxons than they are by me, then he might change his mind. I shall come gladly, Emrys said, very gladly. And at the very least, Keenaglass said grimly, young Muirig will need to be persuaded to let my army cross his territory. Arthur looked alarmed. He might refuse. So my informants say, Keenaglass said, then shrugged. But if the Saxons do come, Arthur, I shall cross his territory whether he gives permission or not. Then there'll be war between Gwent and Powys, Arthur noted sourly, and that will help only the Sace. He shuddered. Why did Tudric ever give up the throne? Tudric was Muirig's father, and though Tudric had been a Christian, he had always led his men against the Saxons at Arthur's side. The last red light in the west faded. For a few moments the world was suspended between light and dark, and then the gulf swallowed us. We stood in the window, chilled by the damp wind, and watched the first stars prick through the chasms in the clouds. The waxing moon was low over the southern sea, where its light was diffused around the edges of a cloud that hid the stars, forming the head of the snake constellation. It was nightfall on Semaine Eve, and the dead were coming. A few fires lit Durnavaria's houses, but the country beyond was utterly black, except where a shaft of moonlight silvered a patch of trees on the shoulder of a distant hill. Maidan was nothing but a looming shadow in the darkness, a blackness at the dead night's black heart. The dark deepened. More stars appeared, and the moon flew wild between ragged clouds. The dead were streaming over the Bridge of Swords now, and were here, among us, though we could not see them or hear them. But they were here, in the palace, in the streets, in every valley and town and household of Britain, while on the battlefields where so many souls had been torn from their earthly bodies, the dead were wandering as thick as starlings. Diane was under the trees at Ermid's Hall, and still the shadow bodies streamed across the Bridge of Swords to fill the Isle of Britain. One day, I thought, I too would come on this night to see my children, and their children, and their children's children. For all time, I thought, my soul would wander the earth each Semaine Eve. The wind calmed. The moon was again hidden by a great bank of cloud that hung above Armorica, but above us the skies were clearer. The stars, where the gods lived, blazed in the emptiness. Kiluk had come back to the palace, and he joined us at the window, where we crowded to watch the night. Gwydra had returned from the town, though after a while he got bored with staring into a damp darkness, and went to see his friends among the palace's spearmen. "When do the rites begin?" Arthur asked. "Not for a long time yet," I warned him. "The fires must burn for 6 hours before the ceremony starts." "How does Merlin count the hours?" Keenaglass asked. "In his head, Lord King," I answered. The dead glided among us. The wind had dropped to nothing, and the stillness made the dogs howl in the town. The stars, framed by the silver-edged clouds, seemed unnaturally bright. And then, quite suddenly, from the dark within the night's harsh dark, from Maidan's wide-walled summit, the first fire blazed, and the summoning of the gods
had begun. For a moment that one flame leapt pure and bright above Maydun's ramparts. Then the fires spread, until the wide bowl formed by the grassy banks of the fortress walls was filled with a dim and smoky light. I imagined men thrusting torches deep into the high, wide hedges, then running with the flame to carry the fire out into the central spiral or along the outer rings. The fires caught slowly at first, the flames fighting against the hissing wet timbers above them, but the heat gradually boiled away the damp, and the glow of the blaze became brighter and brighter, until the fire had at last gripped all that great pattern, and the light flared huge and triumphant in the night. The crest of the hill was now a ridge of fire, a boiling tumult of flame, above which the smoke was touched red as it churned skywards. The fires were bright enough to cast flickering shadows in Durnavaria, where the streets were filled with people. Some had even climbed onto rooftops to watch the distant conflagration.
6 hours?
Killock asked me with disbelief.
So Merlin told me.
Killock spat.
6 hours? I could go back to the Redhead.
But he did not move. Indeed, none of us moved. Instead, we watched that dance of flame above the hill. It was the balefire of Britain, the end of history, the summons to the gods. And we watched it in a tense silence, as though we expected to see the livid smoke torn apart by the descent of the gods. It was Arthur who broke the tension.
"Food," he said gruffly. "If we have to wait 6 hours, then we might as well eat."
There was small conversation during that meal, and most of what there was concerned King Murig of Gwent and the terrible possibility that he would keep his spearmen out of the coming war. If, I kept thinking, there would be war at all, and I constantly glanced out of the window to where the flames leapt and the smoke boiled. I tried to gauge the passing of the hours, but in truth I had no idea whether 1 hour passed or 2 before the meal ended, and we were once again standing beside the big open window to gaze at Maydun, where, for the first time ever, the treasures of Britain had been assembled. There was the basket of Garanhir, which was a willow-woven dish that might carry a loaf and some fishes, though the weave was now so ragged that any respectable woman would long ago have consigned the basket to the fire. The horn of Bran Galed was an ox horn that was black with age and chipped at its tin-rimmed edges. The chariot of Modron had been broken over the years, and was so small that none but a child could ever ride in it, if indeed it could ever be reassembled. The halter of Aethin was an ox halter of frayed rope and rusted iron rings that even the poorest peasant would hesitate to use. The knife of Lal Frodeth was blunt and broad-bladed, and had a broken wooden handle, while the whetstone of Tudwell was an abraded thing any craftsman would be ashamed to possess. The coat of Padan was threadbare and patched, a beggar's garment, but still in better repair than the cloak of Regath, which was supposed to grant its wearer invisibility, but which was now scarcely more than a cobweb. The dish of Rhaegennith was a flat wooden platter, cracked beyond all use, while the throw-board of Gwendollau was an old, warped piece of wood, on which the gaming marks had worn almost clean away. The ring of Eluned looked like a common warrior ring, the simple metal circles that spearmen like to make from their dead enemies' weapons. But all of us had thrown away better-looking warrior rings than the ring of Eluned. Only 2 of the treasures had any intrinsic value. One was the sword of Raethech, Excalibur, that had been forged in the other world by Gofanon himself, and the other was the cauldron of Clithno Ethin. Now all of them, the tawdry and the splendid alike, were ringed by fire to signal to their distant gods. The sky was still clearing, though some clouds were still heaped above the southern horizon, where, as we went deeper into that night of the dead, lightning began to flicker. That lightning was the first sign of the gods, and, in fear of them, I touched the iron of Howlbane's hilt. But the great flashes of light were far, far away, perhaps above the distant sea, or even further off, above Armorica. For an hour or more the lightning raked the southern sky, but always in silence. Once a whole cloud seemed lit from within, and we all gasped, and Bishop Emrys made the sign of the cross. The distant lightning faded, leaving only the great fire raging within Maydun's ramparts. It was a signal fire to cross the Gulf of Anun, a blaze to reach into the darkness between the worlds. What were the dead thinking, I wondered? Was a horde of shadow souls clustering around Maydun to witness the summoning of the gods? I imagined the reflections of those flames flickering along the steel blades of the Bridge of Swords, and maybe reaching into the other world itself, and I confess I was frightened. The lightning had vanished, and nothing now seemed to be happening other than the great fire's violence. But all of us, I think, were aware that the world trembled on the brink of change. Then, sometime in the passing of those hours, the next sign came. It was Galahad who first saw it. He crossed himself, stared out of the window as though he could not believe what he was seeing, then pointed up above the great plume of smoke that was casting a veil across the stars. "Do you see it?" he asked, and we all pressed into the window to gaze upwards, and I saw that the lights of the night sky had come. We had all seen such lights before, though not often, but their arrival on this night was surely significant. At first there was just a shimmering blue haze in the dark, but slowly the haze strengthened and grew brighter, and a red curtain of fire joined the blue to hang like a rippled cloth among the stars. Merlin had told me that such lights were common in the far north, but these were hanging in the south. And then, gloriously, abruptly, the whole space above our heads was shot through with blue and silver and crimson cascades. We all went down into the courtyard to see better, and there we stood awestruck as the heavens glowed. From the courtyard we could no longer see the fires of Maydun, but their light filled the southern sky, just as the weirder lights arched gloriously above our heads.
"Do you believe now, Bishop?"
Killock asked. Emrys seemed unable to speak, but then he shuddered and touched the wooden cross hanging about his neck.
"We have never," he said quietly, "denied the existence of other powers. It is just that we believe our God to be the only true God."
"And the other gods are what?"
Keenaglass asked. Emrys frowned, unwilling at first to answer, but honesty made him speak.
"They are the powers of darkness, Lord King."
"The powers of light, surely," Arthur said in awe, for even Arthur was impressed. Arthur, who would prefer that the gods never touched us at all, was seeing their power in the sky, and he was filled with wonderment. "So what happens now?" he asked. He had put the question to me, but it was Bishop Emrys who answered.
"There will be death, Lord," he said.
"Death?" Arthur asked, unsure that he had heard correctly. Emrys had gone to stand under the arcade, as though he feared the strength of the magic that flickered and flowed so bright across the stars.
"All religions use death, Lord," he said pedantically. "Even ours believes in sacrifice. It is just that in Christianity it was the Son of God who was killed so that no one again would ever need to be knifed on an altar. But I can think of no religion that does not use death as part of its mystery. Osiris was killed."
He suddenly realized he was speaking of Isis's worship, the bane of Arthur's life, and hurried on.
"Mithras died too, and his worship requires the death of bulls. All our gods die, Lord," the bishop said, "and all religions, except Christianity, recreate those deaths as part of their worship."
"We Christians have gone beyond death," Galahad said, "into life."
"Praise God we have,"
Emrys agreed, making the sign of the cross.
"But Merlin has not."
The lights in the sky were brighter now, great curtains of colours, through which, like threads in a tapestry, flickers of white light streaked and dropped.
Death is the most powerful magic, the bishop said disapprovingly. A merciful God would not allow it, and our God ended it by his own son's death.
Merlin doesn't use death, Killick said angrily.
He does, I spoke softly. Before we went to fetch the cauldron, he made a human sacrifice. He told me.
Who?
Arthur asked sharply. I don't know, Lord.
He was probably telling stories, Killick said, gazing upwards. He likes to do that.
Or more likely he was telling the truth, Emrys said. The old religion demanded much blood, and usually it was human. We know so little, of course, but I remember old Belize telling me that the Druids were fond of killing humans. They were usually prisoners. Some were burned alive, others put into death pits. And some escaped, I added softly. For I myself had been thrown into a Druid's death pit as a small child, and my escape from that horror of dying, broken bodies had led to my adoption by Merlin. Emrys ignored my comment. On other occasions, of course, he went on, a more valuable sacrifice was required. In Elmet and Cornwell, they still speak of the sacrifice made in the Black Year. What sacrifice was that? Arthur asked. Oh, it could just be a legend, Emrys said, for it happened too long ago for memory to be accurate. The bishop was speaking about the Black Year, in which the Romans had captured Inismon, and so torn the heart from the Druids' religion. A dark event that had happened more than 400 years in our past. But folk in those parts still talk of King Kefith's sacrifice, Emrys continued. It's a long time since I heard the tale, but Belize always believed it. Kefith, of course, was facing the Roman army, and it seemed likely he would be overwhelmed, so he sacrificed his most valuable possession. Which was? Arthur demanded. He had forgotten the lights in the sky and was staring fixedly at the bishop. His son, of course. It was ever thus, Lord. Our own God sacrificed his son, Jesus Christ, and even demanded that Abraham kill Isaac, though, of course, he relented in that desire. But Kefith's druids persuaded him to kill his son. It didn't work, of course. History records that the Romans killed Kefith and all his army, and then destroyed the druids' groves on Inismon. I sensed the bishop was tempted to add some thanks to his god for that destruction, but Emrys was no Sansom, and thus was tactful enough to keep his thanks unspoken. Arthur walked to the arcade. "What is happening on that hilltop, Bishop?" he asked in a low voice. "I cannot possibly tell, Lord," Emrys said indignantly. "But you think there is killing?" "I think it is possible, Lord," Emrys said nervously. "I think it likely even." "Killing who?" Arthur demanded, and the harshness of his voice made every man in the courtyard turn from the glory in the sky to stare at him. "If it is the old sacrifice, Lord, and the supreme sacrifice," Emrys said, "then it will be the son of the ruler." "Gawain, son of Budic," I said softly. "And Marduk." "Marduk?" Arthur swung on me. "A child of Mordred's," I answered, suddenly understanding why Merlin had asked me about Kilog, and why he had taken the child to Maidan, and why he had treated the boys so well. Why had I not understood before? It seemed obvious now. "Where's Gwydra?" Arthur asked suddenly. For a few heartbeats no one answered. Then Galahad gestured towards the gatehouse. "He was with the spearmen," Galahad said, "while we had supper." But Gwydra was there no longer, nor was he in the room where Arthur slept when he was in Durnavaria. He was nowhere to be found, and no one recalled having seen him since dusk. Arthur utterly forgot the magical lights as he searched the palace, hunting from the cellars to the orchard, but finding no sign of his son. I was thinking about Nemui's words to me on Maidan when she had encouraged me to bring Gwydra to Durnavaria, and remembering her argument with Merlin in Lindinis about who truly ruled Dumnonia, and I did not want to believe my suspicions, but could not ignore them. "Lord," I caught Arthur's sleeve, "I think he's been taken to the hill, not by Merlin, but by Nemui." He's not a king's son, Emrys said very nervously. Gwydra is the son of a ruler, Arthur shouted. Does anyone here deny that? No one did, and suddenly no one dared say a thing. Arthur turned towards the palace. Higwyth! A sword, spear, shield. Llanri, quick! Lord! Killock intervened. Quiet! Arthur shouted. He was in a fury now, and it was me he vented his rage on, for I had encouraged him to allow Gwydra to come to Durnavaria. Did you know what was to happen? He asked me. Of course not, Lord. I still don't know. You think I would hurt Gwydra? Arthur stared grimly at me, then turned away. None of you need come, he said over his shoulder. But I am riding to Maidan to fetch my son. He strode across the courtyard to where Higwyth, his servant, was holding Llanri, while a groom saddled her. Galahad followed him quietly. I confess that for a few seconds I did not move. I did not want to move. I wanted the gods to come. I wanted all our troubles to be ended by the beat of great wings and the miracle of Belle-Moi striding the earth. I wanted Merlin's Britain. And then I remembered Diane. Was my youngest daughter in the palace courtyard that night? Her soul must have been on the earth, for it was Semaine Eve. And suddenly there were tears at my eyes as I recalled the agony of a child lost. I could not stand in Durnavaria's palace courtyard while Gwydra died, nor while Marduk suffered. I did not want to go to Maidan, but I knew I could not face Cynwyn if I did nothing to prevent the death of a child, and so I followed Arthur and Galahad. Killock stopped me. Gwydra is a whore's son, he growled, too softly for Arthur to hear. I chose not to quarrel about the lineage of Arthur's son. If Arthur goes alone, I said instead, he'll be killed. There are 200 of Blackshields on that hill. And if we go, we make ourselves into the enemies of Merlin, Killock warned me. And if we don't go, I said, we make an enemy of Arthur. Keenaglass came to my side and put her hand on my shoulder. Well? I'm riding with Arthur, I answered. I did not want to, but I could not do otherwise. Issa! I shouted. A horse! Oh, if you're going, Killock grumbled, I suppose I'll have to come, just to make sure you're not hurt. Then suddenly all of us were shouting for horses, weapons, and shields. Why did we go? I have thought so often about that night. I can still see the flickering light shaking the heavens, and smell the smoke streaming from Maidan's summit, and feel the great weight of magic that pressed on Britain. Yet still we rode. I know I was in confusion on that flame-riven night. I was driven by a sentimentality about a child's death, and by Diane's memory, and by my guilt, because I had encouraged Gwydra to be at Durnavaria. But above all, there was my affection for Arthur. And what then of my affection for Merlin and Nimue? I suppose I had never thought they needed me, but Arthur did, and on that night, when Britain was trapped between the fire and the light, I rode to find his son. 12 of us rode. Arthur, Galahad, Killock, Derfel, and Issa were the Dumnonians. The others were Keenaglass and his followers. Today, where the story is still told, children are taught that Arthur, Galahad, and I were the 3 ravagers of Britain. But there were 12 riders in that night of the dead. We had no body armour, just our shields, but every man carried a spear and a sword. Folk shrank to the sides of the firelit street as we rode towards Durnavaria's southern gate. The gate was open, as it was left open every Semaine Eve to give the dead access to the town. We ducked under the gate beams, then galloped south and west between fields filled with people, who stared enthralled at the boiling mix of flame and smoke that streamed from the hill's summit. Arthur set a terrifying pace, and I clung to my saddle pommel, fearful of being thrown. Our cloaks streamed behind, our sword scabbards banged up and down, while above us the heavens were filled with smoke and light. I could smell the burning wood and hear the crackle of the flames long before we reached the hill's slope. No one tried to stop us as we urged the horses uphill. It was not till we reached the intricate tangle of the gateway maze that any spearmen opposed us. Arthur knew the fortress, because when he and Guinevere had lived in Durnavaria, they had often come to its summit in the summer-time, and he led us unerringly through the twisting passage, and it was there that 3 black shields levelled their spears to halt us. Arthur did not hesitate. He rammed his heels back, aimed his own long spear, and let Clamry run. The black shields twisted aside, shouting helplessly as the big horses thundered past. The night was all noise and light now. The noise was of a mighty fire, and the splitting of whole trees in the heart of the hungry flames. Smoke shrouded the lights in the sky. There were spearmen shouting at us from the ramparts, but none opposed us as we burst through the inner wall onto Maydun's summit. And there we were stopped, not by black shields, but by a blast of searing heat. I saw Clamry rear and twist away from the flames, saw Arthur clinging to her mane, and saw her eyes flash red with reflected fire. The heat was like 1,000 smithy furnaces, a bellowing blast of scorching air that made us all flinch and reel away. I could see nothing inside the flames, for the centre of Merlin's design was hidden by the seething walls of fire. Arthur kicked Clamry back towards me. "Which way?" he shouted. I must have shrugged. "How did Merlin get inside?" Arthur asked. I made a guess. "At the far side, Lord." The temple was on the eastern side of the fire maze, and I suspected a passage must surely have been left through the outer spirals. Arthur hauled on his rein, and urged Clamry up the slope of the inner rampart to the path that ran along its crest. The black shields scattered rather than face him. We rode up the rampart after Arthur, and though our horses were terrified of the great fire to their right, they followed Clamry through the whirling sparks and smoke. Once a great section of fire collapsed as we galloped past, and my horse swerved away from the inferno onto the outer face of the inner rampart. For a second I thought she was going to tumble down into the ditch, and I was hanging desperately out of the saddle with my left hand tangled in her mane. But somehow she found her footing, regained the path, and galloped on. Once past the northern tip of the great fire rings, Arthur turned down onto the summit plateau again. A glowing ember had landed on his white cloak and started the wool smouldering, and I rode alongside him and beat the small fire out. "Where?" he called to me. "There, Lord." I pointed to the spirals of fire nearest to the temple. I could see no gap there, but as we drew closer, it was apparent that there had been a gap which had been closed with firewood, though that new wood was not nearly so thickly stacked as the rest, and there was a narrow space where the fire, rather than being 8 or 10 feet tall, was no higher than a man's waist. Beyond that low gap lay the open space between the outer and inner spirals, and in that space we could see more black shields waiting. Arthur walked Clamry towards the gap. He was leaning forward, speaking to the horse, almost as if he was explaining to her what he wanted. She was frightened. Her ears kept pricking back, and she took short, nervous steps, but she did not shy from the raging fires that burned on either side of the only passage into the heart of the hilltop fire. Arthur stopped her a few paces short of the gap and calmed her, though her head kept tossing and her eyes were wide and white. He let her look at the gap. Then he patted her neck, spoke to her again, and wheeled away. He trotted in a wide circle, spurred her into a canter, then spurred her again as he aimed at the gap. She tossed her head, and I thought she would balk, but then she seemed to make up her mind and flew at the flames. Keenaglass and Galahad followed. Killock cursed at the risk we were taking. Then all of us kicked our horses in Clamry's wake. Arthur crouched over the mare's neck as she pounded towards the fire. He was letting Clamry choose her pace, and she slowed again. I thought she would shy away. Then I saw she was gathering herself for the leap between the flames. I was shouting, trying to cover my fear. Then Clamry jumped, and I lost sight of her as the wind snatched a cloak of flaming smoke over the gap. Galahad was next into the space, but Keenaglass's horse swerved away. I was galloping hard behind Killock, and the heat and clamour of the fires was filling the noisy air. I think I half wanted my horse to refuse, but she kept on, and I closed my eyes as the flame and smoke surrounded me. I felt the horse rise, heard her whinny, then we thumped down inside the outer ring of flame, and I felt a vast relief and wanted to shout in triumph. Then a spear ripped into my cloak just behind my shoulder. I had been so intent on surviving the fire that I had not thought about what waited for us inside the flame ring. A black shield had lunged at me and had missed, but now he abandoned the spear and ran to pull me from the saddle. He was too close for my own spear blade to be of use, so I simply rammed the staff down at his head and kicked my horse on. The man seized my spear. I let it go, drew halbane and hacked back once. I glimpsed Arthur circling on Clamry and flailing left and right with his sword, and now I did the same. Galahad kicked a man in the face, speared another, then spurred away. Kilhuch had seized a black shield's helmet crest and was dragging the man towards the fire. The man tried desperately to untie the chin strap, then screamed as Kilhuch hurled him at the flames before wheeling away. Issa was through the gap now, and so were Keenaglass and his 6 followers. The surviving black shields had fled towards the centre of the maze of fire, and we followed them, trotting between 2 leaping walls of flame. The borrowed sword in Arthur's hand was red with light. He kicked Clamry, and she began to canter, and the black shields, knowing they must be caught, ran aside and dropped their spears to show they would fight no more. We had to ride halfway around the circle to find the entrance to the inner spiral. The gap between the inner and outer fires was a good 30 paces across, wide enough to let us ride without being roasted alive. But the space inside the spiral's passage was less than 10 paces in width, and these were the biggest fires, the fiercest, and we all hesitated at the entrance. We could still see nothing of what happened within the circle. Did Merlin know we were here? Did the gods? I looked up, half expecting a vengeful spear to hurtle down from heaven, but there was only the twisting canopy of smoke shrouding the fire-tortured, light-cascading sky. And so we rode into the last spiral. We rode hard and fast, galloping in a tightening curve between the roaring blast of leaping flames. Our nostrils filled with smoke as embers scorched our faces, but turn by turn we drew ever nearer to the mystery's centre. The noise of the fires obscured our coming. I think that Merlin and Nimue had no idea that their ritual was about to be ended, for they did not see us. Instead, the guards at the circle's centre saw us first, and they shouted in warning and ran to oppose us. But Arthur came out of the fires like a demon cloaked in smoke. Indeed, his clothes streamed smoke as he shouted a challenge and rammed Clamry hard into the Black Shield's hasty, half-formed shield wall. He broke that wall by sheer speed and weight, and the rest of us followed, swords swinging, while the handful of loyal Black Shields scattered. Gwydra was there, and Gwydra lived. He was in the grip of 2 Black Shields, who, seeing Arthur, let the boy go free. Nimue screamed at us, winging curses across the central ring of 5 fires, as Gwydra ran sobbing to his father's side. Arthur leaned down, and with a strong arm lifted his son onto the saddle. Then he turned to look at Merlin. Merlin, his face streaming with sweat, gazed calmly at us. He was halfway up a ladder that was leaning against a gallows made of 2 tree trunks struck upright in the ground and crossed by a third. And that gallows now stood in the very centre of the 5 fires that formed the middle ring. The druid was in a white robe, and the sleeves of that robe were red with blood from their cuffs to the elbow. In his hand was a long knife, but on his face, I swear, there was a momentary look of utter relief. The boy Marduk lived, though he would not have lived for long. The child was already naked, all but for a strip of cloth that had been tied about his mouth to silence his screams, and he was hanging from the gallows by his ankles. Next to him, also hanging by the ankles, was a pale, thin body that looked very white in the flamelight, except that the corpse's throat had been cut almost to the spine, and all the man's blood had run down into the cauldron, and still it ran to drip from the lank, reddened ends of Gawaine's long hair. The hair was so long that its gory tresses fell inside the golden rim of the silver cauldron of Clithno Ethin, and it was only by that long hair that I knew it was Gawain who hung there, for his handsome face was sheeted with blood, hidden by blood, cloaked in blood. Merlin, still with the long knife that had killed Gawain in his hand, seemed dumbstruck by our coming. His look of relief had vanished, and now I could not read his face at all. But Nimue was shrieking at us. She held up her left palm, the one with the scar that was the twin of the scar on my left palm. "Kill Arthur!" she shouted at me. "Derfel, you are my sworn man! Kill him! We can't stop now!" A sword blade suddenly glittered by my beard. Galahad held it, and Galahad smiled gently at me. "Don't move, my friend," he said. He knew the power of oaths. He knew, too, that I would not kill Arthur, but he was trying to spare me Nimue's vengeance. "If Derfel moves," he called to Nimue, "I shall cut his throat." "Cut it!" she screamed. "This is the night for the death of king's sons." "Not my son," Arthur said.
"You are no king, Arthur ap Uther," Merlin spoke at last. "Did you think I would kill Gwydir?"
"Then why is he here?" Arthur asked. He had one arm around Gwydir, while the other held his reddened sword. "Why is he here?" Arthur demanded again, more angrily. For once Merlin had nothing to say, and it was Nimue who answered.
"He is here, Arthur ap Uther," she said with a sneer, "because the death of that miserable creature may not suffice."
She pointed at Marduk, who was wriggling helplessly on the gallows.
"He is the son of a king, but not the rightful heir."
"So Gwydir would have died?" Arthur asked.
"And come to life,"
Nimue said belligerently. She had to shout to be heard above the angry, splintering noise of the fires.
"Do you not know the power of the cauldron? Place the dead in the bowl of Clithno Ethin, and the dead walk again. They breathe again. They live."
She stalked towards Arthur, a madness in her one eye.
"Give me the boy, Arthur."
"No." Arthur pulled Clamry's rein, and the mare leapt away from Nimue. She turned on Merlin.
"Kill him!"
she screamed, pointing at Marduk.
"We can try him at least. Kill him!"
"No!" I shouted.
"Kill him!"
Nimue screeched. And then, when Merlin made no move, she ran towards the gallows. Merlin seemed unable to move, but then Arthur turned Clamry again and headed Nimue off. He let his horse ram her so that she tumbled to the turf. "Let the child live," Arthur said to Merlin. Nimue was clawing at him, but he pushed her away, and when she came back, all teeth and hooked hands, he swung the sword close to her head, and that threat calmed her. Merlin moved the bright blade so that it was close to Marduk's throat. The druid looked almost gentle, despite his blood-soaked sleeves and the long blade in his hand.
"Do you think, Arthur ap Uther, that you can defeat the Saxons without the help of the gods?"
he asked. Arthur ignored the question. "Cut the boy down," he commanded. Nimue turned on him.
"Do you wish to be cursed, Arthur?"
"I am cursed," he answered bitterly.
"Let the boy die," Merlin shouted from the ladder. "He's nothing to you, Arthur. A bye-blow of a king. A bastard born to a whore."
"And what else am I?" Arthur shouted. "But a bye-blow of a king. A bastard born to a whore."
"He must die," Merlin said patiently. "And his death will bring the gods to us. And when the gods are here, Arthur, we shall put his body in the cauldron and let the breath of life return."
Arthur gestured at the horrid, life-drained body of Gawain, his nephew. "And one death is not enough."
"One death is never enough,"
Nimue said. She had run around Arthur's horse to reach the gallows, where she now held Marduk's head still, so that Merlin could slit his throat. Arthur walked Clamry closer to the gallows. "And if the gods do not come after 2 deaths, Merlin?" he asked. "How many more?"
"As many as it needs,"
Nimue answered. "And every time," Arthur spoke loudly so we could all hear him, "that Britain is in trouble, every time there is an enemy, Every time there is a plague, every time that men and women are frightened, we shall take children to the scaffold."
"And if the gods come," Merlin said, "there will be no more plague or fear or war."
"And will they come?"
Arthur asked. "They are coming!" Nimue screamed. "Look!" And she pointed upwards with her free hand, and we all looked, and I saw that the lights in the sky were fading. The bright blues were dimming to purple-black, the reds were smoky and vague, and the stars were brightening again beyond the dying curtains. "No!" Nimue wailed. "No!" And she drew out the last cry into a lament that seemed to last forever. Arthur had taken Cramry right up to the gallows.
"You call me the Amherod of Britain," he said to Merlin, "and an emperor must rule or cease to be an emperor. And I will not rule in a Britain where children must be killed to save the lives of adults."
"Don't be absurd," Merlin protested. "Sheer sentimentality."
"I would be remembered," Arthur said, "as a just man, and there is already too much blood on my hands."
"You will be remembered," Nimue spat at him, "as a traitor, as a ravager, as a coward."
"But not," Arthur said mildly, "by the descendants of this child."
And with that, he reached up and slashed with his sword at the rope that held Marduk's ankles. Nimue screamed as the boy fell. Then she leapt at Arthur again with her hands hooked like claws, but Arthur simply backhanded her hard and fast across the head with the flat of his sword blade, so that she spun away dazed. The force of the blow could easily be heard above the crackling of flames. Nimue staggered, slack-jawed, and with her one eye unfocused, and then she dropped.
"I should have done that to Guinevere,"
Killuck growled to me. Galahad had left my side, dismounted, and now freed Marduk's bonds. The child immediately began screaming for his mother. "I never could abide noisy children," Merlin said mildly. Then he shifted the ladder so that it rested beside the rope holding Gawain to the beam. He climbed the rungs slowly. "I don't know," he said as he clambered upwards, "whether the gods have come or not. You, all of you, expected too much. And maybe they are here already. Who knows? But we shall finish without the blood of Mordred's child." And with that, he sawed clumsily at the rope holding Gawain's ankles. The body swayed as he cut, so that the blood-soaked hair slapped at the cauldron's edge. But then the rope parted, and the corpse dropped heavily into the blood that splashed up to stain the cauldron's rim. Merlin climbed slowly down the ladder, then ordered the Black Shields, who had been watching the confrontation, to fetch the great wicker baskets of salt that were standing a few yards away. The men scooped the salt into the cauldron, packing it tight around Gawain's hunched and naked body.
"What now?"
Arthur asked, sheathing his sword. "Nothing," Merlin said. "It is over."
"Excalibur?"
Arthur demanded. "She is in the southernmost spiral," Merlin said, pointing that way, "though I suspect you will have to wait for the fires to burn out before you can retrieve her." "No!" Nimue had recovered enough to protest. She spat blood from the inside of her cheek that had been split open by Arthur's blow. "The treasures are ours." "The treasures," Merlin said wearily, "have been gathered and used. They are nothing now. Arthur may have his sword. He'll need it." He turned and threw his long knife into the nearest fire, then turned to watch as the two Black Shields finished packing the cauldron. The salt turned pink as it covered Gawain's hideously wounded body. "In the spring," Merlin said, "the Saxons will come, and then we shall see if there was any magic here this night." Nimue screamed at us. She wept and raved. She spat and cursed. She promised us death by air, by fire, by land, and by sea. Merlin ignored her, but Nimue was never ready to accept half measures, and that night she became Arthur's enemy. That night she began to work on the curses that would give her revenge on the men who stopped the gods coming to Maidan. She called us the Ravagers of Britain, and she promised us horror. We stayed on the hill all night,
The gods did not come, and the fires burned so fiercely that it was not till the following afternoon that Arthur could retrieve Excalibur. Marduk was given back to his mother, though I later heard he died that winter of a fever. Merlin and Demui took the other treasures away. An ox cart carried the cauldron with its ghastly contents. Nimue led the way, and Merlin, like an old obedient man, followed her. They took Anbar, Gawaine's uncut, unbroken black horse, and they took the great banner of Britain. And where they went, none of us knew. But we guessed it would be a wild place to the west, where Nimue's curses could be honed through the storms of winter. Before the Saxons came. It is odd looking back to remember how Arthur was hated then. In the summer he had broken the hopes of the Christians, and now, in the late autumn, he had destroyed the pagan dreams. As ever, he seemed surprised by his unpopularity. "What else was I supposed to do?" he demanded of me. "Let my son die?" "Kefith did," I said unhelpfully. "And Kefith still lost the battle," Arthur said sharply. We were riding north. I was going home to Duncarrick, while Arthur, with Keenaglas and Bishop Emrys, was travelling on to meet King Murig of Gwent. That meeting was the only business that mattered to Arthur. He had never trusted the gods to save Britain from the Sace, but he reckoned that 800 or 900 of Gwent's well-trained spearmen could tip the balance. His head seethed with numbers that winter. Dumnonia, he reckoned, could field 600 spearmen, of whom 400 had been tested in battle. Keenaglas would bring another 400, the Blackshield Irish another 150, and to those we could add maybe 100 masterless men who might come from Armorica or the northern kingdoms to seek plunder. "Say 1,200 men," Arthur would guess. Then he would worry the figure up or down according to his mood. But if his mood was optimistic, he sometimes dared add 800 men from Gwent, to give us a total of 2,000 men. Yet even that, he claimed, might not be enough, because the Saxons would probably field an even larger army. Ael could assemble at least 700 spears, and his was the weaker of the two Saxon kingdoms. We estimated Cerdic spears at 1,000, and rumours were reaching us that Cerdic was buying spearmen from Clovis, the king of the Franks. Those hired men were being paid in gold, and had been promised more gold when victory yielded them the treasury of Dumnonia. Our spies also reported that the Saxons would wait until after the Feast of Eoster, their spring festival, to give the new boats time to come from across the sea. "They'll have 2,500 men," Arthur reckoned, and we had only 1,200 if Murig would not fight. We could raise the levy, of course, but no levy would stand against properly trained warriors, and our levy of old men and boys would be opposed by the Saxon feared. "So without Gwent's spearmen," I said gloomily, "we're doomed." Arthur had rarely smiled since Guinevere's treachery, but he smiled now. "Doomed? Who says that?" "You do, Lord. The numbers do." "You've never fought and won when you've been outnumbered?" "Yes, Lord, I have." "So why can't we win again?" "Only a fool seeks a battle against a stronger enemy, Lord," I said. "Only a fool seeks a battle," he said vigorously. "I don't want to fight in the spring. It's the Saxons who want to fight, and we have no choice in the matter. Believe me, Derfel, I don't wish to be outnumbered, and whatever I can do to persuade Murig to fight, I will do. But if Gwent won't march, then we shall have to beat the Saxons by ourselves. And we can beat them. Believe that, Derfel." I believed in the treasures, Lord. He gave a derisory bark of laughter. "This is the treasure I believe in," he said, patting Excalibur's hilt. "Believe in victory, Derfel. If we march against the Saxons like beaten men, then they'll give our bones to the wolves. But if we march like winners, we'll hear them howl." It was a fine bravado, but it was hard to believe in victory. Dumnonia was shrouded with gloom. We had lost our gods, and folks said it was Arthur who had driven them away. He was not just the enemy of the Christian god. Now he was the enemy of all the gods, and men said that the Saxons were his punishment. Even the weather presaged disaster, for on the morning after I parted from Arthur, it began to rain, and it seemed as though that rain would never stop. Day after day brought low grey clouds, a chill wind, and insistent driving rain. Everything was wet. Our clothes, our bedding, our firewood, the floor rushes, the very walls of our houses seemed greasy with damp. Spears rusted in their racks, stored grain sprouted or grew mouldy, and still the rain drove relentlessly from the west. Cynwyn and I did our best to seal Dun Carrick's hall. Her brother had brought her a gift of wolf pelts from Powys, and we used them to line the timber walls, but the very air beneath the roof beams seemed sodden. Fires burned sullen to grudge us a spitting and smoky warmth that reddened our eyes. Both our daughters were cross-grained that early winter. Morwenna, the eldest, who was usually the most placid and contented of children, became shrewish and so insistently selfish that Cynwyn took a belt to her.
"She misses Gwydra," Cynwyn told me afterwards.
Arthur had decreed that Gwydra would not leave his side, and so the boy had gone with his father to meet King Murig.
"They should marry next year," Cynwyn added. "That will cure her."
"If Arthur will let Gwydra marry her," I responded gloomily. "He has no great love for us these days." I had wanted to accompany Arthur into Gwent, but he had peremptorily refused me. There had been a time when I had thought myself his closest friend, but now he growled at me rather than welcomed me. "He thinks I risked Gwydra's life," I said.
"No," Cynwyn disagreed. "He's been distant with you ever since the night when he discovered Guinevere."
"Why would that change things?"
"Because you were with him, my dear," Cynwyn said patiently. "And with you he cannot pretend that nothing has changed. You were a witness to his shame. He sees you and he remembers her. He's also jealous."
"Jealous?" She smiled.
"He thinks you are happy. He thinks now that if he had married me, then he too would be happy."
"He probably would," I said.
"He even suggested it," Cynwyn said carelessly.
"He did what?" I erupted.
She soothed me. "It wasn't serious, Derfel. The poor man needs reassurance. He thinks that because one woman rejected him, all women might. And so he asked me."
I touched Howlbane's hilt. "You never told me."
"Why should I? There was nothing to tell. He asked a very clumsy question, and I told him I was sworn to the gods to be with you. I told him very gently, and afterwards he was very ashamed. I also promised him that I would not tell you, and I've now broken that promise, which means I shall be punished by the gods."
She shrugged as if to suggest that the punishment would be deserved, and thus accepted.
"He needs a wife," she added wryly.
"Or a woman."
"No," Cynwyn said. "He isn't a casual man. He can't lie with a woman and walk away afterwards. He confuses desire with love. When Arthur gives his soul, he gives everything, and he cannot give just a little bit of himself."
I was still angry. "What did he think I would do while he married you?"
"He thought you would rule Dunnonia as Mordred's guardian," Cynwyn said. "He had this odd idea that I would go with him to Broceliand, and there we would live like children under the sun. And you would stay here and defeat the Saxons."
She laughed. "When did he ask?"
"The day he ordered you to go and see Ael. I think he thought I'd run away with him while you were gone."
"Or he hoped Ael would kill me," I said resentfully, remembering the Saxon promise to slaughter any emissary.
"He was very ashamed afterwards," Cynwyn assured me earnestly. "And you're not to tell him I told you."
She made me promise that, and I kept the promise.
"It really wasn't important," she added, ending the conversation. "He'd have been truly shocked if I'd said yes. He asked Derfel because he's in pain. and men in pain behave desperately. What he really wants is to run away with Guinevere, but he can't, because his pride won't let him, and he knows we all need him to defeat the Saxons.
We needed Muirig's spearmen to do that, but we heard no news of Arthur's negotiations with Gwent. Weeks passed, and still no certain news came from the north. A travelling priest from Gwent told us that Arthur, Muirig, Keenaglas, and Emrys had talked for a week in Buriam, Gwent's capital, but the priest knew nothing of what had been decided. The priest was a small dark man with a squint and a wispy beard that he moulded with beeswax into the shape of a cross. He had come to Duncarrick because there was no church in the small village, and he wanted to establish one. Like many such itinerant priests, he had a band of women, 3 drab creatures who clustered protectively about him. I first heard of his arrival when he began to preach outside the smithy beside the stream, and I sent Issa and a pair of spearmen to stop his nonsense and bring him up to the hall. We fed him a gruel of sprouted barley grains that he ate greedily, spooning the hot mixture into his mouth and then hissing and spluttering because the food burned his tongue. Scraps of gruel lodged on his odd-shaped beard. His women refused to eat until he had finished.
"All I know, Lord," he answered our impatient questions, "is that Arthur has now travelled west."
"Where?"
"To Demetia, Lord, to meet Oengus mac Chairim."
"Why?"
He shrugged. "I don't know, Lord."
"Does King Muirig make preparations for war?" I asked.
"He is prepared to defend his territory, Lord."
"And to defend Dumnonia?"
"Only if Dumnonia recognises the one God, the true God," the priest said,
crossing himself with the wooden spoon and splattering his dirty gown with scraps of the barley gruel.
"Our king is fervent for the cross, and his spears won't be offered to pagans."
He looked up at the ox skull that was nailed onto one of our high beams and made the sign of the cross again. "If the Saxons take Dumnonia," I said, "then Gwent won't be far behind."
"Christ will protect Gwent," the priest insisted.
He gave the bowl to one of his women, who scooped up his scant leavings with a dirty finger.
"Christ will protect you, Lord," the priest continued, "if you humble yourself before him. If you renounce your gods and are baptized, then you will have victory in the new year."
"Then why was Lancelot not victorious last summer?" Kynwyn asked. The priest looked at her with his good eye, while the other wandered off into the shadows.
"King Lancelot, lady, was not the chosen one. King Muirig is. It says in our scriptures that one man will be chosen, and it seems King Lancelot was not that man."
"Chosen to do what?" Kynwyn asked. The priest stared at her. She was still such a beautiful woman, so golden and calm, the star of Powys.
"Chosen, lady," he said, "to unite all the peoples of Britain under the living God. Saxon and Briton, Gwentian and Dumnonian, Irish and Pict, all worshipping the one true God, and all living in peace and love."
"And what if we decide not to follow King Muirig?" Kynwyn asked.
"Then our God will destroy you."
"And that," I asked, "is the message you have come here to preach?"
"I can do no other, Lord. I am commanded."
"By Muirig?"
"By God."
"But I am the lord of the land, both sides of the stream," I said, "and of all the land southwards to Caercadern, and northwards to Aquasulis, and you do not preach here without my permission."
"No man can countermand the God's word, Lord," the priest said.
"This can," I said, drawing halbane. His women hissed. The priest stared at the sword, then spat into the fire.
"You risk God's wrath."
"You risk my wrath," I said. "And if at sundown tomorrow you are still on the land I govern, I shall give you as a slave to my slaves. You may sleep with the beasts tonight, but tomorrow you will go." He grudgingly left next day, and, as if to punish me, the first snow of the winter came with his leaving. That snow was early, promising a bitter season. At first it fell as sleet, but by nightfall it had become a thick snow that had whitened the land by dawn. It grew colder over the next week. Icicles hung inside our roof, and now began the long winter struggle for warmth. In the village, the folk slept with their beasts, while we fought the bitter air with great fires that made the icicles drip from the thatch. We put our winter cattle into the beast sheds and killed the others, packing their meat in salt, as Merlin had stored Gawain's blood-drained body. For 2 days the village echoed with the distraught bellowing of oxen being dragged to the axe. The snow was spattered red, and the air stank of blood, salt, and dung. Inside the hall the fires roared, but they gave us small warmth. We woke cold. We shivered inside our furs, and we waited in vain for a thaw. The stream froze, so that we had to chip our way through the ice to draw each day's water. We still trained our young spearmen. We marched them through the snow, hardening their muscles to fight the Saxon. On the days when the snow fell hard and the wind whirled the flakes thick about the snow-crusted gables of the village's small houses, I had the men make their shields out of willow boards that were covered with leather. I was making a warband, but as I watched them work, I feared for them, wondering how many would live to see the summer sun. A message came from Arthur just before the solstice. At Duncarrick we were busy preparing the great feast that would last all through the week of the sun's death, when Bishop Emrys arrived. He rode a horse with hoofs swathed in leather, and was escorted by 6 of Arthur's spearmen. The bishop told us he had stayed in Gwent, arguing with Murig, while Arthur had gone on to Demetia. "King Murig has not utterly refused to help us," the bishop told us, shivering beside the fire, where he had made a space for himself by pushing 2 of our dogs aside. He held his plump, red-chapped hands towards the flames. "But his conditions for that help are, I fear, unacceptable." He sneezed. "Oh, dear lady, you are most kind," he said to Kynwyn, who had brought him a horn of warmed mead. "What conditions?" I asked. Emrys shook his head sadly. "He wants Dumnonia's throne, Lord." "He wants what?" I exploded. Emrys held up a plump, chapped hand to still my anger. "He says that Mordred is unfit to rule, that Arthur is unwilling to rule, and that Dumnonia needs a Christian king. He offers himself." "Bastard," I said. "The treacherous, lily-livered little bastard." "Arthur can't accept, of course," Emrys said. "His oath to Uther ensures that." He sipped the mead and sighed appreciatively. "So good to be warm again." "So unless we give Murig the kingdom," I said angrily, "he won't help us." "So he says. He insists God will protect Gwent, and that unless we acclaim him king, we must defend Dumnonia by ourselves." I walked to the hall door, pulled aside the leather curtain, and stared at the snow that was heaped high on the points of our wooden palisade. "Did you talk to his father?" I asked Emrys. "I did see Tudric," the bishop said. "I went with Agricola, who sends you his best wishes." Agricola had been King Tudric's warlord, a great warrior who fought in Roman armour and with a chill ferocity. But Agricola was an old man now, and Tudric, his master, had given up the throne and shaved his head into a priest's tonsure, thus yielding the power to his son. "Is Agricola well?" I asked Emrys. "Old, but vigorous. He agrees with us, of course, but—" Emrys shrugged. "When Tudric abdicated his throne, he gave up his power. He says he cannot change his son's mind." "Will not," I grumbled, going back to the fire. "Probably will not," Emrys agreed. He sighed. "I like Tudric, but for now he is busy with other problems." "What problems?" I demanded too vehemently. "He would like to know," Emrys answered diffidently, "whether in heaven we will eat like mortals, or whether we shall be spared the need for earthly nourishment. There is a belief, you must understand, that angels do not eat at all, that indeed they are spared all gross and worldly appetites, and the old king is trying to replicate that manner of life. He eats very little. Indeed, he boasted to me that he once managed 3 whole weeks without defecating, and felt a great deal more holy afterwards." Kynwyn smiled but said nothing, while I just stared at the bishop with disbelief. Emrys finished the mead. "Tudric claims," he added dubiously, "that he will starve himself into a state of grace. I confess I am not convinced, but he does seem a most pious man. We should all be as blessed." "What does Agricola say?" I asked. "He boasts of how frequently he defecates. Forgive me, lady."
"It must have been a joyous reunion for the two of them," Kynwyn said dryly.
"It was not immediately useful," Emrys admitted. "I had hoped to persuade Tudric to change his son's mind. But alas," he shrugged, "all we can do now is pray." "And keep our spears sharp," I said wanly. "Well, that too," the bishop agreed. He sneezed again and made the sign of the cross to nullify the ill luck of the sneeze. "Will Murig let Powys's spearmen cross his land?" I asked. "Keenaglas told him that if he refused permission, then he would cross anyway." I groaned. The last thing we needed was for one British kingdom to fight another. For years such warfare had weakened Britain, and had allowed the Saxons to take valley after valley and town after town, though of late it had been the Saxons who fought each other, and we who had taken advantage of their enmity to inflict defeats on them. But Cerdic and Ael had learned the lesson that Arthur had beaten into the Britons, that victory came with unity. Now it was the Saxons who were united, and the British who were divided. "I think Murig will let Keenaglas cross," Emrys said, "for he does not want war with anyone. He just wants peace." "Well, we all want peace," I said, "but if Dumnonia falls, then Gwent will be the next country to feel the Saxon blades." "Murig insists not," the bishop said, "and he is offering sanctuary to any Dumnonian Christian who wishes to avoid the war." That was bad news, for it meant that anyone who had no stomach to face Ael and Cerdic need only claim the Christian faith to be given refuge in Murig's kingdom. "Does he really believe his God will protect him?" I asked Emrys. "He must, Lord. For what other use is God? But God, of course, may have other ideas. It is so very hard to read his mind." The bishop was now warm enough to risk shedding the big cloak of bear fur from his shoulders. Beneath it he wore a sheepskin jerkin. He put his hand inside the jerkin, and I assumed he was scratching for a louse, but instead he brought out a folded parchment that was tied with a ribbon and sealed with a melted drop of wax. "Arthur sent this to me from Demetia," he said, offering me the parchment, "and asked that you should deliver it to the Princess Guinevere." "Of course," I said, taking the parchment. I confess I was tempted to break the seal and read the document, but resisted the temptation. "Do you know what it says?" I asked the bishop. "Alas, Lord, no," Emrys said, though without looking at me, and I suspected the old man had broken the seal and did know the letter's contents, but was unwilling to admit that small sin. "I'm sure it's nothing important," the bishop said, "but he particularly asked that she should receive it before the solstice. Before he returns, that is." "Why did he go to Demetia?" Kynwyn asked. "To assure himself that the Black Shields will fight this spring, I assume," the bishop said. But I detected an evasion in his voice. I suspected the letter would contain the real reason for Arthur's visit to Oengus Machaerum, but Emrys could not reveal that without also admitting that he had broken the seal. I rode to Inniswydran next day. It was not far, but the journey took most of the morning, for in places I had to lead my horse and mule through drifts of snow. The mule was carrying a dozen of the wolf pelts that Keenaglas had brought us, and they proved a welcome gift, because Guinevere's timber-walled prison room was full of cracks, through which the wind hissed cold. I discovered her crouched beside a fire that burned in the centre of the room. She straightened when I was announced, then dismissed her two attendants to the kitchens. "I am tempted," she said, "to become a kitchen maid myself. The kitchen is at least warm, but sadly full of canting Christians. They can't break an egg without praising their wretched God." She shivered and drew her cloak tight about her slender shoulders. "The Romans," she said, "knew how to keep warm.
but we seem to have lost that skill.
Kynwyn sent you these, lady, I said, dropping the skins on the floor.
You will thank her for me, Guinevere said.
And then, despite the cold, she went and pushed open the shutters of a window so that daylight could come into the room. The fire swayed under the rush of cold air, and sparks whirled up to the blackened beams. Guinevere was robed in thick brown wool. She was pale, but that haughty, green-eyed face had lost none of its power or pride.
I had hoped to see you sooner, she chided me.
It has been a difficult season, lady, I said, excusing my long absence.
I want to know, Derfel, what happened at Maidan, she said.
I shall tell you, lady. But first I am ordered to give you this. I took Arthur's parchment from the pouch at my belt and gave it to her. She tore the ribbon away, levered up the wax seal with a fingernail, and unfolded the document. She read it in the glare of the light reflected from the snow through the window. I saw her face tighten, but she showed no other reaction. She seemed to read the letter twice, then folded it and tossed it onto a wooden chest.
So, tell me of Maidan, she said.
What do you know already? I asked.
I know what Morgan chooses to tell me, and what that bitch chooses is a version of her wretched God's truth.
She spoke loudly enough to be overheard by anyone eavesdropping on our conversation. I doubt that Morgan's God was disappointed by what happened, I said, then told her the full story of that Semaine eve. She stayed silent when I had finished, just staring out of the window at the snow-covered compound where a dozen hardy pilgrims knelt before the holy thorn. I fed the fire from the pile of logs beside the wall.
So Nimue took Gwyndra to the summit? Guinevere asked.
She sent Black Shields to fetch him. To kidnap him, in truth. It wasn't difficult. The town was full of strangers, and all kinds of spearmen were wandering in and out of the palace. I paused. I doubt he was ever in real danger, though.
Of course he was, she snapped.
Her vehemence took me aback. It was the other child who was to be killed, I protested. Mordred's son. He was stripped, ready for the knife, but not Gwyndra.
And when that other child's death had accomplished nothing, what would have happened then? Guinevere asked. You think Merlin wouldn't have hung Gwyndra by his heels?
Merlin would not do that to Arthur's son, I said, though I confess there was no conviction in my voice.
But Nimue would, Guinevere said. Nimue would slaughter every child in Britain to bring the gods back, and Merlin would have been tempted. To get so close.
She held a finger and thumb, a coin's breadth apart.
And with only Gwydra's life between Merlin and the return of the gods? Oh, I think he would have been tempted.
She walked to the fire and opened her robe to let the warmth inside its folds. She wore a black gown beneath the robe, and had not a single jewel in sight. Not even a ring on her fingers.
Merlin, she said softly, might have felt a pang of guilt for killing Gwyndra. But not Nimue. She sees no difference between this world and the other world. So what does it matter to her if a child lives or dies? But the child that matters, Derfel, is the ruler's son. To gain what is most precious, you must give up what is most valuable. And what is valuable in Domnonia is not some bastard whelp of Mordred's. Arthur rules here, not Mordred. Nimue wanted Gwyndra dead. Merlin knew that. Only he hoped that the lesser deaths would suffice. But Nimue doesn't care. One day, Derfel, she'll assemble the treasures again, and on that day Gwyndra will have his blood drained into the cauldron.
Not while Arthur lives.
Not while I live either, she proclaimed fiercely.
And then, recognizing her helplessness, she shrugged. She turned back to the window and let the brown robe drop.
I haven't been a good mother, she said unexpectedly.
I did not know what to say, so said nothing. I had never been close to Guinevere. Indeed, she treated me with the same rough mix of affection and derision that she might have extended to a stupid but willing dog. But now, perhaps because she had no one else with whom to share her thoughts, she offered them to me.
I don't even like being a mother, she admitted. These women now,
She indicated Morgan's white-robed women who hurried through the snow between the shrine's buildings.
They all worship motherhood, but they're all as dry as husks. They weep for their Mary, and tell me that only a mother can know true sadness. But who wants to know that?
She asked the question fiercely.
It's all such a waste of life.
She was bitterly angry now.
Cows make good mothers, and sheep suckle perfectly adequately. So what merit lies in motherhood? Any stupid girl can become a mother. It's all that most of them are fit for. Motherhood isn't an achievement. It's an inevitability.
I saw she was weeping, despite her anger.
But it was all Arthur ever wanted me to be. A suckling cow.
No, lady, I said. She turned on me angrily, her eyes bright with tears.
You know more than I about this, Derfel.
He was proud of you, lady, I said awkwardly. He revelled in your beauty.
He could have had a statue made of me if that's all he wanted. A statue with milk ducts that he could clamp his infants onto.
He loved you, I protested. She stared at me, and I thought she was about to erupt into a blistering anger, but instead she smiled wanly.
He worshipped me, Derfel, she said tiredly, and that is not the same thing as being loved.
She sat suddenly, collapsing onto a bench beside the wooden chest.
And being worshipped, Derfel, is very tiresome. But he seems to have found a new goddess now.
He's done what, lady?
You didn't know?
She seemed surprised, then plucked up the letter.
Here, read it.
I took the parchment from her. It carried no date, just the superscription Moridunum, showing that it had been written from Oengus mac Hiram's capital. The letter was in Arthur's solid handwriting, and was as cold as the snow that lay so thick on the window-sill. You should know, lady, he had written, that I am renouncing you as my wife, and taking Argant, daughter of Oengus mac Hiram, instead. I do not renounce Gwyndra. Only you. That was all. It was not even signed.
You really didn't know?
Guinevere asked me. No, lady, I said. I was far more astonished than Guinevere. I had heard men say that Arthur should take another wife, but he had said nothing to me, and I felt offended that he had not trusted me. I felt offended and disappointed. I didn't know, I insisted.
Someone opened the letter, Guinevere said in wry amusement. You can see they left a smudge of dirt on the bottom. Arthur wouldn't do that.
She leaned back so that her springing red hair was crushed against the wall.
Why is he marrying? She asked.
I shrugged. A man should be married, lady.
Nonsense. You don't think any the less of Galahad because he's never married?
A man needs... I began. Then my voice tailed away.
I know what a man needs, Guinevere said with amusement. But why is Arthur marrying now? You think he loves this girl?
I hope so, lady. She smiled.
He's marrying Derfel to prove that he doesn't love me.
I believed her, but I dared not agree with her. I'm sure it is love, lady, I said instead. She laughed at that.
How old is this Argant?
15, I guessed. Maybe only 14. She frowned, thinking back.
I thought she was meant to marry Mordred.
Well, I thought so too, I answered, for I remembered Oengus offering her as a bride to our king.
But why should Oengus marry the child to a limping idiot like Mordred, when he can put her into Arthur's bed? Guinevere said. Only 15, you think?
If that.
Is she pretty?
I've never seen her, lady, but Oengus says she is.
The Wylithran do breed pretty girls, Guinevere said. Was her sister beautiful?
Isolde? Yes, in a way.
This child will need to be beautiful, Guinevere said in an amused voice. Arthur won't look at her otherwise. All men have to envy him. That much he does demand of his wives. They must be beautiful and, of course, much better behaved than I was.
She laughed and looked sideways at me.
But even if she's beautiful and well-behaved, it won't work, Derfel.
It won't?
Oh, I'm sure the child can spit out babies for him if that's what he wants. But unless she's clever, he'll get very bored with her.
She turned to gaze into the fire.
Why do you think he wrote to tell me?
Because he thinks you should know, I said. She laughed at that.
I should know? Why do I care if he beds some Irish child? I don't need to know. But he does need to tell me.
She looked at me again.
And he'll want to know how I reacted, won't he?
Will he? I asked in some confusion.
Of course he will. So tell him, Derfel, that I laughed.
She stared defiantly at me, then suddenly shrugged.
No, don't. Tell him I wish him all happiness. Tell him whatever you like, but ask one favour of him.
She paused, and I realized how she hated asking for favours.
I do not want to die, Derfel, being raped by a horde of lice-ridden Saxon warriors. When Cerdic comes next spring, ask Arthur to move my prison to a safer place.
I think he'll be safe here, lady, I said.
Tell me why you think that,
she demanded sharply. I took a moment to collect my thoughts. When the Saxons come, I said, they'll advance along the Thames Valley. Their aim is to reach the Severn Sea, and that is their quickest route. Guinevere shook her head.
Ael's army will come along the Thames, Derfel, but Cerdic will attack in the south and hook up north to join him. He'll come through here.
Arthur says not, I insisted. He believes they don't trust each other, so they'll want to stay close together to guard against treachery. Guinevere dismissed that with another abrupt shake of her head.
Ael and Cerdic aren't fools, Derfel. They know they have to trust each other long enough to win. After that they can fall out, but not before. How many men will they bring?
We think 2,000, maybe 2,500. She nodded.
The first attack will be on the Thames, and that will be large enough to make you think it is their main attack. And once Arthur has gathered his forces to oppose that army, Cerdic will march in the south. He'll run wild, Derfel, and Arthur will have to send men to oppose him, and when he does, Ael will attack the rest.
Unless Arthur lets Cerdic run wild, I said, not believing her forecast for a moment.
He could do that, she agreed. But if he does, then Inniswydran will be in Saxon hands, and I do not want to be here when that happens. If he won't release me, then beg him to imprison me in Glevum.
I hesitated. I saw no reason not to pass on her request to Arthur, but I wanted to make certain that she was sincere. If Cerdic does come this way, lady, I ventured, he's liable to bring friends of yours in his army. She gave me a murderous look. She held it for a long time before speaking.
I have no friends in Llygir, she said at last, icily.
I hesitated, then decided to forge on. I saw Cerdic not 2 months ago, I said, and Lancelot was in his company. I had never mentioned Lancelot's name to her before, and her head jerked as though I had struck her.
What are you saying, Derfel?
She asked softly. I am saying, lady, that Lancelot will come here in the spring. I am suggesting, lady, that Cerdic will make him lord of this land. She closed her eyes, and for a few seconds I was not certain whether she was laughing or crying. Then I saw it was laughter that had made her shudder.
You are a fool, she said, looking at me again. You're trying to help me. Do you think I love Lancelot?
You wanted him to be king, I said.
What does that have to do with love? She asked derisively. I wanted him to be king because he's a weak man, and a woman can only rule in this world through such a feeble man. Arthur isn't weak.
She took a deep breath.
But Lancelot is, and perhaps he will rule here when the Saxons come. But whoever controls Lancelot, it will not be me, nor any woman now, but Cerdic. And Cerdic, I hear, is anything but weak.
She stood, crossed to me, and plucked the letter from my hands. She unfolded it, read it a last time, then tossed the parchment into the fire. It blackened, shriveled, then burst into flame.
Go,
she said, watching the flames.
And tell Arthur that I wept at his news. That's what he wants to hear. So tell him. Tell him I wept.
I left her. In the next few days the snow thawed, but the rains came again, and the bare black trees dripped onto a land that seemed to be rotting in the misty damp. The solstice neared, though the sun never showed. The world was dying in dark, damp despair. I waited for Arthur's return, but he did not summon me. He took his new bride to Donovaria, and there he celebrated the solstice. If he cared what Guinevere thought of his new marriage, he did not ask me. We gave the feast of the winter solstice in Dun Carrick's hall, and there was not a person present who did not suspect it would be our last. We made our offerings to the midwinter sun, but knew that when the sun rose again, it would not bring life to the land, but death. It would bring Saxon spears and Saxon axes and Saxon swords. We prayed, we feasted, and we feared that we were doomed. And still the rain would not stop. Part 2. Minith Badon.
Who?
Igraine demanded, as soon as she had read the first sheet of the latest pile of parchments. She has learned some of the Saxon tongue in the last few months, and is very proud of herself for that achievement, though in truth it is a barbarous language, and much less subtle than the British. Who? I echoed her question.
Who was the woman who guided Britain to destruction? It was Nimue, wasn't it?
If you give me time to write the tale, dear lady, you will find out.
I knew you were going to say that. I don't even know why I asked.
She sat on the wide ledge of my window-sill, with one hand on her swollen belly, and with her head cocked to one side as though she were listening. After a while, a look of mischievous delight came to her face.
The baby's kicking, she said. Do you want to feel it?
I shuddered. No.
Why not?
I was never interested in babies. She made a face at me.
You'll love mine, Derfel.
I will.
He's going to be lovely.
How do you know, I inquired, that it's a boy?
Because no girl can kick this hard, that's why. Look.
And my queen smoothed the blue dress tight over her belly, and laughed when the smooth dome flickered.
Tell me about Argant,
she said, letting go of the dress. Small, dark, thin, pretty. Igraine made a face at the inadequacy of my description.
Was she clever?
I thought about it. She was sly, so yes, she had a sort of cleverness, but it was never fed by education. My queen gave that statement a scornful shrug.
Is education so important?
I think it is, yes. I always regret I never learned Latin.
Why?
Igraine asked. Because so much of mankind's experience is written in that tongue, lady. And one of the things an education gives us is access to all the things other folks have known, feared, dreamed, and achieved. And when you are in trouble, it helps to discover someone who has been in the same predicament before. It explains things.
Like what?
Igraine demanded. I shrugged. I remember something Guinevere once said to me. I didn't know what it meant because it was in Latin, but she translated it, and it explained Arthur exactly. I've never forgotten it either.
Well, go on.
Odi at amo. I quoted the unfamiliar word slowly. Ex crucior.
Which means?
I hate and I love. It hurts. A poet wrote that line. I forget which poet. But Guinevere had read the poem, and one day, when we were talking about Arthur, she quoted the line. She understood him exactly, you see.
Did Argant understand him?
Oh, no.
Could she read?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. Probably not.
What did she look like?
Well, she had very pale skin, I said, because she refused to go into the sun. She liked the night, Argant did,
and she had very black hair, as shiny as a raven's feathers.
You say she was small and thin?
Igraine asked. Very thin and quite short, I said. But the thing I remember most about our Gant is that she very rarely smiled. She watched everything and missed nothing, and there was always a calculating look on her face. People mistook that look for cleverness, but it wasn't cleverness at all. She was merely the youngest of 7 or 8 daughters, and so she was always worried that she would be left out. She was looking for her share all the time, and all the time she believed she was not receiving it. Igraine grimaced.
You make her sound horrid.
Well, she was greedy, bitter, and very young, I said. But she was also beautiful, and she had a delicacy that was very touching. I paused and sighed. Poor Arthur. He did pick his women very badly. Except for Eileen, of course, but then he didn't pick her. She was given to him as a slave.
What happened to Eileen?
She died in the Saxon War.
Killed?
Igraine shuddered. Of the plague, I said. It was a very normal death. Christ. That name does look odd on the page, but I shall leave it there. Just as Igraine and I were talking about Eileen, Bishop Sansom came into the room. The saint cannot read, and because he would utterly disapprove of my writing this story of Arthur, Igraine and I pretend that I am making a gospel in the Saxon tongue. I say he cannot read, but Sansom does have the ability to recognize some few words, and Christ is one of them, which is why I wrote it. He saw it, too, and grunted suspiciously. He looks very old these days. Almost all his hair is gone, though he still has 2 white tufts, like the ears of Lutigern, the Mouse Lord. He has pain when he passes urine, but he will not submit his body to the wise women for healing, for he claims they are all pagans. God, the saint claims, will cure him, though at times, God forgive me, I pray that the saint might be dying, for then this small monastery would have a new bishop. "My lady is well?" he asked Igraine, after squinting down at this parchment.
"Thank you, Bishop, I am."
Sansom poked about the room, looking for something wrong, though what he expected to find I cannot tell. The room is very simple: a cot, a writing table, a stool, and a fire. He would have liked to criticize me for burning a fire, but today is a very mild winter's day, and I am saving what small fuel the saint permits me to have. He flicked at a scrap of dust, decided not to comment on it, and so peered at Igraine instead. "Your time must be very near, lady."
"Less than 2 moons, they say, Bishop,"
Igraine said, and made the sign of the cross against her blue dress. "You will know, of course, that our prayers will echo throughout heaven on your ladyship's behalf," Sansom said, without meaning a word of it.
"Pray too," Igraine said, "that the Saxons are not close."
"Are they?" Sansom asked in alarm.
"My husband fears they are readying to attack Rattay."
"Rattay is far away," the bishop said dismissively.
"A day and a half," Igraine said. "And if Rattay falls, what fortress lies between us and the Saxons?"
"God will protect us," the bishop said, unconsciously echoing the long-dead belief of the pious King Murig of Gwent, "as God will protect your ladyship at the hour of your trial." He stayed a few more minutes, but had no real business with either of us. The saint is bored these days. He lacks mischief to foment. Brother Maelgwyn, who was the strongest of us and who carried much of the monastery's physical labour, died a few weeks ago, and with his passing the bishop lost one of his favourite targets for contempt. He finds little pleasure in tormenting me, for I endure his spite patiently, and besides, I am protected by Igraine and her husband. At last Sansom went, and Igraine made a face at his retreating back.
"Tell me, Derfel,"
she said when the saint was out of earshot.
"What should I do for the birth?"
"Why on earth do you ask me?" I said in amazement. "I know nothing about childbirth, thank God. I've never even seen a child born, and I don't want to."
"But you know about the old things," she said urgently. "That's what I mean."
"Oh, the women in your care will know much more than I do," I said. "But whenever Kynwyn gave birth, we always made sure there was iron in the bed, women's urine on the doorstep, mugwort on the fire, and, of course, we had a virgin girl ready to lift the newborn child from the birth straw. Most important of all," I went on sternly, "there must be no men in the room. Nothing brings so much ill luck as having a man present at a birth." I touched the protruding nail in my writing desk to avert the evil fortune of even mentioning such an unlucky circumstance. "We Christians, of course, do not believe that touching iron will affect any fortune, whether evil or good, but the nail-head on my desk is still much polished by my touching." "Is it true about the Saxons?" I asked. Igraine nodded.
"They're getting close to Derfel."
I rubbed the nail-head again. "Then warn your husband to have sharp spears."
"He needs no warning," she said grimly.
I wonder if the war will ever end. For as long as I have lived, the Britons have fought the Saxons, and though we did win one great victory over them, in the years since that victory we have seen more land lost, and with the land, the stories that were attached to the valleys and hilltops have been lost as well. History is not just a tale of men's making, but is a thing tied to the land. We call a hill by the name of a hero who died there, or name a river after a princess who fled beside its banks. And when the old names vanish, the stories go with them, and the new names carry no reminder of the past. The Sace take our land and our history. They spread like a contagion, and we no longer have Arthur to protect us. Arthur, scourge of the Sace, Lord of Britain, and the man whose love hurt him more than any wound from sword or spear. How I do miss Arthur. The winter solstice is when we prayed that the gods would not abandon the earth to the great darkness. In the bleakest of winters, those prayers often seem like pleas of despair, and that was never more so than in the year before the Saxons attacked, when our world was deadened beneath a shell of ice and crusted snow. For those of us who are adepts of Mithras, the solstice had a double meaning, for it is also the time of our god's birth, and after the big solstice feast at Duncarrick, I took Issa west to the caves where we held our most solemn ceremonies, and there I inducted him into the worship of Mithras. He endured the ordeal successfully, and so was welcomed into that band of elite warriors who keep the god's mysteries. We feasted afterwards. I killed the bull that year, first hamstringing the beast so that it could not move, then swinging the axe in the low cave to sever its spine. The bull, I recall, had a shriveled liver, which was reckoned a bad omen. But there were no good omens that cold winter. 40 men attended the rites, despite the bitter weather. Arthur, though long an initiate, did not arrive, but Sagramor and Killock had come from their frontier posts for the ceremonies. At the end of the feasting, when most of the warriors were sleeping off the effects of the mead, we three withdrew to a low tunnel where the smoke was not thick and we could talk privately. Both Sagramor and Killock were certain that the Saxons would attack directly along the valley of the Thames.
"What I hear," Sagramor told us, "is that they are filling London and Pontus with food and supplies."
He paused to tear some meat from a bone with his teeth. It had been months since I had seen Sagramor, and I found his company reassuring. The Numidian was the toughest and most fearsome of all Arthur's warlords, and his prowess was reflected in his narrow, axe-sharp face. He was the most loyal of men, a staunch friend and a wondrous teller of stories. But above everything, he was a natural warrior, who could outfox and outfight any enemy. The Saxons were terrified of Sagramore, believing he was a dark demon from their other world. We were happy that they should live in such numbing fear, and it was a comfort that, even though outnumbered, we would have his sword and his experienced spearmen on our side. "Won't Cerdic attack in the south?" I asked. Killock shook his head. "He's not making any show of it. Nothing stirring in Venta."
"They don't trust each other." Sagramore spoke of Cerdic and Ael. "They daren't let one another out of their sight. Cerdic fears we'll buy off Ael, and Ael fears that Cerdic will cheat him of the spoils. So they're going to stick closer than brothers."
"So what will Arthur do?" I asked.
"We hoped you'd tell us that,"
Killock answered. "Arthur doesn't speak to me these days," I said, not bothering to hide my bitterness.
"That makes two of us,"
Killock growled.
"3," Sagramore said. "He comes to see me, he asks questions, he rides on raids, and then he goes away. He says nothing."
"Let's hope he's thinking," I said.
"Too busy with that new bride, probably,"
Killock offered sourly. "Have you met her?" I asked.
"An Irish kitten," he said dismissively, "with claws."
Killock told us he had visited Arthur and his new bride on his way north to this meeting with Mithras.
"She's pretty enough," he said grudgingly. "If you took a slave, you'd probably want to make sure she stayed in your own kitchen for a while. Well, I would. You wouldn't, Derfel."
Killock often teased me about my loyalty to Kynwyn, though I was not so very unusual in my fidelity. Sagramore had taken a captured Saxon for a wife, and, like me, was famously loyal to his woman.
"What use is a bull that only serves one cow?"
Killock now asked, but neither of us responded to his jibe.
"Arthur is frightened," Sagramore said instead.
He paused, gathering his thoughts. The Numidian spoke the British tongue well, though with a wretched accent. But it was not his natural language, and he often spoke slowly to make certain he was expressing his exact ideas.
"He has defied the gods, and not just at Medan, but by taking Mordred's power. The Christians hate him, and now the pagans say he is their enemy. And you see how lonely that makes him."
"The trouble with Arthur is that he doesn't believe in the gods,"
Killock said dismissively.
"He believes in himself," Sagramore said. "And when Guinevere betrayed him, he took a blow to the heart. He is ashamed. He lost much pride, and he's a proud man. He thinks we all laugh at him, and so he is distant from us."
"I don't laugh at him," I protested.
"I do,"
Killock said, flinching as he straightened his wounded leg.
"Stupid bastard. Should have taken his sword belt to Guinevere's back a few times. That would have taught the bitch a lesson."
"Now," Sagramore went on, blithely ignoring Killock's predictable opinion,
"he fears defeat. For what is he, if he is not a soldier? He likes to think he is a good man, that he rules because he is a natural ruler. But it is the sword that has carried him to power. In his soul, he knows that. And if he loses this war, then he loses the thing he cares about most, his reputation. He will be remembered as the usurper who was not good enough to hold what he usurped. He is terrified of a second defeat for his reputation."
"Maybe Argant can heal the first defeat," I said.
"I doubt it," Sagramore said. "Galahad tells me that Arthur didn't really want to marry her."
"Then why did he?" I asked gloomily.
Sagramore shrugged. "To spite Guinevere, to please Oengus, to show us that he doesn't need Guinevere."
"To slap bellies with a pretty girl,"
Killock suggested.
"If he even does that," Sagramore said.
Killock stared at the Numidian in apparent shock.
"Of course he does,"
Killock said. Sagramore shook his head.
"I hear he doesn't.
Only rumour, of course. A rumour is least trustworthy when it comes to the ways of a man and his woman. But I think this princess is too young for Arthur's tastes.
Never too young, Killock growled.
Sagramore just shrugged. He was a far more subtle man than Killock, and that gave him a much greater insight into Arthur, who liked to appear so straightforward, but whose soul was in truth as complicated as the twisted curves and spooling dragons that decorated Excalibur's blade. We parted in the morning, our spear and sword blades still reddened with the blood of the sacrificed bull. Issa was excited. A few years before he had been a farm boy, but now he was an adept of Mithras, and soon, he had told me, he would be a father, for Skarak, his wife, was pregnant. Issa, given confidence by his initiation into Mithras, was suddenly sure we could beat the Saxons without Gwent's help. But I had no such belief. I might not have liked Guinevere, but I had never thought her a fool, and I was worried about her forecast that Cerdic would attack in the south. The alternative made sense, of course. Cerdic and Aiel were reluctant allies and would want to keep a careful eye on each other. An overwhelming attack along the Thames would be the quickest way to reach the Severn Sea, and so split the British kingdoms into two parts. And why should the Saxons sacrifice their advantage of numbers by dividing their forces into two smaller armies that Arthur might defeat one after the other? Yet if Arthur expected just one attack, and only guarded against that one attack, the advantages of a southern assault were overwhelming. While Arthur was tangled with one Saxon army in the Thames Valley, the other could hook around his right flank and reach the Severn almost unopposed. Issa, though, was not worried by such things. He only imagined himself in the shield wall, where, ennobled by Mithras's acceptance, he would cut down Saxons like a farmer reaping hay. The weather stayed cold after the season of the solstice. Day after day dawned frozen and pale, with the sun little more than a reddened disk hanging low in the southern clouds. Wolves scavenged deep into the farmlands, hunting for our sheep that we had penned into hurdle folds. And one glorious day we hunted down 6 of the grey beasts, and so secured 6 new wolf-tails for my warband's helmets. My men had begun to wear such tails on their helmet crests in the deep woods of Armorica, where we had fought the Franks, and because we had raided them like scavenging beasts, they had called us wolves, and we had taken the insult as a compliment. We were the wolf-tails, though our shields, instead of bearing a wolf mask, were painted with a 5-pointed star, as a tribute to Cynwyn. Cynwyn was still insistent that she would not flee to Powys in the spring. Morwenna and Seren could go, she said, but she would stay. I was angry at that decision. "So the girls can lose both mother and father?" I demanded. "If that's what the gods decree, yes," she said placidly, then shrugged. "I may be being selfish, but that is what I want." "Well, you want to die? That's selfish?" "I don't want to be so far away, Derfel," she said. "Do you know what it's like to be in a distant country when your man is fighting? You wait in terror. You fear every messenger. You listen to every rumour. This time I shall stay." "Well, to give me something else to worry about." "What an arrogant man you are," she said calmly. "You think I can't look after myself?" "Well, that little ring won't keep you safe from Saxons," I said, pointing to the scrap of agate on her finger. "So I shall keep myself safe. Don't worry, Derfel. I won't be under your feet, and I won't let myself be taken captive." Next day, the first lambs were born in a sheepfold hard under Duncarrick's hill. It was very early for such births, but I took it as a good sign from the gods. Before Cynwyn could forbid it, the firstborn of those lambs was sacrificed to ensure that the rest of the lambing season would go well. The little beast's bloody pelt was nailed to a willow beside the stream, and beneath it, next day, a wolfsbane bloomed. its small yellow petals the first flash of colour in the turning year. That day, too, I saw 3 kingfishers flickering bright by the icy edges of the stream. Life was stirring. In the dawn, after the cockerels had woken us, we could again hear the songs of thrushes, robins, larks, wrens, and sparrows. Arthur sent for us 2 weeks after those first lambs were born. The snow had thawed, and his messenger had struggled through the muddy roads to bring us the summons that demanded our presence at the palace of Lindinnis. We were to be there for the feast of Imbolc, the first feast after the solstice, and one that is devoted to the goddess of fertility. At Imbolc, we drive newborn lambs through burning hoops, and afterwards, when they think no one is watching, the young girls will leap through the smouldering hoops and touch their fingers to the ashes of Imbolc's fires, and smear the grey dust high between their thighs. A child born in November is called a child of Imbolc, and has ash as its mother and fire as its father. Kynwyn and I arrived in the afternoon of Imbolc Eve, as the wintry sun was throwing long shadows across the pale grass. Arthur's spearmen surrounded the palace, guarding him against the sullen hostility of people who remembered Merlin's magical invocation of the glowing girl in the palace courtyard. To my surprise, I discovered the courtyard was prepared for Imbolc. Arthur had never cared for such things, leaving most religious observances to Guinevere, and she had never celebrated the crude country festivals like Imbolc. But now a great hoop of plaited straw stood ready for the flames in the centre of the yard, while a handful of newborn lambs were penned with their mothers in a small hurdle enclosure. Killock greeted us, giving a sly nod to the hoop.
"A chance for you to have another baby,"
he said to Kynwyn. "Why else would I be here?" she responded, giving him a kiss. "And how many do you have now?"
21, he said proudly.
"From how many mothers?"
10,
he grinned, then slapped my back.
We're to get our orders tomorrow.
We?
You, me, Sagramore, Galahad, Landval, Balin, Morfans.
Killock shrugged.
Everyone.
Is Argant here? I asked.
Well, who do you think put up the hoop?
He asked.
This is all her idea. She's brought a druid out of Demetia, and before we all eat tonight we have to worship Nantosuelta.
Who? Kynwyn asked.
A goddess, Killock said carelessly.
There were so many gods and goddesses that it was impossible for anyone but a druid to know all their names, and neither Kynwyn nor I had ever heard of Nantosuelta before. We did not see either Arthur or Argant until after dark, when Higwith, Arthur's servant, summoned us all into the courtyard that was lit with pitch-smoked torches flaming in their iron beckets. I remembered Merlin's night here, and the crowd of awed folk who had lifted their maimed and sick babies to Olwyn the Silver. Now, an assembly of lords and their ladies waited awkwardly on either side of the plaited hoop, while set on a dais at the courtyard's western end were 3 chairs draped with white linen. A druid stood beside the hoop, and I presumed he was the sorcerer whom Argant had fetched from her father's kingdom. He was a short, squat man with a wild black beard, in which tufts of fox hair and bunches of small bones were plaited. "He's called Fergal," Galahad told me, "and he hates Christians. He spent all afternoon casting spells against me. Then Sagramore arrived, and Fergal almost fainted with horror. He thought it was Crom Duv come in person." Galahad laughed. Sagramore could have indeed been that dark god, for he was dressed in black leather and had a black scabbarded sword at his hip. He had come to Lindinnis with his big, placid Saxon wife, Mala, and the two stood apart from the rest of us at the far side of the courtyard. Sagramore worshipped Mithras, but had little time for the British gods, while Mala still prayed to Woden, Eoster, Thunor, Fur, and Siaxnet, all Saxon deities. All Arthur's leaders were there, though as I waited for Arthur, I thought of the men who were missing. Kai, who had grown up with Arthur in distant Gwynedd, had died in Dunnonian Isker during Lancelot's rebellion. He had been murdered by Christians. Agravain, who for years had been the commander of Arthur's horsemen, had died during the winter, struck down by a fever. Balin had taken over Agravain's duties, and he had brought 3 wives to Lindinus, together with a tribe of small, stocky children who stared in horror at Morfans, the ugliest man of Britain, whose face was now so familiar to the rest of us that we no longer noticed his hare lip, goitered neck, or twisted jaw. Except for Guidra, who was still a boy, I was probably the youngest man there, and that realization shocked me. We needed new warlords, and I decided then and there that I would give Issa his own band of men as soon as the Saxon war was over. If Issa lived. If I lived. Galahad was looking after Guidra, and the 2 of them came to stand with Cynwyn and me. Galahad had always been a handsome man, but now, as he grew into his middle years, those good looks possessed a new dignity. His hair had turned from its bright gold into grey, and he now wore a small pointed beard. He and I had always been close, but in that difficult winter he was probably closer to Arthur than to anyone else. Galahad had not been present at the Sea Palace to see Arthur's shame, and that, together with his calm sympathy, made him acceptable to Arthur. Cynwyn, keeping her voice low so that Guidra could not hear, asked him how Arthur was.
"I wish I knew,"
Galahad said.
"He's surely happy,"
Cynwyn observed.
"Why? A new wife?"
Cynwyn suggested. Galahad smiled. "When a man makes a journey, dear lady, and has his horse stolen in the course of it, he frequently buys a replacement too hastily." "And doesn't ride it thereafter, I hear," I put in brutally.
"Do you hear that, Derfel?"
Galahad answered, neither confirming nor denying the rumour. He smiled. "Marriage is such a mystery to me," he added vaguely. Galahad himself had never married. Indeed, he had never really settled, since in his Trebes his home had fallen to the Franks. He had been in Dunnonia ever since, and he had seen a generation of children grow to adulthood in that time. But he still seemed like a visitor. He had rooms in the palace at Donavaria, but kept little furniture there and scant comfort. He rode errands for Arthur, travelling the length of Britain to resolve problems with other kingdoms, or else riding with Sagramor in raids across the Saxon frontier, and he seemed happiest when he was thus kept busy. I had sometimes suspected that he was in love with Guinevere, but Cynwyn had always mocked that thought. Galahad, she said, was in love with perfection, and was too fastidious to love an actual woman. He loved the idea of women, Cynwyn said, but could not bear the reality of disease and blood and pain. He showed no revulsion to such things in battle, but that, Cynwyn declared, was because in battle it was men who were bloody and men who were fallible, and Galahad had never idealized men, only women. And maybe she was right. I only knew that at times my friend had to be lonely, though he never complained. "Arthur's very proud of Argant," he now said mildly, though in a tone which suggested he was leaving something unsaid. "But she's no Guinevere," I suggested. "She's certainly no Guinevere," Galahad agreed, grateful that I had voiced the thought, though she's not unlike her in some ways.
"Such as?"
Cynwyn asked. "She has ambitions," Galahad said dubiously. "She thinks Arthur should cede Siluria to her father." "Siluria isn't his to yield," I said. "No," Galahad agreed, "but Argant thinks he could conquer it." I spat. To conquer Siluria, Arthur would need to fight Gwent and even Powys, the 2 countries that jointly ruled the territory. "Mad," I said. "Ambitious, if unrealistic," Galahad corrected me.
"Do you like Argant?"
Cynwyn asked him directly. He was spared the need to answer, because the palace door was suddenly thrown open, and Arthur at last appeared. He was robed in his customary white, and his face, that had grown so gaunt over the last months, looked suddenly old. That was a cruel fate, for on his arm, robed in gold, was his new bride, and that new bride was little more than a child. That was the first time I saw Argant, Princess of the Wheel Etan and Isolt's sister, and in many ways she resembled the doomed Isolt. Argant was a fragile creature, poised between girlhood and womanhood, and on that night of Imbolc's Eve she looked closer to childhood than adulthood, for she was swathed in a great cloak of stiff linen that had surely once belonged to Guinevere. The robe was certainly too big for Argant, who walked awkwardly in its golden folds. I remembered seeing her sister hung with jewels, and thinking that Isolt had looked like a child, arrayed in its mother's gold, and Argant gave the same impression of being dressed up for a play, and, just like a child pretending to adulthood, she carried herself with a self-absorbed solemnity to defy her innate lack of dignity. She wore her glossy black hair in a long tress that was twisted about her skull and held in place with a brooch of jet, the same colour as the shields of her father's feared warriors, and the adult style sat uneasily on her young face, just as the heavy golden torque about her neck seemed too massive for her slender throat. Arthur led her to the dais, and there bowed her into the left-hand chair, and I doubt there was a single soul in the courtyard, whether guest, druid, or guard, who did not think how like father and daughter they appeared. There was a pause once Argant was seated. It was an awkward moment, as though a piece of ritual had been forgotten, and a solemn ceremony was in danger of becoming ridiculous. But then there was a scuffle in the doorway, a snigger of laughter, and Mordred came into view. Our king limped on his club foot, and with a sly smile on his face. Like Argant, he was playing a role, but unlike her, he was an unwilling player. He knew that every man in that courtyard was Arthur's man, and that all hated him, and that while they pretended he was their king, he lived only by their sufferance. He climbed the dais. Arthur bowed, and we all followed suit. Mordred, his stiff hair as unruly as ever, and his beard an ugly fringe to his round face, nodded curtly, then sat in the centre chair. Argant gave him a surprisingly friendly glance. Arthur took the last chair, and there they sat, emperor, king, and child bride. I could not help thinking that Guinevere would have done all this so much better. There would have been heated mead to drink, more fires for warmth, and music to drown the awkward silences. But on this night, no one seemed to know what was supposed to happen, until Argant hissed at her father's druid. Fergal glanced about nervously, then scuttled across the courtyard to snatch up one of the becketed torches. He used the torch to ignite the hoop, then muttered incomprehensible incantations as the flames seized the straw. The 5 newborn lambs were carried from the pen by slaves. The ewes called miserably for their missing offspring that wriggled in the slaves' arms. Fergal waited until the hoop was a complete circle of fire, then ordered the lambs he herded through the flames. Confusion followed. The lambs, having no idea that the fertility of Dumnonia depended on their obedience, scattered in every direction, except towards the fire, and Balin's children happily joined the whooping hunt, and only succeeded in compounding the confusion. But at last, one by one, the lambs were collected, and shooed towards the hoop, and in time all 5 were persuaded to jump through the circlet of fire. But by then the courtyard's intended solemnity had been shattered. Argant, who was doubtless accustomed to seeing such ceremonies performed much better in her native Demetia, frowned, but the rest of us laughed and chatted. Fergal restored the night's dignity by suddenly uttering a feral scream that froze us all. The druid was standing with his head thrown back, so that he stared up at the clouds, and in his right hand there was lifted a broad flint knife, and in his left, where it struggled helplessly, was a lamb. "Oh, no," Kynwyn protested, and turned away. Gwyndra grimaced, and I put an arm about his shoulders. Fergal bellowed his challenge at the knight, then held both lamb and knife high over his head. He screamed again, then savaged the lamb, striking and tearing at its little body with the clumsy blunt knife. The lamb struggled ever more weakly and bleated to its mother that called hopelessly back, and all the while blood poured from its fleece onto Fergal's raised face and onto his wild, bone-hung, fox-plaited beard. "I am very glad," Galahad murmured in my ear, "that I do not live in Demetia." I glanced at Arthur while this extraordinary sacrifice was being performed, and I saw a look of utter revulsion on his face. Then he saw that I was watching him, and his face stiffened. Argant, her mouth open eagerly, was leaning forward to watch the druid. Mordred was grinning. The lamb died, and Fergal, to the horror of us all, began to prance about the courtyard, shaking the corpse and screaming prayers. Blood droplets spattered us. I threw my cloak protectively over Kynwyn as the druid, his own face streaming with rivulets of blood, danced past. Arthur plainly had no idea that this barbarous killing had been arranged. He had doubtless thought his new bride had planned some decorous ceremony to precede the feast, but the rite had become an orgy of blood. All 5 lambs were slaughtered, and when the last small throat had been cut by the black flint blade, Fergal stepped back and gestured at the hoop. "Nantusuelta awaits you!" he called to us. "Here she is! Come to her!" Clearly he expected some response, but none of us moved. Sagramor stared up at the moon, and Killuck hunted a louse in his beard. Small flames flickered along the hoop, and scraps of burning straw fluttered down to where the torn, bloody corpses lay on the courtyard stones. And still none of us moved. "Come to Nantusuelta!" Fergal called hoarsely. Then Argant stood. She shrugged off the stiff golden robe to reveal a simple blue woolen dress that made her look more childlike than ever. She had narrow, boyish hips, small hands, and a delicate face as white as the lamb's fleeces had been before the black knife took their little lives. Fergal called to her. "Come!" he chanted. "Come to Nantusuelta! Nantusuelta calls you! Come to Nantusuelta!" And on he crooned, summoning Argant to her goddess. Argant, almost in a trance now, stepped slowly forward, each step a separate effort, so that she moved and stopped, as the druid beguiled her onwards. "Come to Nantusuelta," Fergal intoned. "Nantusuelta calls you. Come to Nantusuelta." Argant's eyes were closed. For her, at least, this was an awesome moment, though the rest of us were all, I think, embarrassed. Arthur looked appalled, and no wonder, for it seemed that he had only exchanged Isis for Nantusuelta, though Mordred, who had once been promised Argant as his own bride, watched with an eager face as the girl shuffled forward. "Come to Nantusuelta! Nantusuelta calls you!" Fergal beckoned her on, only now his voice had risen to a mock female screech. Argant reached the hoop, and as the heat of the last flames touched her face, she opened her eyes and almost seemed surprised to find herself standing beside the goddess's fire. She looked at Fergal, then ducked swiftly through the smoky ring. She smiled triumphantly, and Fergal clapped her, inviting the rest of us to join the applause. Politely we did so, though our unenthusiastic clapping ceased as Argant crouched down beside the dead lambs. We were all silent as she dipped a delicate finger into one of the knife wounds. She withdrew her finger and held it up so that we could all see the blood thick on its tip. Then she turned so that Arthur could see. She stared at him as she opened her mouth, baring small white teeth, then slowly placed the finger between her teeth and closed her lips around it. She sucked it clean. Gwydra, I saw, was staring in disbelief at his stepmother. She was not much older than Gwydra. Kynwyn shuddered, her hand firmly clasping mine. Argant was still not finished. She turned, wet her finger with blood again, and stabbed the bloody finger into the hot embers of the hoop. Then, Crouching still, she groped under the hem of her blue dress, transferring the blood and ashes to her thighs. She was ensuring that she would have babies. She was using Nantusuelta's power to start her own dynasty, and we were all witnesses to that ambition. Her eyes were closed again, almost in ecstasy. Then suddenly, the rite was over. She stood, her hand visible again, and beckoned Arthur. She smiled for the first time that evening, and I saw she was beautiful. But it was a stark beauty, as hard in its way as Guinevere's, but without Guinevere's tangle of bright hair to soften it. She beckoned to Arthur again, for it seemed the ritual demanded that he too must pass through the hoop. For a second he hesitated. Then he looked at Gwyndra, and, unable to take any more of the superstition, he stood up and shook his head. "We shall eat," he said harshly, then softened the curt invitation by smiling at his guests. But at that moment I glanced at Egant, and saw a look of utter fury on her pale face. For a heartbeat I thought she would scream at Arthur. Her small body was tensed rigid, and her fists were clenched. But Fergal, who alone, except for me, seemed to have noticed her rage, whispered in her ear, and she shuddered as the anger passed. Arthur had noticed nothing. "Bring the torches," he ordered the guards. And the flames were carried inside the palace to illuminate the feasting hall. "Come," Arthur called to the rest of us, and we gratefully moved towards the palace doors. Argant hesitated, but again Fergal whispered to her, and she obeyed Arthur's summons. The druid stayed beside the smoking hoop. Cynwyn and I were the last of the guests to leave the courtyard. Some impulse had held me back, and I touched Cynwyn's arm and drew her aside into the arcade shadow, from where we saw that one other person had also stayed in the courtyard. Now, when it seemed empty of all but the bleating ewes and the blood-soaked druid, that person stepped from the shadows. It was Mordred. He limped past the dais, across the flagstones, and stopped beside the hoop. For a heartbeat, he and the druid stared at each other. Then Mordred made an awkward gesture with his hand, as though seeking permission to step through the glowing remnants of the fire circle. Fergal hesitated, then nodded abruptly. Mordred ducked his head and stepped through the hoop. He stooped at the far side and wet his finger in blood, but I did not wait to see what he did. I drew Cynwyn into the palace, where the smoking flames lit the great wall paintings of Roman gods and Roman hunts. "If they serve lamb," Cynwyn said, "I shall refuse to eat." Arthur served salmon, boar, and venison. A harpist played. Mordred, his late arrival unnoticed, took his place at the head table, where he sat with a sly smile on his blunt face. He spoke to no one, and no one spoke to him, but at times he glanced across at the pale, thin Argant, who, alone in the room, seemed to take no pleasure from the feast. I saw her catch Mordred's eye once, and they exchanged exasperated shrugs, as if to suggest that they despised the rest of us. But other than that one glance, she merely sulked, and Arthur was embarrassed for her, while the rest of us pretended not to notice her mood. Mordred, of course, enjoyed her sullenness. Next morning we hunted. A dozen of us rode, all men. Cynwyn liked to hunt, but Arthur had asked her to spend the morning with Argant, and Cynwyn had reluctantly agreed. We drew the western woods, though without much hope, for Mordred frequently hunted among these trees, and the huntsman doubted we would find game. Guinevere's deerhounds, now in Arthur's care, loped off among the black trunks, and managed to start a doe, which gave us a fine gallop through the woods, but the huntsman called off the hounds when he saw that the animal was pregnant. Arthur and I had ridden at a tangent to the chase, thinking to head off the prey at the edge of the woods, but we reined in when we heard the horns. Arthur looked about him, as if expecting to find more company, then grunted when he saw I was alone with him. "A strange business last night," he said awkwardly. But women like these things, he added dismissively. Kynwyn doesn't, I said. He gave me a sharp look. He must have been wondering if she had told me about his proposal of marriage, but my face betrayed nothing, and he must have decided she had not spoken. No, he said. He hesitated again, then laughed awkwardly. Argant believes I should have stepped through the flames as a way of marking the marriage. But I told her I don't need dead lambs to tell me I'm married. I never had a chance to congratulate you on your marriage, I said very formally. So let me do so now. She's a beautiful girl. That pleased him. She is, he said, then blushed. But only a child. Killock says they should all be taken young, Lord, I said lightly. He ignored my levity. I hadn't meant to marry, he said quietly. I said nothing. He was not looking at me, but staring across the fallow fields. But a man should be married, he said firmly, as if trying to convince himself. Indeed, I agreed. And Oengus was enthusiastic. Come spring, Derfel, he'll bring all his army. And they're good fighters, the Black Shields. None better, Lord, I said. But I reflected that Oengus would have brought his warriors whether Arthur had married Argant or not. What Oengus had really wanted, of course, was Arthur's alliance against Keenaglas of Powys, whose lands Oengus's spearmen were forever raiding. But doubtless the wily Irish king had suggested to Arthur that the marriage would guarantee the arrival of his Black Shields for the spring campaign. The marriage had plainly been arranged in haste, and now, just as plainly, Arthur was regretting it. She wants children, of course, Arthur said, still thinking of the horrid rites that had bloodied Lindinus's courtyard. Don't you, Lord? Not yet, he said curtly. Better to wait, I think, till the Saxon business is over. Speaking of which, I said, I have a request from the Lady Guinevere. Arthur gave me another sharp look, but said nothing. Guinevere fears, I went on, that she will be vulnerable if the Saxons attack in the south. She begs you to move her prison to a safer place. Arthur leaned forward to fondle his horse's ears. I had expected him to be angry at the mention of Guinevere, but he showed no irritation. The Saxons might attack in the south, he said mildly. In fact, I hope they do, for then they'll split their forces into two and we can pluck them one at a time. But the greater danger, Derfel, is if they make one single attack along the Thames, and I must plan for the greater, not the lesser danger. But it would surely be prudent, I urged him, to move whatever is valuable from southern Dumnonia. He turned to look at me. His gaze was mocking, as though he despised me for showing sympathy to Guinevere. Is she valuable, Derfel? He asked. I said nothing, and Arthur turned away from me to stare across the pale fields where thrushes and blackbirds hunted the furrows for worms. Should I kill her? He suddenly asked me. Kill Guinevere? I responded, shocked at the suggestion, then decided that Argant was probably behind his words. She must have resented that Guinevere still lived after committing an offence for which her sister had died. The decision, Lord, I said, is not mine, but surely if it was death she deserved, it should have been given months ago. Not now. He grimaced at that advice. What will the Saxons do with her? He asked. She thinks they'll rape her. I suspect they'll put her on a throne. He glowered across the pale landscape. He knew I meant Lancelot's throne, and he was imagining the embarrassment of his mortal enemy on Dumnonia's throne with Guinevere beside him, and Cerdic holding their power. It was an unbearable thought. If she's in any danger of capture, he said harshly, then you will kill her. I could hardly believe what I had heard. I stared at him, but he refused to look me in the eyes. It's simpler, surely, I said, to move her to safety. Can't she go to Gleavham? I have enough to worry about, he snapped, without wasting thought on the safety of traitors.
For a few heartbeats his face looked as angry as I had ever seen it. But then he shook his head and sighed.
"Do you know who I envy?" he asked.
"Tell me, Lord."
"Tudrick."
I laughed. "Tudrick? You want to be a constipated monk?"
"He's happy,"
Arthur said firmly.
"He has found the life he always wanted. I don't want the tonsure, and I don't care for his god, but I envy him all the same."
He grimaced.
"I wear myself out getting ready for a war no one except me believes we can win, and I want none of it. None of it. Mordred should be king. We took an oath to make him king, and if we beat the Saxons, Derfel, I'll let him rule."
He spoke defiantly, and I did not believe him.
"All I ever wanted," he went on, "was a hall, some land, some cattle, crops in season, timber to burn, a smithy to work iron, a stream for water. Is it too much?"
He rarely indulged in such self-pity, and I just let his anger talk itself out. He had often expressed such a dream of a household tight in its own palisade, shielded from the world by deep woods and wide fields, and filled with his own folk. But now, with Cerdic and Ael gathering their spears, he must have known it was a hopeless dream.
"I can't hold Dumnonia forever," he said, "and when we've beaten the Saxons it might be time to let other men bridle Mordred. As for me, I'll follow Tudrick into happiness."
He gathered his reins.
"I can't think about Guinevere now," he said, "but if she's in any danger, you deal with her."
And with that curt command, he clapped his heels back and drove his horse away. I stayed where I was. I was appalled, but if I had thought beyond my disgust at his order, I should surely have known what was in his mind. He knew I would not kill Guinevere, and he knew, therefore, that she was safe. But by giving me the harsh order, he was not required to betray any affection for her. Odi at amo excrucio.
We killed nothing that morning. In the afternoon the warriors gathered in the feasting hall. Mordred was there, hunched in the chair that served as his throne. He had nothing to contribute, for he was a king without a kingdom, yet Arthur accorded him a proper courtesy. Arthur began, indeed, by saying that when the Saxons came, Mordred would ride with him, and that the whole army would fight beneath Mordred's banner of the Red Dragon. Mordred nodded his agreement, but what else could he do? In truth, and we all knew it, Arthur was not offering Mordred a chance of redeeming his reputation in battle, but ensuring that he could make no mischief. Mordred's best chance of regaining his power was to ally himself with our enemies by offering himself as a puppet king to Cerdic, but instead he would be a prisoner of Arthur's hard warriors. Arthur then confirmed that King Murig of Gwent would not fight. That news, though no surprise, was met by a growl of hatred. Arthur hushed the protest. Murig, he said, was convinced that the coming war was not Gwent's battle, but the king had still given his grudging permission for Keenaglass to bring the army of Powys south across Gwent's land, and for Oengus to march his black shields through his kingdom. Arthur said nothing of Murig's ambition to rule Dumnonia, perhaps because he knew that such an announcement would only make us even angrier with the King of Gwent, and Arthur still hoped that somehow he could change Murig's mind, and so did not want to provoke more hatred between us and Gwent. The forces of Powys and Demetia, Arthur said, would converge on Corinium, for that walled Roman city was to be Arthur's base, and the place where all our supplies were to be concentrated. "And we start supplying Corinium tomorrow," Arthur said. "I want it crammed with food, for it's there we shall fight our battle." He paused. "One vast battle," he said, "with all their forces against every man we can raise." "A siege?" Killock asked, surprised. "No," Arthur said. Instead, he explained, he intended to use Corinium as a lure. The Saxons would soon hear that the town was filled with salted meat, dried fish, and grain, and, like any great horde on the march, they would be short of food themselves, and so would be drawn to Corinium like a fox to a duck pond. And there he planned to destroy them. "They will besiege it," he said, "and Morfans will defend it." Morfans, forewarned of that duty, nodded his agreement. "But the rest of us," Arthur went on, "will be in the hills north of the city. Cerdic will know he has to destroy us, and he'll break off his siege to do that. Then we'll fight him on ground of our choosing." The whole plan depended on both Saxon armies advancing up the valley of the Thames, and all the signs indicated that this was indeed the Saxon intention. They were piling supplies into London and Pontus, and making no preparations on the southern frontier. Kilhuch, who guarded that southern border, had raided deep into Llogir, and told us that he had found no concentration of spearmen, nor any indication that Cerdic was hoarding grain or meat in Venta, or any other of the frontier towns. Everything pointed, Arthur said, to a simple, brutal, and overwhelming assault up the Thames, aimed at the shore of the Severn Sea, with the decisive battle being fought somewhere near Corinium. Sagramore's men had already built great warning beacons on the hilltops on either side of the Thames Valley, and still more beacons had been made on the hills spreading south and west into Dumnonia, and when we saw the smoke of those fires, we were all to march to our places. "That won't be until after Beltane," Arthur said. He had spies in both Ael's and Cerdic's halls, and all had reported that the Saxons would wait until after the feast of their goddess Eostra, which would be celebrated a whole week after Beltane. The Saxons wished the goddess's blessing, Arthur explained, and they wanted to give the new season's boats time to come across the sea, with their hulls packed with yet more hungry fighting men. But after Eostra's feast, he said, the Saxons would advance, and he would let them come deep into Dumnonia without a battle, though he planned to harass them all the way. Sagramore, with his battle-hardened spearmen, would retreat in front of the Saxon horde, and offer whatever resistance he could, short of a shield wall, while Arthur gathered the allied army at Corinium. Kilhuch and I had different orders. Our task was to defend the hills south of the Thames Valley. We could not expect to defeat any determined Saxon thrust that came south through those hills, but Arthur did not expect any such attack. The Saxons, he said again and again, would keep marching westwards, ever westwards along the Thames, but they were bound to send raiding parties into the southern hills in search of grain and cattle. Our task was to stop those raiding parties, thus forcing the scavengers to go north instead. That would take the Saxons across the Gwentian border, and might spur Murig into a declaration of war. The unspoken thought in that hope, though each of us in that smoky room nevertheless understood it, was that without Gwent's well-trained spearmen, the great battle near Corinium would be a truly desperate affair. "So fight them hard," Arthur told Kilhuch and me. "Kill their foragers, scare them, but don't be caught in battle. Harass them, frighten them, but once they're within a day's march of Corinium, leave them alone. Just march to join me." He would need every spear he could gather to fight that great battle outside Corinium, and Arthur seemed sure that we could win it, so long as our forces had the high ground. It was, in its way, a good plan. The Saxons would be lured deep into Dumnonia, and there be forced to attack up some steep hill. But the plan depended on the enemy doing exactly as Arthur wanted, and Cerdic, I thought, was not an obliging man. Yet Arthur seemed confident enough, and that, at least, was comforting. We all went home. I made myself unpopular by searching all the houses in my district and confiscating grain, salted meat, and dried fish. We left enough supplies to keep the folk alive, but sent the rest to Corinium, where it would feed Arthur's army. It was a distasteful business, for peasants fear hunger almost as much as they fear enemy spearmen, and we were forced to search for hiding places and ignore the screams of women who accused us of tyranny. But better our searches, I told them, than Saxon ravages. We also readied ourselves for battle. I laid out my war gear, and my slaves oiled the leather jerkin, polished the mailcoat, combed out the wolf-hair plume on the helmet, and repainted the white star on my heavy shield. The new year came with the blackbird's first song. Missel thrushes called from the high twigs of the larches behind Duncarrick's hill, and we paid the children of the village to run with pots and sticks through the apple orchards to scare away the bullfinches that would steal the tiny fruit buds. Sparrows nested, and the stream glinted with the returning salmon. The dusks were made noisy by flocks of pied wagtails. Within a few weeks there were blossoms on the hazel, dog violets in the woods, and gold-touched cones on the sallow trees. Buck hares danced in the fields where the lambs played. In March there was a swarm of toads, and I feared what it meant. But there was no Merlin to ask, for he, with Namui, had vanished, and it seemed we must fight without his help. Larks sang, and the predatory magpies hunted for new-laid eggs along hedgerows that still lacked their cover of foliage. The leaves came at last, and with them news of the first warriors arriving south from Powys. They were few in number, for Keenaglass did not want to exhaust the food supplies being piled in Corinium. But their arrival gave promise of the greater army that Keenaglass would lead south after Beltane. Our calves were born, butter was churned, and Kynwyn busied herself cleaning out the hall after the long, smoky winter. They were odd and bitter-sweet days, for there was the promise of war in a new spring that was suddenly glorious with sun-drenched skies and flower-bright meadows. The Christians preach of the last days, by which they mean those times before the world's ending, and maybe folk will feel then as we did in that soft and lovely spring. There was an unreal quality to everyday life, which made every small task special. Maybe this would be the last time we would ever burn winter straw from our bedding, and maybe the last time we would ever heave a calf all bloody from its mother's womb into the world. Everything was special, because everything was threatened. We also knew that the coming Beltane might be the last we would ever know as a family, and so we tried to make it memorable. Beltane greets the New Year's life, and on the eve of the feast we let all the fires die in Duncarrick. The kitchen fires that had burned all winter long went unfed all day, and by night there were nothing but embers. We raked them out, swept the hearths clean, then laid new fires, while on a hill to the east of the village we heaped 2 great piles of firewood, one of them stacked about the sacred tree that Peerlig, our bard, had selected. It was a young hazel that we had cut down and carried ceremonially through the village, across the stream and up the hill. The tree was hung with scraps of cloth, and all the houses, like the hall itself, were decked with new young hazel boughs. That night, all across Britain, the fires were dead. On Beltane Eve, darkness rules. The feast was laid in our hall, but there was no fire to cook it, and no flame to light the high rafters. There was no light anywhere, except in the Christian towns, where folks heaped their fires to defy the gods. But in the countryside, all was dark. At dusk we had climbed the hill, a mass of villagers and spearmen driving cattle and sheep that were folded into wattle enclosures. Children played, but once the great dark fell, the smallest children fell asleep, and their little bodies lay in the grass as the rest of us gathered about the unlit fires, and there sang the lament of a noon. Then, in the darkest part of the night, we made the New Year's fire. Peerlig made the flame by rubbing 2 sticks, while Issa dribbled shavings of larchwood kindling onto the spark that gave off a tiny wisp of smoke. The 2 men stooped to the tiny flame, blew on it, added more kindling, and at last a strong flame leapt up, and all of us began to sing the chant of Belanos as Peerlig carried the new fire to the 2 heaps of firewood. The sleeping children awoke and ran to find their parents as the Beltane fires sprang high and bright. A goat was sacrificed once the fires were burning. Kynwyn, as ever, turned away as the beast's throat was cut, and as Peerlig scattered its blood on the grass. He tossed the goat's corpse onto the fire, where the sacred hazel was burning. Then the villagers fetched their cattle and sheep and drove them between the 2 great blazes. We hung plaited straw collars about the cows' necks, and then watched as young women danced between the fires to seek the blessing of the gods on their wombs. They had danced through fire at Imbolc, but always did it again at Beltane. That was the first year Morwenna was old enough to dance between the fires, and I felt a pang of sadness as I watched my daughter twirl and leap. She looked so happy. She was thinking of marriage and dreaming of babies, yet within a few weeks I thought she could be dead or enslaved. That thought filled me with a huge anger, and I turned away from our fires and was startled to see the bright flames of other Beltane fires burning in the distance. All across Dumnonia the fires were burning to greet the newly arrived year. My spearmen had brought 2 huge iron cauldrons to the hilltop, and we filled their bellies with burning wood, then hurried down the hill with the 2 flaming pots. Once in the village, the new fire was distributed, each cottage taking a flame from the fire and setting it to the waiting wood in the hearth. We went to the hall last, and there carried the new fire into the kitchens. It was almost dawn by then, and the villagers crowded into the palisade to wait for the rising sun. The instant that its first brilliant shard of light showed above the eastern horizon, we sang the song of Lug's birth, a joyous dancing hymn of merriment. We faced the east as we sang our welcome to the sun, and right across the horizon we could see the dark dribble of Beltane smoke rising into the ever-paler sky. The cooking began as the hearth fires became hot. I had planned a huge feast for the village, thinking that this might be our last day of happiness for a long time. The common folk rarely ate meat, but on that Beltane we had 5 deer, 2 boars, 3 pigs, and 6 sheep to roast. We had barrels of newly brewed mead, and 10 baskets of bread that had been baked on the old season's fires. There was cheese, honeyed nuts, and oatcakes, with the cross of Beltane scorched onto their crusts. In a week or so, the Saxons would come. So this was a time to give a feast that might help our people through the horrors to come. The villagers played games as the meat cooked. There were foot races down the street, wrestling matches, and a competition to see who could lift the heaviest weight. The girls wove flowers in their hair, and, long before the feast began, I saw the couples slipping away. We ate in the afternoon, and while we feasted, the poets recited, and the village bards sang to us, and the success of their compositions was judged by the amount of applause each generated. I gave gold to all the bards and poets, even the worst ones, and there were many of those. Most of the poets were young men who blushingly declaimed clumsy lines addressed to their girls, and the girls would look sheepish, and the villagers would jeer, laugh, and then demand that each girl reward the poet with a kiss, and if the kiss was too fleeting, the couple would be held face to face and made to kiss properly. The poetry became markedly better as we drank more. I drank too much. Indeed, we all feasted well and drank even better. At one point I was challenged to a wrestling match by the village's wealthiest farmer, and the crowd demanded I accept. And so, half drunk already, I clapped my hands on the farmer's body, and he did the same to me. and I could smell the reeking mead on his breath, as he could doubtless smell it on mine. He heaved, I heaved back, and neither of us could move the other, so we stood there, locked head to head like battling stags, while the crowd mocked our sad display. In the end I tipped him over, but only because he was more drunk than I was. I drank still more, trying, perhaps, to obliterate the future. By nightfall, I was feeling sick. I went to the fighting platform we had built on the eastern rampart, and there I leaned on the wall's top and stared at the darkening horizon. Twin wisps of smoke drifted from the hilltop where we had lit our night's new fires, though to my mead-fuddled mind it seemed as if there were at least a dozen smoke pyres. Kynwyn climbed up to the platform and laughed at my dismal face. "You're drunk," she said. "I am that," I agreed. "You sleep like a hog," she said accusingly, "and snore like one too." "Oh, it's Beltane," I said in excuse, and waved my hand at the distant wisps of smoke. She leaned on the parapet beside me. She had sloe blossom woven into her golden hair, and looked as beautiful as ever. "We must talk to Arthur about Gwyndra," she said. "Marrying Morwenna?" I asked, then paused to collect my thoughts. "Arthur seems so unfriendly these days," I finally managed to say. "And maybe he has a mind to marry Gwyndra to someone else." "Maybe he has," Kynwyn said calmly. "In which case, we should find someone else for Morwenna." "Who?" "That's exactly what I want you to think about," Kynwyn said. "When you're sober. Maybe one of Killock's boys." She peered down into the evening shadows at the foot of Duncarrick's hill. There was a tangle of bushes at the foot of the slope, and she could see a couple busy among the leaves. "That's Morfuth," she said. "Who?" "Morfuth," Kynwyn said. "The dairy girl. Another baby coming, I suppose. It really is time she married." She sighed and stared at the horizon. She was silent for a long time. Then she frowned. "Don't you think there are more fires this year than last?" she asked. I dutifully stared at the horizon, but in all honesty I could not distinguish between one spiring smoke trail and another. "Possibly," I said evasively. She still frowned. "Or maybe they aren't Beltane fires at all." "Of course they are," I said, with all the certitude of a drunken man. "But beacons," she went on. It took a few heartbeats for the meaning of her words to sink in. Then suddenly I did not feel drunk at all. I felt sick, but not drunk. I gazed eastwards. A score of plumes smudged their smoke against the sky, but two of the plumes were far thicker than the others, and far too thick to be the remnants of fires lit the night before and allowed to die in the dawn. And suddenly, sickeningly, I knew they were the warning beacons. The Saxons had not waited until after their feast of Eostra, but had come at Beltane. They knew we had prepared warning beacons, but they also knew that the fires of Beltane would be lit on hilltops all across Dumnonia, and they must have guessed that we would not notice the warning beacons among the ritual fires. They had tricked us. We had feasted, we had drunk ourselves insensible, and all the while the Saxons were attacking, and Dumnonia was at war. I was the leader of 70 experienced warriors, but I also commanded 110 youngsters I had trained through the winter. Those 180 men constituted nearly 1/3 of all Dumnonia's spearmen, but only 16 of them were ready to march by dawn. The rest were either still drunk or else so suffering that they ignored my curses and blows. Issa and I dragged the worst afflicted to the stream and tossed them into the chill water, but it did small good. I could only wait, as hour by hour more men recovered their wits. A score of sober Saxons could have laid Duncarrick waste that morning. The beacon fires still burned to tell us that the Saxons were coming, and I felt a terrible guilt that I had failed Arthur so badly. Later, I learned that nearly every warrior in Dumnonia was similarly insensible that morning, though Sagramor's 120 men had stayed sober, and they dutifully fell back in front of the advancing Saxon armies. But the rest of us staggered, retched, gasped for breath, and gulped water like dogs. By midday, most of my men were standing, though not all, and only a few were ready for a long march. My armour, shield, and war spears were loaded on a pack-horse, while 10 mules carried the baskets of food that Cynwyn had been busy filling all morning. She would wait at Duncarrick, either for victory, or, more likely, for a message telling her to flee. Then, a few moments after midday, everything changed. A rider came from the south on a sweating horse. He was Killock's eldest son, Ineon, and he had ridden himself and his horse close to exhaustion in his frantic attempt to reach us. He half fell from the saddle. "Lord," he gasped, then stumbled, found his feet, and gave me a perfunctory bow. For a few heartbeats he was too breathless to speak. Then the words tumbled out in frantic excitement. But he had been so eager to deliver his message, and had so anticipated the drama of the moment, that he was quite unable to make any sense, though I did understand he had come from the south, and that the Saxons were marching there. I led him to a bench beside the hall and sat him down. "Welcome to Duncarrick, Ineon ap Killock," I said very formally. "And say all that again." "The Saxons, Lord," he said, "have attacked Dunham." So Guinevere had been right, and the Saxons had marched in the south. They had come from Cerdick's land beyond Venter, and were already deep inside Dumnonia. Dunham, our fortress close to the coast, had fallen in yesterday's dawn. Killock had abandoned the fort, rather than have his 100 men overwhelmed, and now he was falling back in front of the enemy. Ineon, a young man with the same squat build as his father, looked up at me woefully. "There are just too many of them, Lord." The Saxons had made fools of us. First, they had convinced us that they meant no mischief in the south. Then they had attacked on our feast night, when they knew we would mistake the distant beacon fires for the flames of Beltane, and now they were loose on our southern flank. Ael, I guessed, was pushing down the Thames, while Cerdick's troops were rampaging free by the coast. Ineon was not certain that Cerdick himself led the southern attack, for he had not seen the Saxon king's banner of the red-painted wolf skull hung with a dead man's flayed skin, but he had seen Lancelot's flag of the sea-eagle with the fish clutched in its talons. Killock believed that Lancelot was leading his own followers, and 200 or 300 Saxons besides. "Where were they when you left?" I asked Ineon. "Still south of Solviodunum, Lord. And your father? He was in the town, Lord, but he dare not be trapped there." So, Killock would yield the fortress of Solviodunum rather than be trapped. "Does he want me to join him?" I asked. Ineon shook his head. "He sent word to Durnavaria, Lord, telling the folk there to come north. He thinks you should protect them and take them to Corinium." "Who's at Durnavaria?" I asked. "The Princess Argant, Lord." I swore softly. Arthur's new wife could not just be abandoned, and I understood now what Killock was suggesting. He knew Lancelot could not be stopped, so he wanted me to rescue whatever was valuable in Dumnonia's heartland and retreat north towards Corinium, while Killock did his best to slow the enemy. It was a desperately makeshift strategy, and at its end we would have yielded the greater part of Dumnonia to the enemy's forces. But there was still the chance that we could all come together at Corinium to fight Arthur's battle, though by rescuing Argant I abandoned Arthur's plans to harass the Saxons in the hills south of the Thames. That was a pity, but war rarely goes according to plan. "Does Arthur know?" I asked Ineon. "My brother is riding to him," Ineon assured me, which meant Arthur would still not have heard the news. It would be late afternoon before Ineon's brother reached Corinium, where Arthur had spent Beltane. Killock, meanwhile,
was lost somewhere south of the Great Plain, while Lancelot's army was... where? Eöl, presumably, was still marching west, and maybe Cerdic was with him, which meant Lancelot could either continue along the coast and capture Durnavaria, or else turn north and follow Killuch towards Caer-Cadern and Duncarrick. But either way, I reflected, this landscape would be swarming with Saxon spearmen in only 3 or 4 days. I gave Aeneon a fresh horse and sent him north to Arthur, with a message that I would bring Argant to Corinium, but suggesting he might send horsemen to Aquasulis to meet us, and then hurry her northwards. I then sent Issa and 50 of my fittest men south to Durnavaria. I ordered them to march fast and light, carrying only their weapons, and I warned Issa that he might expect to meet Argant and the other fugitives from Durnavaria coming north on the road. Issa was to bring them all to Duncarrick. "And with good fortune," I told him, "you'll be back here by tomorrow nightfall." Kynwyn made her own preparations to leave. This was not the first time she had been a fugitive from war, and she knew well enough that she and our daughters could take only what they could carry. Everything else must be abandoned. And so 2 spearmen dug a cave in the side of Duncarrick's hill, and there she hid our gold and silver, and afterwards the 2 men filled the hole and disguised it with turf. The villagers were doing the same with cooking pots, spades, sharpening stones, spindles, sieves, anything, indeed, that was too heavy to carry and too valuable to lose. All over Dumnonia such valuables were being buried. There was little I could do at Duncarrick except wait for Issa's return, and so I rode south to Caer-Cadern and Lindinnis. We kept a small garrison at Caer-Cadern, not for any military reason, but because the hill was our royal place, and so deserved guarding. That garrison was composed of a score of old men, most of them crippled, and of the 20, only 5 or 6 would be truly useful in the shield wall. But I ordered them all north to Duncarrick, then turned the mare west towards Lindinnis. Mordred had sensed the dire news. Rumour passes at unimaginable speed in the countryside, and though no messenger had come to the palace, he still guessed my mission. I bowed to him, then politely requested that he be ready to leave the palace within the hour. "Oh, that's impossible," he said, his round face betraying his delight at the chaos that threatened Dumnonia. Mordred ever delighted in misfortune. "Impossible, Lord King?" I asked. He waved a hand about his throne room that was filled with Roman furniture, much of it chipped or with its inlay missing, but still lavish and beautiful. "I have things to pack," he said. "People to see. Tomorrow, maybe?" "You ride north to Corinium in 1 hour, Lord King," I said harshly. It was important to move Mordred out of the Saxon path, which was why I had come here rather than ridden south to meet Argant. If Mordred had stayed, he would undoubtedly have been used by Eöl and Cerdic, and Mordred knew it. For a moment he looked as though he would argue. Then he ordered me out of the room and shouted for a slave to lay out his armour. I sought out Lanval, the old spearman whom Arthur had placed in charge of the king's guard. "You take every horse in the stables," I told Lanval, "and escort the little bastard to Corinium. You give him to Arthur personally." Mordred left within the hour. The king rode in his armour, and with his standard flying. I almost ordered him to furl the standard, for the sight of the dragon would only provoke more rumours in the country. But maybe it was no bad thing to spread alarm, because folk needed time to prepare and to hide their valuables. I watched the king's horses clatter through the gate and turn north. Then I went back into the palace, where the steward, a lame spearman named Dirig, was shouting at slaves to gather the palace's treasures. Candlestands, pots, and cauldrons were being carried to the back garden to be concealed in a dry well, while bedspreads, linens, and clothes were being piled on carts to be hidden in the nearby woods. "The furniture can stay," Dirig told me sourly. "The Saxons are welcome to it." I wandered through the palace's rooms and tried to imagine the Saxons whooping between the pillars, smashing the fragile chairs and shattering the delicate mosaics. Who would live here
I wondered. Cerdic? Lancelot? If anyone, I decided, it would be Lancelot, for the Saxons seemed to have no taste for Roman luxury. They left places like Lindinus to rot, and built their own timber and thatch halls nearby. I lingered in the throne room, trying to imagine it lined with the mirrors that Lancelot so loved. He existed in a world of polished metal, so that he could ever admire his own beauty. Or perhaps Cerdic would destroy the palace, to show that the old world of Britain was ended, and that the new, brutal reign of the Saxons had begun. It was a melancholy, self-indulgent moment, broken when Dirrig shuffled into the room trailing his maimed leg. "I'll save the furniture if you want," he said grudgingly. "No," I said. Dirrig plucked a blanket off a couch. "The little bastard left 3 girls here, and one of them's pregnant. I suppose I'll have to give them gold. He won't. No. What's this?" He had stopped behind the carved chair that served as Mordred's throne, and I joined him to see that there was a hole in the floor. "It wasn't there yesterday," Dirrig insisted. I knelt down and found that a complete section of the mosaic floor had been lifted. The section was at the edge of the room, where bunches of grapes formed a border to the central picture of a reclining god attended by nymphs, and one whole bunch of grapes had been carefully lifted out from the border. I saw that the small tiles had been glued to a piece of leather, cut to the shape of the grapes. Then, beneath them, there had been a layer of narrow Roman bricks that were now scattered under the chair. It was a deliberate hiding place, giving access to the flues of the old heating chamber that ran beneath the floor. Something glinted at the bottom of the heating chamber, and I leaned down and groped among the dust and debris to bring up 2 small gold buttons, a scrap of leather, and what, with a grimace, I realized were mice droppings. I brushed my hands clean, then handed one of the buttons to Dirrig. The other, which I examined, showed a bearded, belligerent, helmeted face. It was crude work, but powerful in the intensity of the stare. "Saxon made," I said. "This one too, Lord," Dirrig said. And I saw that his button was almost identical to mine. I peered again into the heating chamber, but could see no more buttons or coins. Mordred had plainly hidden a hoard of gold there, but the mice had nibbled the leather bag, so that when he lifted the treasure free, a couple of the buttons had fallen out. "So why does Mordred have Saxon gold?" I asked. "You tell me, Lord," Dirrig said, spitting into the hole. I carefully propped the Roman bricks on the low stone arches that supported the floor, then pulled the leather-backed tiles into place. I could guess why Mordred had gold, and I did not like the answer. Mordred had been present when Arthur revealed the plans of his campaign against the Saxons, and that, I thought, was why the Saxons had been able to catch us off balance. They had known we would concentrate our forces on the Thames, so all the while they had let us believe that was where the assault would come, and Cerdic had slowly and secretly built up his forces in the south. Mordred had betrayed us. I could not be certain of that, for 2 golden buttons did not constitute proof, but it made a grim sense. Mordred wanted his power back, and though he would not gain all that power from Cerdic, he would certainly get the revenge on Arthur that he craved. "How would the Saxons have managed to talk with Mordred?" I asked Dirrig. "Simple, Lord. There are always visitors here," Dirrig said. "Merchants, bards, jugglers, girls." "We should have slit his throat," I said bitterly, pocketing the button. "Why didn't you?" Dirrig asked. "Because he's Uther's grandson," I said, "and Arthur would never permit it." Arthur had taken an oath to protect Mordred, and that oath bound Arthur for life. Besides, Mordred was our real king, and in him ran the blood of all our kings back to Belimauer himself, and though Mordred was rotten, his blood was sacred, and so Arthur kept him alive. "Mordred's task," I said to Dirrig, "is to whelp an heir of a proper wife. But once he's given us a new king, He would be well advised to wear an iron collar. No wonder he doesn't marry, Dirk said. And what happens if he never does? Suppose there's no heir? That's a good question, I said. But let's beat the Saxons before we worry about answering it. I left Dirk disguising the old dry well with brush. I could have ridden straight back to Duncarrick, for I had looked after the urgent needs of the moment. Issa was on his way to escort our Gant to safety. Mordred was safely gone north, but I still had one piece of unfinished business, and so I rode north on the Foss Way that ran beside the great swamps and lakes that edged Inniswydren. Warblers were noisy among the reeds, while sickle-winged martins were busy pecking beakfuls of mud to make their new nests beneath our eaves. Cuckoos called from the willows and birches that edged the marshland. The sun shone on Dunnonia. The oaks were in new green leaf, and the meadows to my east were bright with cowslips and daisies. I did not ride hard, but let my mare amble, until a few miles north of Lindinnis I turned west onto the land bridge that reached towards Inniswydren. So far I had been serving Arthur's best interests by ensuring our Gant's safety and by securing Mordred, but now I risked his displeasure. Or maybe I did exactly what he had always wanted me to do. I went to the shrine of the Holy Thorn, where I found Morgan preparing to leave. She had heard no definite news, but rumour had done its work, and she knew Inniswydren was threatened. I told her what little I knew, and after she had heard that scanty news, she peered up at me from behind her golden mask.
"So where is my husband?"
she demanded shrilly. "I don't know, lady," I said. So far as I knew, Sansom was still a prisoner in Bishop Emrys's house in Donovaria.
"You don't know?"
Morgan snapped at me.
"And you don't care?"
"In truth, lady, I don't," I told her. "But I assume he'll flee north like everyone else."
"Then tell him we've gone to Siluria. To Iska."
Morgan, naturally, was quite prepared for the emergency. She had been packing the shrine's treasures in anticipation of the Saxon invasion, and boatmen were ready to carry those treasures and the Christian women across Inniswydren's lakes to the coast, where other boats were waiting to carry them north across the Severn Sea to Siluria.
"And tell Arthur I'm praying for him," Morgan added, "though he doesn't deserve my prayers. And tell him I have his whore safe."
"No, lady," I said, for that was why I had ridden to Inniswydren. To this day I am not exactly sure why I did not let Guinevere go with Morgan, but I think the gods guided me. Or else, in the welter of confusion, as the Saxons tore our careful preparations to tatters, I wanted to give Guinevere one last gift. We had never been friends, but in my mind I associated her with the good times, and though it was her foolishness that brought on the bad, I had seen how stale Arthur had been ever since Guinevere's eclipse. Or perhaps I knew that in this terrible time we needed every strong soul we could muster, and there were few souls as tough as that of Princess Guinevere of Hennis-Wyren.
"She comes with me,"
Morgan insisted. "I have orders from Arthur," I insisted to Morgan, and that settled the matter. Though in truth her brother's orders were terrible and vague. If Guinevere is in danger, Arthur had told me, I was to fetch her, or maybe kill her. But I had decided to fetch her, and instead of sending her to safety across the Severn, I would carry her still closer to the danger.
"It's rather like watching a herd of cows threatened by wolves,"
Guinevere said when I reached her room. She was standing at the window, from where she could see Morgan's women running to and fro between their buildings and the boats that waited beyond the shrine's western palisade.
"What's happening, Derfel?"
"You were right, lady. The Saxons are attacking in the south." I decided not to tell her that it was Lancelot who led that southern assault.
"Do you think they'll come here?"
she asked. "I don't know. I just know that we can't defend any place except where Arthur is, and he's at Corinium."
"In other words,"
she said with a smile,
"everything is confusion."
She laughed, sensing an opportunity in that confusion.
She was dressed in her usual drab clothes, but the sun shone through the open window to give her splendid red hair a golden aura.
"So what does Arthur want to do with me?" she asked.
Death? No, I decided. He had never really wanted that. What he wanted was what his proud soul would not let him take for itself. "I'm just ordered to fetch you, lady," I answered instead.
"To go where, Derfel?"
"You can sail across the Severn with Morgan," I said, "or come with me. I'm taking folk north to Corinium, and I dare say from there you can travel on to Glevum. You'll be safe there." She walked from the window and sat in a chair beside the empty hearth.
"Folk?"
she said, plucking the word from my sentence.
"What folk, Derfel?"
I blushed. "Argant, Kynwyn, of course." Guinevere laughed.
"I would like to meet Argant. Do you think she'd like to meet me?"
"I doubt it, lady."
"I doubt it too. I imagine she'd prefer me to be dead. So I can travel with you to Corinium, or go to Siluria with the Christian cows. I think I've heard enough Christian hymns to last me a lifetime. Besides, the greater adventure lies at Corinium, don't you think?"
"I fear so, lady."
"Fear? Oh, don't fear, Derfel."
She laughed with an exhilarating happiness.
"You all forget how good Arthur is when nothing goes right. It will be a joy to watch him. So when do we leave?"
"Now," I said, "or as soon as you're ready."
"I'm ready," she said happily. "I've been ready to leave this place for a year."
"Your servants?"
"There are always other servants," she said carelessly. "Shall we go?"
I only had the one horse, and so out of politeness I offered it to her and walked beside her as we left the shrine. I have rarely seen a face as radiant as Guinevere's face was that day. For months she had been locked inside Innis Widren's walls, and suddenly she was riding a horse in the open air, between new-leaved birch trees and under a sky unlimited by Morgan's palisade. We climbed to the land bridge beyond the tor, and once we were on that high bare ground she laughed and gave me a mischievous glance.
"What's to stop me riding away, Derfel?"
"Nothing at all, lady." She whooped like a girl and kicked back her heels, then kicked again to force the tired mare into a gallop. The wind streamed in her red curls as she galloped free on the grassland. She shouted for the joy of it, curving the horse around me in a great circle. Her skirts blew back, but she did not care. She just kicked the horse again, and so rode around and around until the horse was blowing and she was breathless. Only then did she curb the mare and slide out of the saddle.
"I'm so sore," she said happily.
"You ride well, lady," I said.
"I dreamed of riding a horse again, of hunting again, of so much."
She patted her skirt straight, then gave me an amused glance.
"What exactly did Arthur order you to do with me?"
I hesitated. "He was not specific, lady."
"To kill me?"
she asked. "No, lady," I said, sounding shocked. I was leading the mare by her reins, and Guinevere was walking beside me.
"He certainly doesn't want me in Cerdic's hands," she said tartly. "I'd just be an embarrassment. I suspect he flirted with the idea of slitting my throat. Argant must have wanted that. I certainly would if I were her. I was thinking about that as I rode around you just now. Suppose I thought that Derfel has orders to kill me. Should I keep riding? Then I decided you probably wouldn't kill me, even if you did have orders. He'd have sent Killock if he wanted me dead."
She suddenly grunted and bent her knees to imitate Killock's limping walk.
"Killock would cut my throat," she said. "I wouldn't think twice about it."
She laughed, her new high spirits irrepressible.
"So Arthur wasn't specific?"
"No, lady."
"So truly, Derfel, this is your idea?"
She waved at the countryside. "Yes, lady," I confessed.
"I hope Arthur thinks you did the right thing," she said. "Otherwise you'll be in trouble."
"I'm in trouble enough already, lady," I confessed. "The old friendship seems dead." She must have heard the bleakness in my voice,
for she suddenly put an arm through mine.
Poor devil. I suppose he's ashamed.
I was embarrassed. Yes, lady.
I was very bad, she said in a rueful voice. Poor Arthur. But do you know what will restore him? And your friendship?
I'd like to know, lady. She took her arm from mine.
Grinding the Saxons into offal, Derfel. That's what will bring Arthur back. Victory. Give Arthur victory, and he'll give us his old soul back.
The Saxons, lady, I warned her, are halfway to victory already. I told her what I knew, that the Saxons were rampaging free to the east and south. Our forces were scattered, and that our only hope was to assemble our army before the Saxons reached Corinium, where Arthur's small war band of 200 spearmen waited alone. I assumed Sagramor was retreating towards Arthur. Kiluk was coming from the south, and I would go north as soon as Issa returned with Argant. Keenaglas would doubtless march from the north, and Oengus Machaerum would hurry from the west the moment they heard the news. But if the Saxons reached Corinium first, then all hope was gone. There was little enough hope, even if we did win the race, for without Gwent's spearmen we would be so outnumbered that only a miracle could save us.
Nonsense,
Guinevere said when I had explained the situation.
Arthur hasn't even begun to fight. We're going to win, Derfel. We're going to win.
And with that defiant statement, she laughed, and forgetting her precious dignity, danced some steps on the verge of the track. All seemed doom, but Guinevere was suddenly free and full of light, and I had never liked her as much as I did at that moment. Suddenly, for the first time since I had seen the beacon fires smoking in the Beltane dusk, I felt a surge of hope. The hope faded quickly enough, for at Duncarrick there was nothing but chaos and mystery. Issa had not returned, and the small village beneath the hall was filled with refugees who were fleeing from rumour, though none had actually seen a Saxon. The refugees had brought their cattle, their sheep, their goats, and their pigs, and all had converged on Duncarrick because my spearmen offered an illusion of safety. I used my servants and slaves to start new rumours that said Arthur would be withdrawing westwards to the country bordering Cornwell, and that I had decided to cull the refugees' herds and flocks to provide rations for my men. And those false rumours were enough to start most of the families walking towards the distant Cornwell frontier. They should be safe enough on the great moors, and by fleeing westwards their cattle and sheep would not block the roads to Corinium. If I had simply ordered them towards Cornwell, they would have been suspicious and lingered to make certain that I was not tricking them. Issa was not with us by nightfall. I was still not unduly worried, for the road to Durnavaria was long, and it was doubtless thronged with refugees. We made a meal in the hall, and Peerlig sang us the song of Uther's great victory over the Saxons at Caer Idern. When the song ended, and I had tossed Peerlig a golden coin, I remarked that I had once heard Cinia of Gwent sing that song, and Peerlig was impressed.
Cinia was the greatest of all the bards, he said wistfully, though some say Armegrin of Gwynedd was better. I wish I'd heard either of them. My brother, Cynwyn remarked, says there is an even greater bard in Powys now, and just a young man, too.
Who? Peerlig demanded, scenting an unwelcome rival.
Taliesin is his name, Cynwyn said. Taliesin.
Guinevere repeated the name, liking it. It meant shining brow. I've never heard of him, Peerlig said stiffly. When we've beaten the Saxons, I said, we shall demand a song of victory from this Taliesin. And from you too, Peerlig, I added hastily.
I once heard a Margin sing, Guinevere said.
You did, lady? Peerlig asked, again impressed.
I was only a child, she said, but I remember he could make a hollow, roaring sound. It was very frightening. His eyes would go very wide. He swallowed air, then he bellowed like a bull.
Ah, the old style, Peerlig said dismissively. These days, lady, we seek harmony of words, rather than mere volume of sound.
You should seek both, Guinevere said sharply.
I've no doubt this Taliesin is a master of the old style, as well as being skilled at metre. But how can you hold an audience enthralled if all you offer them is clever rhythm? You must make their blood run cold. You must make them cry. You must make them laugh. Oh, any man can make a noise, lady. Peleg defended his craft. But it takes a skilled craftsman to imbue words with harmony.
And soon the only people who can understand the intricacies of the harmony, Guinevere argued, are other skilled craftsmen. And so you become ever more clever in an effort to impress your fellow poets. But you forget that no one outside the craft has the first notion of what you're doing. Bard chants to bard, while the rest of us wonder what all the noise is about. Your task, Peleg, is to keep the people's stories alive. And to do that, you cannot be rarefied.
Oh, you would not have us be vulgar, lady, Peleg said, and in protest struck the horsehair strings of his harp.
I would have you be vulgar with the vulgar, and clever with the clever, Guinevere said, and both, mark you, at the same time. But if you can only be clever, then you deny the people their stories, and if you can only be vulgar, then no lord or lady will toss you gold.
Except the vulgar lords, Kynwyn put in slyly. Guinevere glanced at me, and I saw she was about to launch an insult at me, and then she recognized the impulse herself and burst into laughter.
If I had gold, Peleg, she said instead, I would reward you, for you sing beautifully, but alas, I have none.
Your praise is reward enough, lady, Peleg said. Guinevere's presence had startled my spearmen, and all evening I saw small groups of men come to stare at her in wonderment. She ignored their gaze. Kynwyn had welcomed her without any show of astonishment, and Guinevere had been clever enough to be kind to my daughters, so that Morwenna and Seren both now slept on the ground beside her. They, like my spearmen, had been fascinated by the tall, red-haired woman, whose reputation was as startling as her looks, and Guinevere was simply happy to be there. We had no tables or chairs in our hall, just the rushed floor and woolen carpets, but she sat beside the fire and effortlessly dominated the hall. There was a fierceness in her eyes that made her daunting. Her cascade of tangled red hair made her striking, and her joy at being free was infectious.
"How long will she stay free?"
Kynwyn asked me later that night. We had given up our private chamber to Guinevere, and were in the hall with the rest of our people. I don't know.
So what do you know?
Kynwyn asked. We wait for Issa, then we go north.
To Corinium?
I shall go to Corinium, but I'll send you and the families to Gleavham. You'll be close enough to the fighting there, and if the worst happens, you can go north into Gwent. I began to fret next day, as Issa still did not appear. In my mind, we were racing the Saxons towards Corinium, and the longer I was delayed, the more likely that race would be lost. If the Saxons could pick us off warband by warband, then Dumnonia would fall like a rotted tree, and my warband, which was one of the strongest in the country, was stalled at Duncarrick because Issa and Argant had not appeared. At midday, the urgency was even greater, for it was then that we saw the first distant smears of smoke against the eastern and southern sky. No one commented on the tall, thin plumes, but we all knew that we saw burning thatch. The Saxons were destroying as they came, and they were close enough now for us to see their smoke. I sent a horseman south to find Issa, while the rest of us walked the 2 miles across the fields to the Foss Way, the great Roman road that Issa should have been using. I planned to wait for him, then continue up the Foss Way to Aquasulis, which lay some 25 miles northwards, and then to Corinium, which was another 30 miles further on. 55 miles of road. 3 days of long, hard effort. We waited in a field of molehills beside the road. I had over 100 spearmen, and at least that number of women, children, slaves, and servants. We had horses, mules, and dogs, all waiting. Seren, Morwenna, and the other children picked bluebells in a nearby wood,
while I paced up and down the broken stone of the road. Refugees were passing constantly, but none of them, even those who had come from Dernavaria, had any news of the Princess Argant. A priest thought he had seen Issa and his men arrive in that city, because he had seen the five-pointed star on some spearmen's shields, but he did not know if they were still there or had left. The one thing all the refugees were certain of was that the Saxons were near Dernavaria, though no one had actually seen a Saxon spearman. They had merely heard the rumours that had grown ever more wild as the hours passed. Arthur was said to be dead, or else he had fled to Reged, while Cerdic was credited with possessing horses that breathed fire and magic axes that could cleave iron as though it were linen. Guinevere had borrowed a bow from one of my huntsmen, and was shooting arrows at a dead elm tree that grew beside the road. She shot well, putting shaft after shaft into the rotting wood, but when I complimented her on her skill, she grimaced. "I'm out of practice," she said. "I used to be able to take a running deer at 100 paces. Now I doubt I'd hit a standing one at 50. She plucked the arrows from the tree. "But I think I might hit a Saxon, given the chance." She handed the bow back to my huntsman, who bowed and backed away. "If the Saxons are near Dernavaria," Guinevere asked me, "what do they do next?" "They come straight up this road," I said. "Not go further west?" "They know our plans," I said grimly, and told her about the golden buttons with the bearded faces that I had found in Mordred's quarters. "Ael's marching towards Corinium, while the others run ragged in the south, and we're stuck here because of Argant." "Let her rot," Guinevere said savagely, then shrugged. "I know you can't. Does he love her?" "I wouldn't know, lady," I said. "Of course you'd know," Guinevere said sharply. "Arthur loves to pretend that he's ruled by reason, but he yearns to be governed by passion. He would turn the world upside down for love." "He hasn't turned it upside down lately," I said. "He did for me, though," she said quietly, and not without a note of pride. "So where are you going?" I'd walked to my horse that was cropping grass among the molehills. "I'm going south," I said. "Do that," Guinevere said, "and we risk losing you too." She was right, and I knew it, but frustration was beginning to boil inside me. Why had Issa not sent a message? He had 50 of my finest warriors, and they were lost. I cursed the wasting day, cuffed a harmless boy who was strutting up and down pretending to be a spearman, and kicked at thistles. "We could start north," Kynwyn suggested calmly, indicating the women and children. "No," I said. "We must stay together." I peered southwards, but there was nothing on the road except for more sad refugees trudging north. Most were families, with one precious cow and maybe a calf, though many of this new season's calves were still too small to walk. Some calves, abandoned by the road, called piteously for their mothers. Others of the refugees were merchants trying to save their goods. One man had an ox wagon filled with baskets of fuller's earth. Another had hides. Some had pottery. They glared at us as they passed, blaming us for not having stopped the Saxons sooner. Seren and Morwenna, bored with their attempt to denude the wood of bluebells, had found a nest of leverets under some ferns and honeysuckle at the tree's edge. They excitedly called Guinevere to come and look, then gingerly stroked the little fur bodies that shivered under their touch. Kynwyn watched them. "She's made a conquest of the girls," she said to me. "A conquest of my spearmen, too," I said. And it was true. Just a few months ago my men had been cursing Guinevere as a whore, and now they gazed at her adoringly. She had set out to charm them, and when Guinevere decided to be charming, she could dazzle. "Arthur will have a great deal of trouble putting her back behind walls after this," I said. "Which is probably why he wanted her released," Kynwyn observed. "He certainly didn't want her dead." "Argant does." "I'm sure she does," Kynwyn agreed. Then stared southwards with me.
but there was still no sign of any spearmen on the long straight road. Issa finally arrived at dusk. He came with his 50 spearmen, with the 30 men who had been the guards on the palace at Durnovaria, with the dozen Black Shields who were Argant's personal soldiers, and with at least 200 other refugees. Worse, he had brought 6 ox-drawn wagons, and it was those heavy vehicles that had caused the delay. A heavily laden ox wagon's highest speed is slower than an old man's walk, and Issa had fetched the wagons all the way north at their snail's pace.
"What possessed you?" I shouted at him. "There isn't time to haul wagons."
"I know, Lord," he said miserably.
Are you mad?"
I was angry. I had ridden to meet him, and now wheeled my mare on the verge.
"You've wasted hours!"
I shouted. "I had no choice," he protested.
"You've got a spear," I snarled. "That gives you the right to choose what you want."
He just shrugged and gestured towards the Princess Argant, who rode atop the leading wagon. The wagon's 4 oxen, their flanks bleeding from the goads that had driven them all day, stopped in the road with their heads low.
"The wagons go no farther," I shouted at her. "You walk or ride from here."
"No," Argant insisted. I slid off the mare and walked down the line of wagons. One held nothing but the Roman statues that had graced the palace courtyard in Durnovaria. Another was piled with robes and gowns, while a third was heaped with cooking pots, beckets, and bronze candle-stands.
"Get them off the road!"
I shouted angrily.
"No!"
Argant had leapt down from her high perch and now ran towards me.
"Arthur ordered me to bring them."
"Arthur, lady," I turned on her, stifling my anger, "does not need statues."
"They come with us,"
Argant shouted.
"Otherwise, I stay here."
"Well, then stay here, lady," I said savagely. "Off the road!" I shouted at the ox drivers. "Move it! Off the road now!"
I had drawn halbane and stabbed her blade at the nearest ox to drive the beast towards the verge.
"Don't go!"
Argant screamed at the ox drivers. She tugged at one of the oxen's horns, pulling the confused beast back onto the road.
"I'm not leaving this for the enemy,"
she shouted at me. Guinevere watched from the roadside. There was a look of cool amusement on her face, and no wonder, for Argant was behaving like a spoiled child. Argant's druid, Fergal, had hurried to his princess's aid, protesting that all his magical cauldrons and ingredients were loaded on one of the wagons.
"And the treasury?"
he added as an afterthought.
"What treasury?" I asked.
"Arthur's treasury,"
Argant said sarcastically, as though by revealing the existence of the gold she had won her argument.
"He wants it in Corinium."
She went to the second wagon, lifted some of the heavy robes and wrapped a wooden box that was hidden beneath.
"The gold of Dumnonia. You give it to the Saxons."
"Rather that than give them you and me, lady," I said, and then I slashed with halbane, cutting loose the oxen's harness. Argant screamed at me, swearing she would have me punished and that I was stealing her treasures. But I just sawed at the next harness as I snarled at the ox drivers to release their animals. "Listen, lady," I said, "we have to go faster than oxen can walk." I pointed to the distant smoke. "That's the Saxons. They'll be here in a few hours."
"We can't leave the wagons,"
she screamed. There were tears in her eyes. She might have been the daughter of a king, but she had grown up with few possessions, and now, married to Dumnonia's ruler, she was rich, and she could not let go of those new riches.
"Don't undo that harness,"
she shouted at the drivers, and they, confused, hesitated. I sawed at another leather trace, and Argant began beating me with her fists, swearing that I was a thief and her enemy. I pushed her gently away, but she would not go, and I dared not be too forceful. She was in a tantrum now, swearing at me and hitting me with her small hands. I tried to push her away again, but she just spat at me, hit me again, then shouted at her Black Shield bodyguard to come to her aid. Those 12 men were hesitant, but they were her father's warriors and sworn to Argant's service, and so they came towards me with levelled spears. My own men immediately ran to my defence. The Black Shields were terribly outnumbered, but they did not back down. and their druid was hopping in front of them, his fox-hair woven beard wagging and the small bones tied to its hairs clicking, as he told the Black Shields that they were blessed and that their souls would go to a golden reward. "Kill him!" Argant screamed at her bodyguard and pointing at me. "Kill him now!" "Enough!" Guinevere called sharply. She walked into the centre of the road and stared imperiously at the Black Shields. "Don't be fools. Put your spears down. If you want to die, take some Saxons with you, not Dumnonians." She turned on Argant. "Come here, child," she said, and pulled the girl towards her, and used a corner of her drab cloak to wipe away Argant's tears. "You did quite right to try and save the treasury," she told Argant. "But Derfel is also right. If we don't hurry, the Saxons will catch us." She turned to me. "Is there no chance," she asked, "that we can take the gold?" "None," I said shortly. Nor was there. Even if I had harnessed spearmen to the wagons, they would still have slowed us down. "The gold is mine!" Argant screamed. "It belongs to the Saxons now," I said, and I shouted at Issa to get the wagons off the road and cut the oxen free. Argant screamed a last protest, but Guinevere seized and hugged her. "It doesn't become princesses," Guinevere murmured softly, "to show anger in public. Be mysterious, my dear, and never let men know what you're thinking. Your power lies in the shadows, but in the sunlight men will always overcome you." Argant had no idea who the tall, good-looking woman was, but she allowed Guinevere to comfort her, as Issa and his men dragged the wagons onto the grass verge. I let the women take what cloaks and gowns they wanted, but we abandoned the cauldrons and tripods and candle holders, though Issa did discover one of Arthur's war banners, a huge sheet of white linen decorated with a great black bear embroidered in wool, and that we kept to stop it falling into the hands of the Saxons. But we could not take the gold. Instead, we carried the treasury boxes to a flooded drainage ditch in a nearby field, and poured the coins into the stinking water in the hope that the Saxons would never discover it. Argant sobbed as she watched the gold being poured into the black water. "The gold is mine," she protested a last time. "And once it was mine, child," Guinevere said very calmly. "And I survived the loss, just as you now will." Argant pulled abruptly away to stare up at the taller woman. "Yours?" she asked. "Did I not name myself, child?" Guinevere asked with a delicate scorn. "I'm the Princess Guinevere." Argant just screamed, then fled up the road to where her Black Shields had retreated. I groaned, sheathed Howlbane, then waited as the last of the gold was concealed. Guinevere had found one of her old cloaks, a golden cascade of wool trimmed in bear fur, and had discarded the old dull garment she had worn in her prison. "Her gold, indeed," she said to me angrily. "It seems I have another enemy," I said, watching Argant, who was deep in conversation with her druid, and doubtless urging him to put a curse on me. "If we share an enemy, Derfel," Guinevere said with a smile, "then that makes us allies at last. I like that." "Thank you, lady," I said, and reflected that it was not just my daughters and spearmen who were being charmed. The last of the gold was sunk in the ditch, and my men came back to the road and picked up their spears and shields. The sun flamed over the Severn Sea, filling the west with a crimson glow, as we, at last, started northwards to the war. We only made a few miles before the dark drove us off the road to find shelter, but at least we had reached the hills north of Inniswydren. We stopped that night at an abandoned hall, where we made a poor meal of hard bread and dried fish. Argant sat apart from the rest of us, protected by her druid and her guards, and though Kynwyn tried to draw her into our conversation, she refused to be tempted, and so we let her sulk. After we had eaten, I walked with Kynwyn and Guinevere to the top of a small hill, behind the hall, where two of the old people's grave mounds stood. I begged the dead's forgiveness and climbed to the top of one of the mounds, where Kynwyn and Guinevere joined me. The three of us gazed southwards. The valley beneath us was prettily white with moon-glossed apple blossom, but we saw nothing on the horizon except the sullen glow of fires. "The Saxons move fast," I said bitterly. Guinevere pulled her cloak tight around her shoulders. "Where's Merlin?" she asked. "Vanished," I said. There had been reports that Merlin was in Ireland, or else in the northern wilderness, or perhaps in the wastes of Gwynedd, while still another tale claimed he was dead, and that Nimue had cut down a whole mountainside of trees to make his balefire. It was just rumour, I told myself. Just rumour. "No one knows where Merlin is," Kynwyn said softly. "But he'll surely know where we are." "I pray that he does," Guinevere said fervently. And I wondered to what god or goddess she prayed now. Still to Isis? Or had she reverted to the British gods? And maybe, I shuddered at the thought, those gods had finally abandoned us. Their balefire would have been the flames on May Dun, and their revenge was the war bands that now ravaged Dumnonia. We marched again at dawn. It had clouded over in the night, and a thin rain started with the first light. The Fosse Way was crowded with refugees, and even though I placed a score of armed warriors at our head, who had orders to thrust all ox wagons and herds off the road, our progress was still pitifully slow. Many of the children could not keep up, and had to be carried on the pack animals that bore our spears, armour, and food, or else hoisted onto the shoulders of the younger spearmen. Argant rode my mare, while Guinevere and Kynwyn walked, and took it in turns to tell stories to the children. The rain became harder, sweeping across the hilltops in vast grey swathes, and gurgling down the shallow ditches on either side of the Roman road. I had hoped to reach Aqua Sulis at midday, but it was the middle of the afternoon before our bedraggled and tired band dropped into the valley where the city lay. The river was in spate, and a choking mass of floating debris had become trapped against the stone piers of the Roman bridge to form a dam that had flooded the upstream fields on either bank. One of the duties of the city's magistrate was to keep the bridge spillways clear of just such debris, but the task had been ignored, just as he had ignored the upkeep of the city wall. That wall lay only 100 paces north of the bridge, and because Aqua Sulis was not a fortress town, it had never been a formidable wall, but now it was scarcely an obstacle at all. Whole stretches of the wooden palisade on top of the earth and stone rampart had been torn down for firewood or building, while the rampart itself had become so eroded that the Saxons could have crossed the city wall without breaking stride. Here and there I could see frantic men trying to repair stretches of the palisade, but it would have taken 500 men a full month to rebuild those defences. We filed through the city's fine southern gate, and I saw that though the town possessed neither the energy to preserve its ramparts nor the labour to keep the bridge from choking with flotsam, someone had found time to deface the beautiful mask of the Roman goddess Minerva that had once graced the gate's arch. Where her face had been, there was now just a calloused mass of hammered stone, on which a crude Christian cross had been cut. "It's a Christian town?" Kynwyn asked me. "Nearly all towns are," Guinevere answered for me. It was also a beautiful town, or it had been beautiful once, though over the years the tiled roofs had fallen and been replaced by thick thatch, and some houses had collapsed and were now nothing but piles of brick or stone. But still the streets were paved, and the high pillars and lavishly carved pediment of Minerva's magnificent temple still soared above the petty roofs. My vanguard forced a brutal way through the crowded streets to reach the temple, which stood on a stepped pediment in the sacred heart of the city. The Romans had built an inner wall about that central shrine, a wall that encompassed Minerva's temple and the bathhouse that had brought the city its fame and prosperity. The Romans had roofed in the bath, which was fed by a magical hot spring, but some of the roof tiles had fallen, and wisps of steam now curled up from the holes like smoke. The temple itself, stripped of its lead gutters, was stained with rainwater and lichen,
while the painted plaster inside the high portico had flaked and darkened. But despite the decay, it was still possible to stand in the wide paved enclosure of the city's inner shrine and imagine a world where men could build such places and live without fear of spears coming from the barbarian east. The city magistrate, a flurried, nervous, middle-aged man named Sildith, who wore a Roman toga to mark his authority, hurried out of the temple to greet me. I knew him from the time of the rebellion, when, despite being a Christian himself, he had fled from the crazed fanatics who had taken over the shrines of Aqua Sulis. He had been restored to the magistracy after the rebellion, but I guessed his authority was slight. He carried a scrap of slate on which he had made scores of marks, evidently the numbers of the levy that was assembled inside the shrine's compound.
Repairs are in hand,"
Sildith greeted me, without any other courtesy.
"I have men cutting timbers for the walls, or I did. The flooding is a problem, indeed it is, but if the rain stops—"
He let the sentence trail away. "The flooding?" I asked.
"When the river rises, Lord," he explained. "The water backs up through the Roman sewers. It's already in the lower part of the city, and not just water either, I fear. The smell, you see." He sniffed delicately. "The problem," I said, "is that the bridge arches are dammed with debris. It was your task to keep them clear. It was also your task to preserve the walls." His mouth opened and closed without a word. He hefted the slate as if to demonstrate his efficiency, then just blinked helplessly. "Not that it matters now," I went on. "The city can't be defended." "Can't be defended?" Sildith protested. "Can't be defended? It must be defended. We can't just abandon the city."
"If the Saxons come," I said brutally, "you'll have no choice."
"But we must defend it, Lord,"
Sildith insisted. "With what?" I asked.
"Your men, Lord,"
he said, gesturing at my spearmen who had taken refuge from the rain under the temple's high portico. "At best," I said, "we can garrison a quarter-mile of the wall, or what's left of it. So who defends the rest?"
"The levy, of course."
Sildith waved his slate towards the drab collection of men who waited beside the bathhouse. Few had weapons, and even fewer possessed any body armour. "Have you ever seen the Saxons attack?" I asked Sildith. "They send big war dogs first, and they come behind with axes 3 feet long and spears on 8-foot shafts. They're drunk, they're maddened, and they want nothing but the women and the gold inside your city. How long do you think your levy will hold?" Sildith blinked at me.
"We can't just give up,"
he said weakly. "Does your levy have any real weapons?" I asked, indicating the sullen-looking men waiting in the rain. 2 or 3 of the 60 men had spears. I could see one old Roman sword, and most of the rest had axes or mattocks. But some men did not even possess those crude weapons, but merely held fire-hardened stakes that had been sharpened to black points.
"We're searching the city, Lord," Sildith said. "There must be spears."
"Spears or not," I said brutally, "if you fight here, you'll all be dead men." Sildith gaped at me.
"Then what do we do?"
he finally asked. "Go to Glevum," I said.
"But the city—"
He blanched.
"There are merchants, goldsmiths, churches, treasures—"
His voice tailed away as he imagined the enormity of the city's fall. But that fall, if the Saxons came, was inevitable. Aqua Sulis was no garrison city, just a beautiful place that stood in a bowl of hills. Sildith blinked in the rain.
"Glevum," he said glumly. "And you'll escort us there, Lord?"
I shook my head. "I'm going to Corinium," I said. "But you go to Glevum." I was half tempted to send Argant, Guinevere, Kynwyn, and the families with him, but I did not trust Sildith to protect them. Better, I decided, to take the women and families north myself, then send them under a small escort from Corinium to Glevum. But at least Argant was taken from my hands, for as I was brutally destroying Sildith's slim hopes of garrisoning Aqua Sulis, a troop of armoured horsemen clattered into the temple precinct. They were Arthur's men,
flying his banner of the bear, and they were led by Balin, who was roundly cursing the press of refugees. He looked relieved when he saw me, then astonished as he recognized Guinevere. "Did you bring the wrong princess, Derfel?" he asked as he slid off his tired horse. "Our Gant's inside the temple," I said, jerking my head towards the great building where our Gant had taken refuge from the rain. She had not spoken to me all day. "I'm to take her to Arthur," Balin said. He was a bluff, bearded man with the tattoo of a bear on his forehead and a jagged white scar on his left cheek. I asked him for news, and he told me what little he knew, and none of it was good. "The bastards are coming down the Thames," he said. "We reckon they're only 3 days' march from Corinium, and there's no sign of Keenaglass or Oengus yet. It's chaos, Derfel. That's what it is. Chaos." He shuddered suddenly. "What's the stink here?" "Well, the sewers are backing up," I said. "All over Dumnonia," he said grimly. "I have to hurry," he went on. "Arthur wants his bride in Corinium the day before yesterday." "Do you have orders for me?" I called after him as he strode towards the temple steps. "Get yourself to Corinium, and hurry, and you're to send what food you can." He shouted the last order as he disappeared through the temple's great bronze doors. He had brought 6 spare horses, enough to saddle our Gant, her maids, and Fergal the druid, which meant that the 12 men of our Gant's Black Shield escort were left with me. I sensed they were as glad as I was to be rid of their princess. Balin rode north in the late afternoon. I'd wanted to be on the road myself, but the children were tired. The rain was incessant, and Kynwyn persuaded me that we would make better time if we all rested this night under Aquasulus's roofs and marched fresh in the morning. I put guards on the bathhouse and let the women and children go into the great steaming pool of hot water, then sent Issa and a score of men to hunt through the city for weapons to equip the levy. After that, I sent for Sildith and asked him how much food remained in the city. "Scarcely any, lord," he insisted, claiming he'd already sent 16 wagons of grain, dried meat, and salted fish north. "You searched folks' houses?" I asked. "The churches?" "Only the city granaries, lord." "Then let's make a proper search," I suggested. And by dusk we had collected 7 more wagon loads of precious supplies. I sent the wagons north that same evening, despite the lateness of the hour. Ox carts are slow, and it was better that they should start the journey at dusk than wait for the morning. Issa waited for me in the temple precinct. His search of the city had yielded 7 old swords and a dozen boar spears, while Sildith's men had turned up 15 more spears, 8 of them broken. But Issa also had news. "There are said to be weapons hidden in the temple, lord," he told me. "Who says?" Issa gestured at a young bearded man who was dressed in a butcher's bloody apron. "He reckons a hoard of spears was hidden in the temple after the rebellion, but the priest denies it." "Where is the priest?" "Inside, lord. He told me to get out when I questioned him." I ran up the temple steps and through the big doors. This had once been a shrine to Minerva and Sulis, the first a Roman and the second a British goddess. But the pagan deities had been ejected, and the Christian god installed. When I had last been in the temple, there had been a great bronze statue of Minerva, attended by flickering oil lamps. But the statue had been destroyed during the Christian rebellion, and now only the goddess's hollow head remained, and that had been impaled on a pole to stand as a trophy behind the Christian altar. The priest challenged me. "This is a house of God!" he roared. He was celebrating a mystery at his altar, surrounded by weeping women, but he broke off his ceremonies to face me. He was a young man, full of passion, one of those priests who had stirred up the trouble in Dumnonia, and whom Arthur had allowed to live, so that the bitterness of the failed rebellion would not fester. This priest, however, had clearly lost none of his insurgent fervour. "A house of God!" he shouted again. "And you defile it with sword and spear! Would you carry your weapons into your lord's hall? So why carry them into my lord's house?" "In a week," I said, "it will be a temple of Thunor, and they'll be sacrificing your children where you stand. Are there spears here?" "None," he said defiantly. The women screamed and shrank away as I climbed the altar steps. The priest held a cross towards me. "In the name of God," he said, "and in the name of his Holy Son, and in the name of the Holy Ghost, no!" This last cry was because I had drawn Halbane and used her to strike the cross out of his hand. The scrap of wood skittered across the temple's marble floor as I rammed the blade into his tangled beard. "I'll pull this place down stone by stone to find the spears," I said, "and bury your miserable carcass under its rubble. Now where are they?" His defiance crumpled. The spears, which he had been hoarding in hope of another campaign to put a Christian on Dumnonia's throne, were concealed in a crypt beneath the altar. The entrance to the crypt was hidden, for it was a place where the treasures donated by folk seeking Sulis's healing power had once been concealed. But the frightened priest showed us how to lift the marble slab to reveal a pit crammed with gold and weapons. We left the gold, but carried the spears out to Sildith's levy. I doubted the 60 men would be of any real use in battle, but at least a man armed with a spear looked like a warrior, and from a distance they might give the Saxons pause. I told the levy to be ready to march in the morning, and to pack as much food as they could find. We slept that night in the temple. I swept the altar clear of its Christian trimmings, and placed Minerva's head between 2 oil lamps so that she would guard us through the night. Rain dripped from the roof and puddled on the marble. But sometime in the small hours the rain stopped, and the dawn brought a clearing sky and a fresh chill wind from the east. We left the city before the sun rose. Only 40 of the city's levy marched with us, for the rest had melted away in the night. But it was better to have 40 willing men than 60 uncertain allies. Our road was clear of refugees now, for I had spread the word that safety did not lie in Corinium, but at Glevum, and so it was the western road that was crammed with cattle and folk. Our route took us east into the rising sun along the Fosse Way, which here ran straight as a spear between Roman tombs. Guinevere translated the inscriptions, marvelling that men were buried here who had been born in Greece or Egypt or Rome itself. They were veterans of the legions who had taken British wives and settled near the healing springs of Aqua Sulis, and their lichen-covered gravestones sometimes gave thanks to Minerva or to Sulis for the gift of years. After an hour, we left the tombs behind, and the valley narrowed as the steep hills north of the road came closer to the river meadows. Soon, I knew, the road would turn abruptly north to climb into the hills that lay between Aqua Sulis and Corinium. It was when we reached the narrow part of the valley that the ox drivers came running back. They had left Aqua Sulis the previous day, but their slow wagons had reached no further than the northwards bend in the road, and now, in the dawn, they had abandoned their 7 loads of precious food. "Sais!" one man shouted as he ran towards us. "There are sais!" "Fool!" I muttered, then shouted at Issa to stop the fleeing men. I had allowed Guinevere to ride my horse, but now she slid off, and I clumsily hauled my way onto the beast's back and spurred her forward. The road turned northwards 1/2 mile ahead. The oxen and their wagons had been abandoned just at the bend, and I edged past them to peer up the slope. For a moment I could see nothing. Then a group of horsemen appeared beside some trees at the crest. They were 1/2 mile away, outlined against the brightening sky, and I could make out no details of their shields, but I guessed they were Britons rather than Saxons, because our enemy did not deploy many horsemen. I urged the mare up the slope. None of the horsemen moved. They just watched me. But then, away to my right, more men appeared at the hill's crest. These were spearmen, and above them hung a banner that told me the worst. The banner was a skull, hung with what looked like rags, and I remembered Serdic's wolf-skull standard with its ragged tail of flayed human skin. The men were Saxons, and they barred our road.
There were not many spearmen in sight, perhaps a dozen horsemen and 50 or 60 men on foot, but they had the high ground, and I could not tell how many more might be hidden beyond the crest. I stopped the mare and stared at the spearmen, this time seeing the glint of sunlight on the broad axe blades some of the men carried. They had to be Saxons. But where had they come from? Balin had told me that both Cerdic and Aiel were advancing along the Thames, so it seemed likely that these men had come south from the wide river valley. But maybe they were some of Cerdic's spearmen who served Lancelot. Not that it really mattered who they were. All that mattered was that our road was blocked. Still more of the enemy appeared, their spears pricking the skyline all along the ridge. I turned the mare to see Issa bringing my most experienced spearmen past the blockage at the road's turn. "Saxons!" I called to him. "Form a shield wall here!" Issa gazed up at the distant spearmen. "We fight them here, Lord?" he asked. "No." I dared not fight in such a bad place. We would be forced to struggle uphill, and we would ever be worried about our families behind us. "We'll take the road to Gleavham instead," Issa suggested. I shook my head. The Gleavham road was thronged with refugees, and if I had been the Saxon commander, I would have wanted nothing more than to pursue an outnumbered enemy along that road. We could not outmarch him, for we would be obstructed by refugees, and he would find it a simple matter to cut through those panicked people to bring us death. It was possible, even likely, that the Saxons would not make any pursuit at all, but would be tempted to plunder the city instead. But it was a risk I dared not take. I gazed up the long hill and saw yet more of the enemy coming to the sun-bright crest. It was impossible to count them, but it was no small warband. My own men were making a shield wall, but I knew I could not fight here. The Saxons had more men, and they had the high ground. To fight here was to die. I twisted in the saddle. A half-mile away, just to the north of the Fossway, was one of the old people's fortresses, and its ancient earth wall, much eroded now, stood at the crest of a steep hill. I pointed to the grass ramparts. "We'll go there," I said. "There, Lord?" Issa was puzzled. "If we try to escape them," I explained, "they'll follow us. Our children can't move fast, and eventually the bastards will catch us. We'll be forced to make a shield wall, put our families in the centre, and the last of us to die will hear the first of our women screaming. Better to go to a place where they'll hesitate to attack. Eventually they'll have to make a choice. Either they leave us alone and go north, in which case we follow, or else they fight, and if we're on a hilltop, we stand a chance of winning. A better chance," I added, "because Killock will come this way. In a day or two we might even outnumber them." "So we abandon Arthur?" Issa asked, shocked at the thought. "We keep a Saxon warband away from Corinium," I said. But I was not happy with my choice, for Issa was right. I was abandoning Arthur, but I dared not risk the lives of Cynwyn and my daughters. The whole careful campaign that Arthur had plotted was destroyed. Killock was cut off somewhere to the south. I was trapped at Aquasulis, while Keenaglas and Oengus Machairem were still many miles away. I rode back to find my armour and weapons. I had no time to don the body armour, but I pulled on the wolf-plumed helmet, found my heaviest spear, and took up my shield. I gave the mare back to Guinevere and told her to take the families up the hill, then ordered the men of the levy and my younger spearmen to turn the 7 food wagons round and get them up to the fortress. "I don't care how you do it," I said to them, "but I want that food kept from the enemy. Haul the wagons up yourself if you have to." I might have abandoned our Gantz wagons, but in war a wagon load of food is far more precious than gold, and I was determined to keep those supplies from the enemy. If necessary, I would burn the wagons and their contents, but for the moment I would try to save the food. I went back to Issa and took my place at the centre of the shield wall.
The enemy ranks were thickening, and I expected them to make a mad charge down the hill at any minute. They outnumbered us, but still they did not come, and every moment that they hesitated was an extra moment in which our families and the precious wagon loads of food could reach the hill's summit. I glanced behind constantly, watching the wagon's progress, and when they were just over halfway up the steep slope, I ordered my spearmen back. That retreat spurred the Saxons into an advance. They screamed a challenge and came fast down the hill, but they had left their attack too late. My men went back along the road, crossed a shallow ford where a stream tumbled from the hills towards the river, and now we had the higher ground, for we were retreating uphill towards the fortress on its steep slope. My men kept their lines straight, kept their shields overlapping, and held their long spears steady, and that evidence of their training stopped the Saxon pursuit 50 yards short of us. They contented themselves with shouting challenges and insults, while one of their naked wizards, his hair spiked with cow dung, danced forward to curse us. He called us pigs, cowards, and goats. He cursed us, and I counted them. They had 170 men in their wall, and there were still more who had not yet come down the hill. I counted them, and the Saxon war leaders stood their horses behind their shield wall and counted us. I could see their banner clearly now, and it was Serdik's standard of a wolf skull hung with a dead man's flayed skin. But Serdik himself was not there. This had to be one of his warbands come south from the Thames. The warband far outnumbered us, but its leaders were too canny to attack. They knew that they could beat us, but they also knew the dreadful toll that 70 experienced warriors would cull from their ranks. It was enough for them to have driven us away from the road. We backed slowly up the hill. The Saxons watched us, but only their wizard followed us, and after a while he lost interest. He spat at us and turned away. We jeered mightily at the enemy's timidity, but in truth, I was feeling a huge relief that they had not attacked. It took us an hour to heave the 7 wagons of precious food over the ancient turf rampart, and so onto the hill's gently domed top. I walked that domed plateau, and discovered it to be a marvellous defensive position. The summit was a triangle, and on each of its 3 sides the ground fell steeply away, so that any attacker would be forced to labour up into the teeth of our spears. I hoped the steepness of that slope would keep the Saxon warband from making any attack, and that in a day or 2 the enemy would leave, and we would be free to find our way north to Corinium. We would arrive late, and Arthur would doubtless be angry with me, but for the moment I had kept this part of Dumnonia's army safe. We numbered over 200 spearmen, and we protected a crowd of women and children, 7 wagons and 2 princesses, and our refuge was a grassy hilltop high above a deep river valley. I found one of the levy and asked him the name of the hill. "It's named like the city, lord," he said, apparently bemused that I should even want to know the name. "Aquasulis?" I asked him. "Oh, no, lord, the old name. The name before the Romans came." "Badon," I said. "And this is Minith Badon, lord," he confirmed. Mount Badon. In time, the poets would make that name ring through all of Britain. It would be sung in 1,000 halls and fire the blood of children yet unborn. But for now it meant nothing to me. It was just a convenient hill, a grass-walled fort, and the place where, all unwillingly, I had planted my 2 banners in the turf. One showed Kynwyn's star, while the other, which we had found and rescued from our Gantz wagons, flaunted Arthur's banner of the bear. So, in the morning light, where they flapped in the drying wind, the bear and the star defied the Saxons on Minith Badon. The Saxons were cautious. They had not attacked us when they first saw us, and now that we were secure on Minith Badon's summit, they were content to sit at the southern base of the hill and simply watch us. In the afternoon, a large contingent of their spearmen walked to Aquasulis, where they must have discovered an almost deserted city. I expected to see the flare and smoke of burning thatch, but no such fires appeared, and at dusk the spearmen came back from the city laden with plunder. The shadows of nightfall darkened the river valley, and while we on Minithbadon's summit were still in the last wash of daylight, our enemies' campfires studded the dark beneath us. Still more fires showed in the hilly land to the north of us. Minithbadon lay like an offshore island to those hills, and was separated from them by a high, grassy saddle. I had half thought we might cross that high valley in the night, climb to the ridge beyond, and make our way across the hills towards Corinium. So, before dusk, I sent Issa and a score of men to reconnoitre the route. But they returned to say they were mounted Saxon scouts all across the ridge beyond the saddle. I was still tempted to try and escape northwards, but I knew the Saxon horsemen would see us, and that by dawn we would have their whole war band on our heels. I worried about the choice till deep into the night, then picked the lesser of the two evils. We would stay on Minithbadon. To the Saxons we must have appeared a formidable army. I now commanded 268 men, and the enemy were not to know that fewer than 100 of those were prime spearmen. 40 of the remainder were the city levy. 36 were battle-hardened warriors who had guarded Caercadern or Durnavaria's palace, though most of those 36 men were old and slow now, while 110 were unblooded youngsters. My 70 experienced spearmen and Argant's 12 black shields were among the best warriors in Britain, and though I did not doubt that the 36 veterans would be useful, and that the youngsters might well prove formidable, it was still a pitifully small force with which to protect 114 women and 79 children. But at least we had plenty of food and water, for we possessed the 7 precious wagons, and there were 3 springs on Minithbadon's flanks. By nightfall on that first day, we had counted the enemy. There were about 360 Saxons in the valley, and at least another 80 on the land to the north. That was enough spearmen to keep us penned on Minithbadon, but probably not enough to assault us. Each of the flat and treeless summit's 3 sides was 300 paces in length, making a total that was far too great for my small numbers to defend. But if the enemy did attack, we would see them coming from a long way off, and I would have time to move spearmen to face their assault. I reckoned that even if they made 2 or 3 simultaneous assaults, I could still hold, for the Saxons would have a terrible steep slope to climb, and my men would be fresh. But if the enemy numbers increased, then I knew I must be overwhelmed. My prayer was that these Saxons were nothing more than a strong foraging band, and once they had stripped Aquasulis and its river valley of whatever food they could find, they would go back north to rejoin Ael and Cerdic. The next dawn showed that the Saxons were still in the valley, where the smoke of their campfires mingled with the river mist. As the mist thinned, we saw they were cutting down trees to make huts, depressing evidence that they intended to stay. My own men were busy on the mount slopes, chopping down the small hawthorns and the birch saplings that might give cover to an attacking enemy. They dragged the brush and small trees back to the summit and piled them as rudimentary breastworks on the remains of the old people's wall. I had another 50 men on the hill crest to the north of the saddle, where they were cutting firewood that we hauled back to the mount in one of the ox wagons we had emptied of food. Those men brought back enough timber to make a long wooden hut of our own, though our hut, unlike the Saxon shelters that were roofed with thatch or turf, was nothing but a ramshackle structure of untrimmed timbers, stretched between 4 of the wagons and crudely thatched with branches. But it was large enough to shelter the women and children. During the first night, I had sent 2 of my spearmen north, Both of them were cunning rogues from among the unblooded youngsters, and I ordered each to try and reach Corinium and tell Arthur of our plight. I doubted whether he could help us, but at least he would know what had happened. All next day I dreaded seeing those two young men again, fearing to see them being dragged as prisoners behind a Saxon horseman. But they vanished. Both, as I learned later, survived to reach Corinium. The Saxons built their shelters, and we piled more thorn and brush on our shallow wall. None of the enemy came near us, and we did not go down to challenge them. I divided the summit into sections, and assigned each to a troop of spearmen. My 70 experienced warriors, the best of my small army, guarded the angle of ramparts that faced due south towards the enemy. I split my youngsters into 2 troops, one on each flank of the experienced men, then gave the defence of the hill's northern side to the 12 Black Shields, supported by the levy and the guards from Caer-Cadern and Durnovaria. The Black Shield's leader was a scarred brute named Niall, a veteran of 100 harvest raids, whose fingers were thick with warrior rings, and Niall raised his own makeshift banner on the northern rampart. It was nothing but a branch-stripped birch sapling, struck into the turf with a scrap of black cloak flying from its tip. But there was something wild and satisfyingly defiant about that ragged Irish flag. I still had hopes of escaping. The Saxons might be making shelters in the river valley, but the high northern ground went on tempting me. And on that second afternoon I rode my horse across the saddle of land beneath Niall's banner, and so up to the opposing crest. A great empty stretch of moorland lay under the racing clouds. Eachern, an experienced warrior whom I had put in command of one of the bands of youngsters cutting timber on the crest, came to stand beside my mare. He saw that I was staring at the empty moor, and guessed what was in my mind. He spat. "Bastards are out there. So they are," he said. "You're sure?" "They come and they go, Lord. Always horsemen." He had an axe in his right hand, and he pointed it westwards to where a valley ran northwest beside the moor. Trees grew thick in the small valley, though all we could see of them was their leafy tops. "There's a road in those trees," Eachern said, "and that's where they're lurking." "The road must go towards Gleavham," I said. "Goes to the Saxons first, Lord," Eachern said. "Bastards are there, so they are. I heard their axes." Which meant, I guessed, that the track in the valley was blocked with felled trees. I was still tempted. If we destroyed the food and left behind anything that could slow our march, then we might still break out of this Saxon ring and reach Arthur's army. All day my conscience had been nagging like a spur, for my clear duty was to be with Arthur, and the longer I was stranded on Minith Badon, the harder his task was. I wondered if we could cross the moorland at night. There would be a half-moon, enough to light the way, and if we moved fast, we would surely outrun the main Saxon warband. We might be harried by a handful of Saxon horsemen, but my spearmen could deal with those. But what lay beyond the moor? Hilly country for sure, and doubtless cut by rivers swollen by the recent rains. I needed a road. I needed fords and bridges. I needed speed, or else the children would lag behind. The spearmen would slow to protect them, and suddenly the Saxons would be on us like wolves outrunning a flock of sheep. I could imagine escaping from Minith Badon, but I could not see how we were to cross the miles of country between us and Corinium without falling prey to enemy blades. The decision was taken from me at dusk. I was still contemplating a dash north, and hoping that by leaving our fires burning brightly, we might deceive the enemy into thinking we remained on Minith Badon's summit. But during the dusk of that second day, still more Saxons arrived. They came from the northeast, from the direction of Corinium, and 100 of them moved on to the moorland I had hoped to cross,
then came south to drive my woodcutters out of the trees, across the saddle, and so back onto Minith Badon. Now we were truly trapped. I sat that night with Cynwyn beside a fire. "It reminds me," I said, "of that night on Ynys Môn."
"I was thinking of that," she said.
It was the night we had discovered the cauldron of Clythno Ethin, and we had huddled in a jumble of rocks with the forces of Direnak all about us. None of us had expected to live, but then Merlin had woken from the dead and mocked me.
"Surrounded, are we?" he had asked me. "Outnumbered, are we?"
I had agreed to both propositions, and Merlin had smiled.
"And you call yourself a lord of warriors?"
"You've landed us in a predicament," Cynwyn said, quoting Merlin, and she smiled at the memory, then sighed.
"If we weren't with you," she went on,
indicating the women and children about the fires,
"what would you do?"
"Go north. Fight a battle over there." I nodded towards the Saxon fires that burned on the high ground beyond the saddle, and then keep marching north. I was not truly certain I would have done that, for such an escape would have meant abandoning any man wounded in the battle for the ridge. But the rest of us, unencumbered by women or children, could surely have outmarched the Saxon pursuit.
"Suppose," Cynwyn said softly, "that you ask the Saxons to give the women and children safe passage."
"They'll say yes," I said. "And as soon as you're out of range of our spears, they'll seize you, rape you, kill you, and enslave the children."
"Not really a good idea, then?" she asked gently.
"Not really." She leaned her head on my shoulder, trying not to disturb Seren, who was sleeping with her head pillowed on her mother's lap.
"So how long can we hold?" Cynwyn asked.
"I could die of old age on Minith Badon," I said, "so long as they don't send more than 400 men to attack us."
"And will they?"
"Probably not," I lied. And Cynwyn knew I lied. Of course they would send more than 400 men. In war, I have learned, the enemy will usually do whatever you fear the most, and this enemy would certainly send every spearman they had. Cynwyn lay silent for a while. Dogs barked among the distant Saxon encampments, their sound coming clear through the still night. Our own dogs began to respond, and little Seren shifted in her sleep. Cynwyn stroked her daughter's hair.
"If Arthur's at Crinium," she asked softly, "then why are the Saxons coming here?"
"I don't know."
"You think they'll eventually go north to join their main army?"
I had thought that, but the arrival of more Saxons had given me doubts. Now I suspected that we faced a big enemy warband that had been trying to march southwards around Corinium, looping deep into the hills to re-emerge at Glevum and so threaten Arthur's rear. I could think of no other reason why so many Saxons were in Aquasulus's valley, but that did not explain why they had not kept marching. Instead, they were making shelters, which suggested they wanted to besiege us. In which case, I thought, perhaps we were doing Arthur a service by staying here. We were keeping a large number of his enemies away from Corinium, though if our estimation of the enemy forces was right, then the Saxons had more than enough men to overwhelm both Arthur and us. Cynwyn and I fell silent. The 12 Black Shields had begun to sing, and when their song was done, my men answered with the war chant of Iltith. Peerlig, my bard, accompanied the singing on his harp. He had found a leather breastplate and armed himself with a shield and spear, but the war gear looked strange on his thin frame. I hoped he would never have to abandon his harp and use the spear, for by then all hope would be lost. I imagined Saxons swarming across the hilltop, whooping their delight at finding so many women and children. Then blotted the horrid thought out. We had to stay alive. We had to hold our walls. We had to win.
Next morning, under a sky of grey clouds, through which a freshening wind brought snatches of rain from the west, I donned my war gear. It was heavy, and I had deliberately not worn it till now, but the arrival of the Saxon reinforcements had convinced me that we would have to fight, and so, to put heart into my men, I chose to wear my finest armour. First, over my linen shirt and woolen trews, I pulled a leather tunic that fell to my knees. The leather was thick enough to stop a sword slash, though not a spear thrust. Over the tunic I pulled the precious coat of heavy Roman mail that my slaves had polished so that the small links seemed to shine. The mail coat was trimmed with golden loops at its hem, its sleeves, and its neck. It was an expensive coat, one of the richest in Britain, and forged well enough to stop all but the most savage spear thrusts. My knee-length boots were sewn with bronze strips to cheat the lunging blade that comes low under the shield wall, and I had elbow-length gloves with iron plates to protect my forearms. My helmet was decorated with silver dragons that climbed up to its golden peak, where the wolf-tail helm was fixed. The helmet came down over my ears, had a flap of mail to shield the back of my neck, and silvered cheek-pieces that could be swung over my face so that an enemy did not see a man, but a metal-clad killer with two black shadows for eyes. It was the rich armour of a great warlord, and it was designed to put fear into an enemy. I strapped Howlbane's belt around the mail, tied a cloak about my neck, and hefted my largest boar spear. Then, thus dressed for battle, and with my shield slung on my back, I walked the ring of Minith Badon's walls, so that all my men and all the watching enemy would see me, and know that a lord of warriors waited for the fight. I finished my circuit at the southern peak of our defences, and there, standing high above the enemy, I lifted the skirts of mail and leather to piss down the hill towards the Saxons. I had not known Guinevere was close, and the first I knew was when she laughed, and that laughter rather spoiled my gesture, for I was embarrassed. She brushed away my apology. "You do look fine, Derfel," she said. I swung the helmet's cheek-pieces open. "I had hoped, lady," I said, "never to wear this gear again." "You sound just like Arthur," she said wryly, then walked behind me to admire the strips of hammered silver that formed Kynwyn's star on my shield. "I never understand," she said, coming back to face me, "why you dress like a pig-herder most of the time, but look so splendid for war." "I don't look like a pig-herder," I protested. "Not like mine," she said, "because I can't abide having grubby people about me, even if they are swineherds. And so I always made certain they had decent clothes." "I had a bath last year," I insisted. "As recently as that," she said, pretending to be impressed. She was carrying her hunter's bow and had a quiver of arrows at her back. "If they come," she said, "I intend to send some of their souls to the other world." "If they come," I said, knowing that they would, "all you'll see is helmets and shields, and you'll waste your arrows. Wait till they raise their heads to fight our shield wall, then aim for their eyes." "I won't waste arrows, Derfel," she promised grimly. The first threat came from the north, where the newly arrived Saxons formed a shield wall among the trees above the saddle that separated Minith Badon from the high ground. Our most copious spring was in that saddle, and perhaps the Saxons intended to deny us its use, for just after midday their shield wall came down into the small valley. Niall watched from our ramparts. 80 men, he told me. I brought Issa and 50 of my men across to the northern rampart, more than enough spearmen to see off 80 Saxons labouring uphill. But it soon became obvious that the Saxons did not intend to attack, but wanted to lure us down into the saddle, where they could fight us on more equal terms. And no doubt, once we were down there, more Saxons would burst from the high trees to ambush us. "You stay here," I told my men. "You don't go down. You stay." The Saxons jeered us. Some knew a few words of the British tongue, sufficient to call us cowards or women or worms. Sometimes a small group would climb halfway up our slope to tempt us to break ranks and rush down the hill, but Niall, Issa, and I kept our men calm. A Saxon wizard shuffled up the wet slope towards us in short, nervous rushes, jabbering incantations. He was naked beneath a wolfskin cape, and had his hair dunged into a single tall spike. He shrilled his curses, wailed his charm words, and then hurled a handful of small bones towards our shields. But still, none of us moved. The wizard spat 3 times, then ran shivering down to the saddle, where a Saxon chieftain now tried to tempt one of us to single combat. He was a burly man, with a tangled mane of greasy, dirt-matted golden hair that hung down past a lavish golden collar. His beard was plaited with black ribbons, his breastplate was of iron, his greaves of decorated Roman bronze, and his shield was painted with the mask of a snarling wolf. His helmet had bull's horns mounted on its sides, and was surmounted by a wolf's skull, to which he had tied a mass of black ribbons. He had strips of black fur tied around his upper arms and thighs, carried a huge double-bladed war-axe, while from his belt hung a long sword, and one of the short, broad-bladed knives called a seax, the weapon that gave the Saxons their name. For a time he demanded that Arthur himself come down and fight him, and when he tired of that, he challenged me, calling me a coward, a chicken-hearted slave, and the son of a leprous whore. He spoke in his own tongue, which meant that none of my men knew what he said, and I just let his words whip past me in the wind. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, when the rain had ended and the Saxons were bored with trying to lure us down to battle, they brought 3 captured children to the saddle. The children were very young, no more than 5 or 6 years old, and they were held with seaxes at their throats.
"Come down!"
the big Saxon chieftain shouted.
"Or they die!"
Issa looked at me. "Let me go, Lord," he pleaded.
"It's my rampart,"
Niall, the Black Shield leader, insisted.
"I'll fillet the bastard."
"It's my hilltop," I said. It was more than just my hilltop. It was also my duty to fight the first single combat of a battle. A king could let his champion fight, but a warlord had no business sending men where he would not go himself. And so I closed the cheek pieces of my helmet, touched a gloved hand to the pork bones in Howlbane's hilt, then pressed on my mailcoat to feel the small lump made by Kynwyn's brooch. Thus reassured, I pushed through our crude timber palisade and edged down the steep slope.
"You and me!"
I shouted at the tall Saxon in his own language.
"For their lives!"
And I pointed my spear at the 3 children. The Saxons roared approval that they had at last brought one Briton down from the hill. They backed away, taking the children with them, leaving the saddle to their champion and to me. The burly Saxon hefted the big axe in his left hand, then spat onto the buttercups.
"You speak our language well, pig,"
he greeted me. "Well, it's a pig's language," I said. He tossed the axe high into the air, where it turned, its blade flashing in the weak sunlight that was trying to break the clouds. The axe was long, and its double-bladed head heavy, but he caught it easily by its haft. Most men would have found it hard to wield such a massive weapon for even a short time, let alone toss and catch it. But this Saxon made it look easy.
"Arthur dared not come and fight me," he said, "so I shall kill you in his stead."
His reference to Arthur puzzled me, but it was not my job to disabuse the enemy if they thought Arthur was on Minith Badon.
"Arthur has better things to do than to kill vermin," I said.
"So he asked me to slaughter you, then bury your fat corpse with your feet pointing south, so that through all time you will wander lonely and hurting, never able to find your other world." He spat.
"You squeal like a spavined pig."
The insults were a ritual, as was the single combat. Arthur disapproved of both, believing insults to be a waste of breath and single combat a waste of energy. But I had no objection to fighting an enemy champion. Such combat did serve a purpose. For if I killed this man, my troops would be hugely cheered, and the Saxons would see a terrible omen in his death. The risk was losing the fight, but I was a confident man in those days. The Saxon was a full hand's breadth taller than I, and much broader across his shoulders, but I doubted he would be fast. He looked like a man who relied on strength to win, while I took pride in being clever, as well as strong. He looked up at our rampart that was now crowded with men and women. I could not see Kynwyn there, but Guinevere stood tall and striking among the armed men. "Is that your whore?" the Saxon asked me, holding his axe towards her. "Tonight she'll be mine, you verm." He took 2 steps nearer me so that he was just a dozen paces away, then tossed the big axe up in the air again. His men were cheering him from the northern slope, while my men were shouting raucous encouragements from the ramparts. "If you're frightened," I said, "I can give you time to empty your bowels." "I'll empty them on your corpse," he spat at me. I wondered whether to take him with the spear or with Howlbane, and decided the spear would be faster, so long as he did not parry the blade. It was plain that he would attack soon, for he had begun to swing the axe in fast, intricate curves that were dazzling to watch, and I suspected his intention was to charge me with that blurring blade, knock my spear aside with his shield, then bury the axe in my neck. "My name is Wulfgeir," he said formally, "chief of the Sarnid tribe of Serdik's people, and this land shall be my land." I slipped my left arm out of the shield loops, transferred the shield to my right arm, and hefted the spear in my left hand. I did not loop the shield on my right arm, but just gripped the wooden handle tight. Wulfgeir of the Sarnid was left-handed, and that meant his axe would have attacked from my unguarded side if I had kept the shield on its original arm. I was not nearly so good with a spear in my left hand, but I had a notion that might finish this fight fast. "My name," I answered him formally, "is Derfel, son of Ael, king of the English, and I am the man who put the scar on Leofa's cheek." My boast had been intended to unsettle him, and perhaps it did, but he showed little sign of it. Instead, with a sudden roar, he attacked, and his men cheered deafeningly. Wulfgeir's axe was whistling in the air, his shield was poised to knock my spear aside, and he was charging like a bull. But then I hurled my own shield at his face. I hurled it sideways on, so that it spun towards him like a heavy disc of metal-rimmed wood. The sudden sight of the heavy shield flying hard at his face forced him to raise his own shield and check the violent whirling of his blurring axe. I heard my shield clatter on his, but I was already on one knee, with my spear held low and lancing upwards. Wulfgeir of the Sarnid had parried my shield quickly enough, but he could not stop his heavy forward rush, nor could he drop his shield in time, and so he ran straight onto that long, heavy, wicked-edged blade. I had aimed at his belly, at a spot just beneath his iron breastplate, where his only protection was a thick leather jerkin, and my spear went through that leather like a needle slipping through linen. I stood up as the blade sank through leather, skin, muscle, and flesh to bury itself in Wulfgeir's lower belly. I stood and twisted the haft, roaring my own challenge now as I saw the axe blade falter. I lunged again, the spear still deep in his belly, and twisted the leaf-shaped blade a second time. And Wulfgeir of the Sarnid opened his mouth as he stared at me, and I saw the horror come to his eyes. He tried to lift the axe, but there was only a terrible pain in his belly and a liquefying weakness in his legs, and then he stumbled, gasped, and fell onto his knees. I let go of the spear and stepped back as I drew Howlbane. "This is our land, Wulfgeir of the Sarnid," I said loudly enough for his men to hear me. "And it stays our land." I swung the blade once, but swung it hard, so that it razored through the matted mass of hair at the nape of his neck and chopped into his backbone. He fell dead, killed in an eye blink. I gripped my spear shaft, put a boot on Wulfgeir's belly, and tugged the reluctant blade free. Then I stooped and wrenched the wolf skull from his helmet. I held the yellowing bone towards our enemies, then cast it on the ground and stamped it into fragments with my foot. I undid the dead man's golden collar, then took his shield, his axe, and his knife, and waved those trophies towards his men, who stood watching silently. My men were dancing and howling their glee. Last of all, I stooped and unbuckled his heavy bronze greaves, which were decorated with images of my god, Mithras. I stood with my plunder. "Send the children!" I shouted at the Saxons. "Come and fetch them!" a man called back. Then, with a swift slash, he cut a child's throat. The other 2 children screamed, then they too were killed, and the Saxons spat on their small bodies. For a moment I thought my men would lose control and charge across the saddle, but Issa and Niall held them to the rampart. I spat on Wulfgeir's body, sneered at the treacherous enemy, then took my trophies back up the hill. I gave Wulfgeir's shield to one of the levy, the knife to Niall and the axe to Issa. "Don't use it in battle," I said, "but you can chop wood with it." I carried the golden collar to Cynwyn, but she shook her head. "I don't like dead men's gold," she said. She was cradling our daughters, and I could see she had been weeping. Cynwyn was not a woman to betray her emotions. She had learned as a child that she could keep her fearsome father's affections by being bright-natured, and somehow that habit of cheerfulness had worked itself deep into her soul, but she could not hide her distress now. "You could have died," she said. I had nothing to say, so I just crouched beside her, plucked a handful of grass and scrubbed the blood from Howbane's edge. Cynwyn frowned at me. "They killed those children?" "Yes," I said. "Who were they?" I shrugged. "Who knows? Just children captured in a raid." Cynwyn sighed and stroked Morwenna's fair hair. "Did you have to fight?" "Would you rather I had sent Issa?" "No," she admitted. "So yes, I had to fight," I said. And in truth, I had enjoyed the fight. Only a fool wants war. But once a war starts, then it cannot be fought half-heartedly. It cannot even be fought with regret, but must be waged with a savage joy in defeating the enemy. And it is that savage joy that inspires our bards to write their greatest songs about love and war. We warriors dressed for battle as we decked ourselves for love. We made ourselves gaudy. We wore our gold. We mounted crests on our silver-chased helmets. We strutted, we boasted, and when the slaughtering blades came close, we felt as though the blood of the gods coursed in our veins. A man should love peace, but if he cannot fight with all his heart, then he will not have peace. "What would we have done if you had died?" Cynwyn asked, watching as I buckled Wulfgeir's fine greaves over my boots. "You would have burned me, my love," I said, "and sent my soul to join Dian." I kissed her, then carried the golden collar to Guinevere, who was delighted by the gift. She had lost her jewels with her freedom, and though she had no taste for heavy Saxon work, she placed the collar about her neck. "I enjoyed that fight," she said, patting the golden plates into place. "I want you to teach me some Saxon, Derfel." "Of course." "Insults. I want to hurt them." She laughed. "Coarse insults, Derfel. The coarsest that you know." Then there would be plenty of Saxons for Guinevere to insult, for still more enemy spearmen were coming to the valley. My men on the southern angle called to warn me, and I went to stand on the rampart beneath our twin banners and saw 2 long lines of spearmen winding down the eastern hills into the river meadows. "They started arriving a few moments ago," Eokern told me, "and now there's no end to them." Nor was there. This was no war band coming to fight, but an army, a horde, a whole people on the march. Men, women, beasts and children, all spilling from the eastern hills into Aquasulus's valley. The spearmen marched in their long columns, and between the columns were herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, and straggling trails of women and children. Horsemen rode on the flanks, and more horsemen clustered about the two banners that marked the coming of the Saxon kings. This was not one army, but two, the combined forces of Cerdic and Ael, and instead of facing Arthur in the valley of the Thames, they had come here, to me, and their blades were as numerous as the stars of the sky's great belt. I watched them come for an hour, and Eakern was right. There was no end to them. And I touched the bones in Howlbane's hilt, and knew, more surely than ever, that we were doomed. At night the lights of the Saxon fires were like a constellation fallen into Aquasulus's valley, a blaze of campfires reaching far to the south and deep to the west, to show where the enemy encampments followed the line of the river. There were still more fires on the eastern hills, where the rearguard of the Saxon horde camped on the high ground. But in the dawn we saw those men coming down into the valley beneath us. It was a raw morning, though it promised to be a warm day. At sunrise, when the valley was still dark, the smoke from the Saxon fires mingled with the river mist, so that it seemed as if Minith Badon was a green, sunlit vessel adrift in a sinister grey sea. I had slept badly, for one of the women had given birth in the night, and her cries had haunted me. The child was stillborn, and Cynwyn told me it should not have been delivered for another 3 or 4 months. "They think it's a bad omen," Cynwyn added bleakly. And so it probably was, I reflected, but I dared not admit as much. Instead, I tried to sound confident. "The gods won't abandon us," I said. "It was Terva," Cynwyn said, naming the woman who had tortured the night with her crying. "It would have been her first child. A boy it was, very tiny." She hesitated, then smiled sadly at me. "There's a fear, Derfel, that the gods abandoned us at Semain." She was only saying what I myself feared, but again I dared not admit it. "Do you believe that?" I asked her. "I don't want to believe it," she said. She thought for a few seconds and was about to say something more when a shout from the southern rampart interrupted us. I did not move, and the shout came again. Cynwyn touched my arm. "Go," she said. I ran to the southern rampart to find Issa, who had stood the night's last sentry watch, staring down into the valley's smoky shadows. "About a dozen of the bastards," he said. "Where?" "See the hedge?" He pointed down the bare slope to where a white-blossomed hawthorn hedge marked the end of the hillside, and was the beginning of the valley's cultivated land. "They're there. We saw them cross the wheat field." "They're just watching us," I said sourly, angry that he had called me away from Cynwyn for such a small thing. "I don't know, Lord. There was something odd about them. There." He pointed again, and I saw a group of spearmen clamber through the hedge. They crouched on our side of the hedge, and it seemed as if they looked behind them rather than towards us. They waited for a few minutes, then suddenly ran towards us. "Deserters?" Issa guessed. "Surely not." And it did seem strange that anyone should desert that vast Saxon army to join our beleaguered band. But Issa was right, for when the 11 men were halfway up the slope, they ostentatiously turned their shields upside down. The Saxon sentries had at last seen the traitors, and a score of enemy spearmen were now pursuing the fugitives, but the 11 men were far enough ahead to reach us safely. "Bring them to me when they get here," I told Issa, then went back to the summit's centre, where I pulled on my mail armour and buckled Howlbane to my waist. "Deserters," I told Cynwyn. Issa brought the 11 men across the grass. I recognised the shields first, for they showed Lancelot's sea-eagle with the fish in its talons. And then I recognised Bors, Lancelot's cousin and champion. He smiled nervously when he saw me. Then I grinned broadly and he relaxed. "Lord Derfel," he greeted me. His broad face was red from the climb, and his burly body heaving to draw in breath. "Lord Bors," I said formally, then embraced him. "If I am to die," he said, "I'd rather die on my own side." He named his spearmen, all of them Britons who had been in Lancelot's service, and all men who resented being forced to carry their spears for the Saxons. They bowed to Kynwyn, then sat while bread, mead, and salted beef were brought to them. Lancelot, they said, had marched north to join Ael and Cerdic, and now all the Saxon forces were united in the valley beneath us. "Over 2,000 men, they reckon," Bors said. "I have less than 300. Bors grimaced. "But Arthur's here, yes?" I shook my head. "No." Bors stared up at me, his open mouth full of food. "Not here," he said at last. "He's somewhere up north, as far as I know." He swallowed his mouthful, then swore quietly. "So who is here?" he asked. "Just me." I gestured about the hill. "And what you can see?" He lifted a horn of mead and drank deeply. "Then I reckon we will die," he said grimly. He had thought Arthur was on Mynnith Badon. Indeed, Bors said, both Cerdic and Ael believed that Arthur was on the hill, and that was why they had marched south from the Thames to Aquasulis. The Saxons, who had first driven us to this refuge, had seen Arthur's banner on Mynnith Badon's crest, and had sent news of its presence to the Saxon kings, who had been seeking Arthur in the upper reaches of the Thames. "The bastards know what your plans are," Bors warned me, "and they know Arthur wanted to fight near Corinium, but they couldn't find him there. And that's what they want to do, Derfel. They want to find Arthur before Keenaglas reaches him. Kill Arthur, they reckon, and the rest of Britain will lose heart." But Arthur, clever Arthur, had given Cerdic and Ael the slip, and then the Saxon kings had heard that the banner of the bear was being flaunted on a hill near Aquasulis, and so they had turned their ponderous force southwards and sent orders for Lancelot's forces to join them. "Do you have any news of Killock?" I asked Bors. "He's out there somewhere," Bors said vaguely, waving to the south. "We never found him." He suddenly stiffened, and I looked round to see that Guinevere was watching us. She had abandoned her prison robe and was dressed in a leather jerkin, woolen trews and long boots. A man's clothes, like those she had used to wear when hunting. I later discovered she had found the clothes in Aquasulis, and though they were of poor quality, she somehow managed to imbue them with elegance. She had the Saxon gold at her neck, a quiver of arrows on her back, the hunter's bow in her hand, and a short knife at her wrist. "Lord Bors," she greeted her old lover's champion icily. "Lady?" Bors stood up and gave her a clumsy obeisance. She looked at his shield that still bore Lancelot's insignia, then raised an eyebrow. "Are you bored with him too?" she asked. "I'm a Briton, lady," Bors said stiffly. "And a brave Briton," Guinevere said warmly. "I think we're fortunate to have you here." Her words were precisely right, and Bors, who had been embarrassed by the encounter, suddenly looked coyly pleased. He muttered something about being happy to see Guinevere, but he was not a man who made compliments elegantly, and he blushed as he spoke. "Can I assume," Guinevere asked him, "that your old lord is with the Saxons?" "He is, lady." "Then I pray he comes within range of my bow," Guinevere said. "He might not, lady," Bors said, for he knew Lancelot's reluctance to place himself in danger. "But you'll have plenty of Saxons to kill before the day's out. More than enough." And he was right. For beneath us, where the last of the river mist was being burned away by the sun, the Saxon horde was gathering. Cerdic and Ael, still believing that their greatest enemy was trapped on Mynnith Badon, were planning an overwhelming assault. It would not be a subtle attack, for no spearmen were being mustered to take us in the flank, but rather it would be a simple, crude hammer blow that would come in overwhelming force straight up Mynnith Badon's southern face. Hundreds of warriors were being gathered for the attack, and their close-ranked spears glinted in the early light.
"How many are there?"
Guinevere asked me. "Too many, lady," I said bleakly. "Half their army," Bors said, and explained to her that the Saxon kings believed that Arthur and his best men were trapped on the hilltop.
"So, he's fooled them?"
Guinevere asked, not without a note of pride. "Oh, we have," I said glumly, indicating Arthur's banner that stirred fitfully in the small breeze.
"So now we have to beat them,"
Guinevere responded briskly, though how I could not tell. Not since I had been trapped on Innis Mon by Dironac's men had I felt so helpless. But on that grim night I had possessed Merlin for an ally, and his magic had seen us out of the trap. I had no magic on my side now, and I could foresee nothing but doom. All morning long I watched the Saxon warriors assemble among the growing wheat, and I watched as their wizards danced along the lines and as their chiefs harangued the spearmen. The men in the front of the Saxon battle line were steady enough, for they were the trained warriors who had sworn oaths to their lords, but the rest of that vast assembly must have been the equivalent of our levy, the feared, the Saxons called it, and those men kept wandering away. Some went to the river, others back to the camps, and from our commanding height it was like watching shepherds trying to gather a vast flock. As soon as one part of the army was assembled, another would break apart, and the whole business would start over again. And all the time the Saxon drums sounded. They were using great hollow logs that they thumped with wooden clubs, so that their heartbeat of death echoed from the wooded slope on the valley's far side. The Saxons would be drinking ale, bolstering the courage needed to come up into our spears. Some of my own men were guzzling mead. I discouraged it, but stopping a soldier from drinking was like keeping a dog from barking, and many of my men needed the fire that mead puts into a belly, for they could count as well as I. 1,000 men were coming to fight, fewer than 300. Bors had asked that he and his men fight in the centre of our line, and I had agreed. I hoped he would die swiftly, cut down by an axe or a spear, for if he was taken alive, then his death would be long and horrible. He and his men had stripped their shields back to the bare wood, and now were drinking mead, and I did not blame them. Issa was sober. "They'll overlap us, Lord," he said worriedly. "They will," I agreed, and wished I could say something more useful, but in truth I was transfixed by the enemy preparations, and helpless to know what to do about the attack. I did not doubt that my men could fight against the best Saxon spearmen, but I only had enough spearmen to make a shield wall 100 paces wide, and the Saxon attack, when it came, would be 3 times that width. We would fight in the centre. We would kill, and the enemy would surge around our flanks to capture the hill's summit and slaughter us from behind. Issa grimaced. His wolf-tailed helmet was an old one of mine, on which he had hammered a pattern of silver stars. His pregnant wife, Scarach, had found some vervain growing near one of the springs, and Issa wore a sprig on his helmet, hoping it would keep him from harm. He offered me some of the plant, but I refused. "You keep it," I said. "What do we do, Lord?" he asked. "We can't run away," I said. I had thought of making a desperate lunge northwards, but there were Saxons beyond the northern saddle, and we would have to fight our way up that slope into their spears. We had small chance of doing that, and a much greater chance of being trapped in the saddle between 2 enemies on higher ground. "We have to beat them here," I said, disguising my conviction that we could not beat them at all. I could have fought 400 men, maybe even 600, but not the 1,000 Saxons who were now readying themselves at the foot of the slope. "If we had a druid," Issa said, then let the thought die. But I knew exactly what irked him. He was thinking that it was not good to go into battle without prayers. The Christians in our ranks were praying with their arms outstretched in imitation of their god's death, and they had told me they needed no priest to intercede for them. But we pagans like to have a druid's curses raining on our enemies before a fight. But we had no druid, and the absence not only denied us the power of his curses, but suggested that from this day on we would have to fight without our gods, because those gods had fled in disgust from the interrupted rites on May Dun. I summoned Peerlig and ordered him to curse the enemy. He blanched. "But I'm a bard, lord, not a druid," he protested. "Well, you began the druid's training." "All bards do, lord, but I was never taught the mysteries." "Well, the Saxons don't know that," I said. "Go down the hill, hop on one leg, and curse their filthy souls to the dung-heap of a noon." Peerlig did his best, but he could not keep his balance, and I sensed there was more fear than vituperation in his curses. The Saxons, seeing him, sent 6 of their own wizards to counter his magic. The naked wizards, their hair hung with small charms and stiffened into grotesque spikes with matted cow dung, clambered up the slope to spit and curse at Peerlig, who, seeing their approach, backed nervously away. One of the Saxon magicians carried a human thigh bone that he used to chase poor Peerlig even further up the slope, and, when he saw our bard's obvious terror, the Saxon jerked his body in obscene gestures. The enemy wizards came still closer, so that we could hear their shrill voices over the booming thud of the drums in the valley. "What are they saying?" Guinevere had come to stand beside me. "They're using charms, lady," I said. "They're beseeching their gods to fill us with fear and turn our legs to water." I listened to the chanting again. "They beg that our eyes be blinded, that our spears be broken and our swords blunted." The man with the thigh bone caught sight of Guinevere, and he turned on her and spat a vituperative stream of obscenities. "What's he saying now?" she asked. "You don't wish to know, lady." "But I do, Derfel. I do." "Then I don't wish to tell you." She laughed. The wizard, only 30 paces away from us now, jerked his tattooed crotch at her and shook his head, rolled his eyes and screamed that she was a cursed witch, and promised that her womb would dry to a crust and her breasts turn sour as gall. And then there was an abrupt twang beside my ear, and the wizard was suddenly silent. An arrow had transfixed his gullet, going clean through his neck, so that one half of the arrow jutted behind his nape, and the feathered shaft stuck out beneath his chin. He stared up at Guinevere. He gurgled, and then the bone dropped from his hand. He fingered the arrow, still staring at her, then shuddered and suddenly collapsed. "It's considered bad luck to kill an enemy's magicians," I said in gentle reproof. "Not now," Guinevere said vengefully. "Not now." She took another arrow from her quiver and fitted it to the string, but the other 5 wizards had seen the fate of their fellow magician and were bounding down the hill out of range. They were shrieking angrily as they went, protesting our bad faith. They had a right to protest, and I feared that the death of the one wizard would only fill the attackers with a cold anger. Guinevere took the arrow off the bow. "So, what will they do, Derfel?" she asked me. "In a few minutes' time," I said, "that great mass of men will come up the hill. You can see how they'll come." I pointed down to the Saxon formation that was still being pushed and herded into shape. 100 men in their front rank, and 9 or 10 men in every file to push those front men onto our spears. We can face those 100 men, lady, but our files will only have 2 or 3 men apiece, and we won't be able to push them back down the hill. We'll stop them for a while, and the shield walls will lock, but we won't drive them backwards. And when they see that all our men are locked in the fighting line, they'll send their rearward files to wrap around and take us from behind." Her green eyes stared at me, a slightly mocking look on her face. She was the only woman I ever knew who could look me straight in the eyes, and I always found her direct gaze unsettling. Guinevere had a knack of making a man feel like a fool, though on that day, as the Saxon drums beat and the great hordes steeled themselves to climb up to our blades, she wished me nothing but success.
Are you saying we've lost?
She asked lightly. I'm saying, lady, that I don't know if I can win, I answered grimly. I was wondering whether to do the unexpected and form my men into a wedge that would charge down the hill and pierce deep into the Saxon mass. It was possible that such an attack would surprise them and even panic them, but the danger was that my men would be surrounded by enemies on the hillside, and, when the last of us was dead, the Saxons would climb to the summit and take our undefended families. Guinevere slung the bow on her shoulder.
We can win, she said confidently. We can win easily.
For a moment I did not take her seriously.
I can tear the heart out of them, she said more forcefully.
I glanced at her and saw the fierce joy in her face. If she was to make a fool of any man that day, it would be Cerdic and Ael, not me. How can we win? I asked her. A mischievous look came to her face.
Do you trust me, Derfel?
I trust you, lady.
Then give me 20 fit men.
I hesitated. I had been forced to leave some spearmen on the northern rampart of the hill to guard against an attack across the saddle, and I could scarce lose 20 of the remaining men who faced south. But even if I had 200 spearmen more, I knew I was going to lose this battle on the hilltop. And so I nodded. I'll give you 20 men from the levy, I agreed. And you give me a victory. She smiled and strode away, and I shouted at Issa to find 20 young men and send them with her. She's going to give us a victory, I told him loud enough for my men to hear, and they, sensing hope on a day when there was none, smiled and laughed. Yet victory, I decided, needed a miracle, or else the arrival of allies. Where was Killock? All day I had expected to see his troops in the south, but there had been no sign of him, and I decided he must have made a wide detour around Aquasulis in an attempt to join Arthur. I could think of no other troops who might come to our aid, but in truth, even if Killock had joined me, his numbers could not have swelled ours enough to withstand the Saxon assault. That assault was near now. The wizards had done their work, and a group of Saxon horsemen now left the ranks and spurred uphill. I shouted for my own horse, had Issa cup his hands to heave me into the saddle, then I rode down the slope to meet the enemy envoys. Bors might have accompanied me, for he was a lord, but he did not want to face the men he had just deserted, and so I went alone. 9 Saxons and 3 Britons approached. One of the Britons was Lancelot, as beautiful as ever in his white scale armour that dazzled in the sunlight. His helmet was silvered and crested with a pair of swan's wings that were ruffled by the small wind. His 2 companions were Amhar and Loholt, who rode against their father beneath Cerdic's skin-hung skull, and beneath my own father's great bull skull that was spattered with fresh blood in honour of this new war. Cerdic and Ael both climbed the hill, and with them were a half-dozen Saxon chieftains, all big men in fur robes and with moustaches hanging to their sword-belts. The last Saxon was an interpreter, and he, like the other Saxons, rode clumsily, just as I did. Only Lancelot and the twins were good horsemen. We met halfway down the hill. None of the horses liked the slope, and all shifted nervously. Cerdic scowled up at our rampart. He could see the 2 banners there, and a prickle of spear points above our makeshift barricade, but nothing more. Ael gave me a grim nod, while Lancelot avoided my gaze. "Where is Arthur?" Cerdic finally demanded of me. His pale eyes looked at me from a helmet rimmed with gold and gruesomely crested with a dead man's hand. Doubtless, I thought, a British hand. The trophy had been smoked in a fire, so that its skin was blackened and its fingers hooked like claws. "Arthur is taking his ease, Lord King," I said. "He left it to me to swat you away while he plans how to remove the smell of your filth from Britain." The interpreter murmured in Lancelot's ear. "Is Arthur here?" Cerdic demanded. Convention dictated that the leaders of armies conferred before battle, And Cerdic had construed my presence as an insult. He had expected Arthur to come and meet him, not some underling.
"Oh, he's here, Lord," I said airily, "and everywhere. Merlin transports him through the clouds."
Cerdic spat. He was in dull armour, with no show other than the ghastly hand on his gold-edged helmet's crest. Ael was dressed in his usual black fur, had gold at his wrists and neck, and a single bull's horn projecting from the front of his helmet. He was the older man, but Cerdic, as ever, took the lead. His clever, pinched face gave me a dismissive glance.
"It would be best," he said, "if you filed down the hill and laid your weapons on the road. We shall kill some of you as a tribute to our gods, and take the rest of you as slaves. But you must give us the woman who killed our wizard. She we will kill."
"She killed the wizard on my orders," I said, "in return for Merlin's beard." It had been Cerdic who had slashed off a hank of Merlin's beard, an insult I had no mind to forgive.
"Then we shall kill you," Cerdic said.
"Leofer tried to do that once," I said, needling him. "And yesterday Wulfgar of the Sarnid tried to snatch my soul. But he's the one who is back in his ancestors' sty." Ael intervened.
"We won't kill you, Derfel," he growled. "Not if you surrender."
Cerdic began to protest, but Ael hushed him with an abrupt gesture of his maimed right hand.
"We will not kill him," he insisted. "Did you give your woman the ring?" he asked me.
"She wears it now, Lord King," I said, gesturing up the hill.
"She's here?"
He sounded surprised. "With your grandchildren."
"Let me see them,"
Ael demanded. Cerdic again protested. He was here to prepare us for slaughter, not to witness a happy family meeting. But Ael ignored his ally's protest.
"I would like to see them once," he told me.
And so I turned and shouted uphill. Cynwyn appeared a moment later with Morwenna in one hand and Seren in the other. They hesitated at the rampart, then stepped delicately down the grass slope. Cynwyn was dressed simply in a linen robe, but her hair shone gold in the spring sun, and I thought, as ever, that her beauty was magical. I felt a lump in my throat and tears at my eyes as she came so lightly down the hill. Seren looked nervous, but Morwenna had a defiant look on her face. They stopped beside my horse and stared up at the Saxon kings. Cynwyn and Lancelot looked at each other, and Cynwyn spat deliberately on the grass to void the evil of his presence. Cerdic pretended disinterest, but Ael clumsily slid down from his worn leather saddle.
"Tell them I am glad to see them," he told me. "And tell me the children's names."
The older is called Morwenna," I said, "and the younger is Seren. It means star." I looked at my daughters. "This king," I told them in British, "is your grandfather." Ael fumbled in his black robe and brought out 2 gold coins. He gave one each to the girls, then looked mutely at Cynwyn. She understood what he wanted, and, letting go of her daughter's hands, she stepped into his embrace. He must have stunk, for his fur robe was greasy and full of filth, but she did not flinch. When he had kissed her, he stepped back, lifted her hand to his lips, and smiled to see the small chip of blue-green agate in its golden ring.
"Tell her I will spare her life, Derfel," he said.
I told her, and she smiled.
"Tell him it would be better if he went back to his own land," she said, "and that we would take much joy in visiting him there."
Ael smiled when that was translated, but Cerdic just scowled.
"This is our land," he insisted, and his horse pawed at the ground as he spoke, and my daughters backed away from his venom. "Tell them to go," Ael growled at me, "for we must talk of war."
He watched them walk uphill.
"You have your father's taste for beautiful women," he said. "And a British taste for suicide," Cerdic snapped. "Your life is promised you," he went on, "but only if you come down from the hill now and lay your spears on the road. "I shall lay them on the road, Lord King," I said, "with your body threaded on them."
"You mew like a cat,"
Cerdic said derisively. Then he looked past me, and his expression became grimmer, and I turned to see that Guinevere was now standing on the rampart. She stood tall and long-legged in her hunter's clothes, crowned with a mass of red hair and with her bow across her shoulders, so that she looked like some goddess of war. Cerdic must have recognized her as the woman who had killed his wizard.
"Who is she?"
he demanded fiercely. "Ask your lapdog," I said, gesturing at Lancelot. And then, when I suspected that the interpreter had not translated my words accurately, I said them again in the British tongue. Lancelot ignored me.
"Guinevere,"
Amhar told Cerdic's interpreter.
"And she is my father's whore,"
he added with a sneer. I had called Guinevere worse in my time, but I had no patience to listen to Amhar's scorn. I had never held any affection for Guinevere. She was too arrogant, too willful, too clever and too mocking to be an easy companion. But in the last few days I had begun to admire her, and suddenly I heard myself spitting insults at Amhar. I do not remember now what I said, only that anger gave my words a vicious spite. I must have called him a worm, a treacherous piece of filth, a creature of no honour, a boy who would be spitted on a man's sword before the sun died. I spat at him, cursed him, and drove him and his brother down the hill with my insults. And then I turned on Lancelot. "Your cousin, Bors, sends you greetings," I told him, "and promises to pull your belly out of your throat. And you had better pray that he does, for if I take you, then I shall make your soul wine." Lancelot spat, but did not bother to reply. Cerdic had watched the confrontation with amusement. "You have an hour to come and grovel before me," he finished the conference. "And if you don't, we shall come and kill you." He turned his horse and kicked it on down the hill. Lancelot and the others followed, leaving only Ael standing beside his horse. He offered me a half-smile, almost a grimace. "It seems we must fight, my son." "It seems we must." "Is Arthur really not here?" "Is that why you came, Lord King?" I answered, though not answering his question. "If we kill Arthur," he said simply, "the war is won." "You must kill me first, father," I said. "You think I wouldn't?" he asked harshly, then held his maimed hand up to me. I clasped it briefly, then watched as he led his horse down the slope. Issa greeted my return with a quizzical look. "We won the battle of words," I said grimly.
"Well, that's a start, Lord,"
he said lightly. "But they'll finish it," I said softly, and turned to watch the enemy kings going back to their men. The drums beat on. The last of the Saxons had finally been mustered into the dense mass of men that would climb to our slaughter. But unless Guinevere really was a goddess of war, I did not know how we could beat them. The Saxon advance was clumsy at first, because the hedges about the small fields at the foot of the hill broke their careful alignment. The sun was sinking in the west, for it had taken all day for this attack to be prepared. But now it was coming, and we could hear the ram's horns blaring their raucous challenge as the enemy spearmen broke through the hedges and crossed the small fields. My men began singing. We always sang before battle, and on this day, as before all the greatest of our battles, we sang the war song of Beli Mawr. How that terrible hymn can move a man. It speaks of killing, of blood in the wheat, of bodies broken to the bone, and of enemies driven like cattle to the slaughter-pen. It tells of Beli Mawr's boots, crushing mountains, and boasts of the widows made by his sword. Each verse of the song ends in a triumphant howl, and I could not help but weep for the defiance of the singers. I had dismounted and taken my place in the front rank, close to Bors, who stood beneath our twin banners. My cheek-pieces were closed, My shield was tight on my left arm, and my war spear was heavy in my right. All around me the strong voices swelled, but I did not sing, because my heart was too full of foreboding. I knew what was about to happen. For a time we would fight in the shield wall, but then the Saxons would break through the flimsy thorn barricades on both our flanks, and their spears would come from behind, and we would be cut down man by man, and the enemy would taunt our dying. The last of us to die would see the first of our women being raped. Yet there was nothing we could do to stop it. And so those spearmen sang, and some men danced the sword dance on the rampart's top, where there was no thorn barricade. We had left the centre of the rampart clear of thorns, in the thin hope that it might tempt the enemy to come to our spears rather than try to outflank us. The Saxons crossed the last hedge, and began their long climb up the enemy's slope. Their best men were in the front rank, and I saw how tight their shields were locked, how thick their spears were ranked, and how brightly their axes shone. There was no sign of Lancelot's men. It seemed this slaughter would be left to the Saxons alone. Wizards preceded them, ram's horns urged them on, and above them hung the bloody skulls of their kings. Some in the front rank held leashed war dogs that would be loosed a few yards short of our line. My father was in that front rank, while Cerdic was on a horse behind the Saxon mass. They came very slowly. The hill was steep, their armour heavy, and they felt no need to rush into this slaughter. They knew it would be a grim business, however short-lived. They would come in a shield-locked wall, and once at the rampart, our shields would clash, and then they would try to push us backwards. Their axes would flash over our shield rims, their spears would thrust and jab and gore. There would be grunts and howls and shrieks, and men wailing and men dying. But the enemy had the greater number of men, and eventually they would outflank us, and so my wolf-tails would die. But now my wolf-tails sang, as they tried to drown the harsh sound of the horns and the incessant beat of the tree drums. The Saxons laboured closer. We could see the devices on their round shields now, wolf masks for Cerdic's men, bulls for Ael's, and in between were the shields of their warlords, hawks and eagles, and a prancing horse. The dogs strained at their leashes, eager to tear holes in our wall. The wizards shrieked at us. One of them rattled a cluster of rib bones, while another scrabbled on all fours like a dog and howled his curses. I waited at the southern angle of the summit's rampart, which jutted like the prow of a boat above the valley. It was here, in the centre, that the first Saxons would strike. I had toyed with the idea of letting them come, and then, at the very last moment, pulling back fast to make a shield ring about our women. Yet by retreating, I ceded the flat hilltop as my battlefield, and gave up the advantage of the higher ground. Better to let my men kill as many of the enemy as they could before we were overwhelmed. I tried not to think of Cynwyn. I had not kissed her farewell, or my daughters, and maybe they would live. Maybe, amidst the horror, some spearman of Ael's would recognize the little ring and take them safe to his king. My men began to clash their spear shafts against their shields. They had no need to lock their shields yet. They could wait till the last moment. The Saxons looked uphill as the noise battered their ears. None of them raced ahead to throw a spear. The hill was too steep for that. But one of their war dogs broke its leash and came loping fast up the grass. Eerlin, who was one of my two huntsmen, pierced it with an arrow, and the dog began to yelp and run in circles, with the shaft sticking from its belly. Both huntsmen began shooting at other dogs, and the Saxons hauled the beasts back behind the protection of their shields. The wizards scampered away to the flanks, knowing that the battle was about to begin. A huntsman's arrow smacked into a Saxon shield, then another glanced off a helmet. Not long now. 100 paces. I licked my dry lips, blinked sweat from my eyes, and stared down at the fierce, bearded faces. The enemy was shouting. Yet I do not remember hearing the sound of their voices. I just remember the sound of their horns, the beat of their drums, the thump of their boots on the grass, the clink of scabbards on armour, and the clash of shields touching. "Make way!" Guinevere's voice sounded behind us, and it was full of enjoyment. "Make way!" she called again. I turned and saw her 20 men were pushing 2 of the food wagons towards the ramparts. The ox wagons were great clumsy vehicles with solid wooden discs for wheels, and Guinevere had augmented their sheer weight with 2 further weapons. She had stripped the pole shafts from the front of the wagons and wedged spears in their place, while the wagon beds, instead of holding food, now carried blazing fires of thornbrush. She had turned the wagons into a massive pair of flaming missiles that she planned to roll down the hill into the enemy's packed ranks, and behind her wagons, eager to see the chaos, came an excited crowd of women and children. "Move!" I called to my men. "Move!" They ceased singing and hurried apart, leaving the whole centre of the ramparts undefended. The Saxons were now only 70 or 80 paces away, and seeing our shield wall break apart, they scented victory and quickened their pace. Guinevere shouted at her men to hurry, and more spearmen ran to put their weight behind the smoking wagons. "Go!" she called. "Go!" And they grunted as they shoved and tugged, and as the wagons began to roll faster. "Go, go, go!" Guinevere screamed at them. And still more men packed in behind the wagons to force the cumbersome vehicles up across the banked earth of the ancient rampart. For a heartbeat I thought that low earth bank would defeat us, for both the wagons slowed to a halt there, and their thick smoke wreathed about our choking men. But Guinevere shouted at the spearmen again, and they gritted their teeth to make one last great effort to heave the wagons over the turf wall. "Push!" Guinevere screamed. "Push!" The wagons hesitated on the rampart, then began to tip forward as men shoved from beneath. "Now!" Guinevere shouted. And suddenly there was nothing to hold the wagons, just a steep grass slope in front and an enemy beneath. The men who had been pushing reeled away exhausted as the 2 flaming vehicles began to roll downhill. The wagons went slowly at first, but then quickened and began to bounce on the uneven turf, so that flaming branches were flung over the burning wagon sides. The slope steepened, and the 2 great missiles were hurtling now, massive weights of timber and fire that thundered down onto the appalled Saxon formation. The Saxons had no chance. Their ranks were too tight-packed for men to escape the wagons, and the wagons were well aimed, for they were rumbling in smoke and flame towards the very heart of the enemy attack. "Close up!" I shouted at my men. "Make the wall! Make the wall!" We hurried back into position just as the wagons struck. The enemy's line had stalled, and some men were trying to break away, but there was no escape for those in the direct path of the wagons. I heard a scream as the long spears fixed to the wagon's fronts drove into the mass of men. Then one of the wagons reared up as its front wheels bounced on fallen bodies, yet still it drove on, smashing and burning and breaking men in its path. A shield broke in 2 as a wheel crushed it. The second wagon veered as it struck the Saxon line. For a heartbeat, it was poised on 2 wheels. Then it tumbled onto its side to spill a wash of fire down into the Saxon ranks. Where there had been a solid, disciplined mass, there was now only chaos, fear, and panic. Even where the ranks had not been struck by the wagons, there was chaos, for the impact of the 2 vehicles had caused the careful ranks to shudder and break. "Charge them!" I shouted. "Come on!" I screamed a war shout as I jumped from the rampart. I had not meant to follow the wagons down the hill, but the destruction they had caused was so great, and the enemy's horror so evident, that now was the time to add to that horror. We screamed as we ran down the hill. It was a scream of victory, calculated to put terror into an enemy already half-beaten. The Saxons still outnumbered us, but their shield wall was broken. They were winded, and we came like avenging furies from the heights. I left my spear in a man's belly, whipped Howlbane free of her scabbard, and laid about me like a man slashing at hay. There is no calculation in such a fight, no tactics, just a soaring delight in dominating an enemy, in killing, in seeing the fear in their eyes and watching their rearward ranks running away. I was making a mad keening noise, loving the slaughter, and beside me my wolf-tails hacked and stabbed and jeered at an enemy that should have been dancing on our corpses. They still could have beaten us, for their numbers were so great. But it's hard to fight in a broken shield wall going uphill, and our sudden attack had broken their spirits. Too many of the Saxons were also drunk. A drunken man fights well in victory, but in defeat he panics quickly. And though Cerdic tried to hold them to the battle, his spearmen panicked and ran. Some of my youngsters were tempted to follow further down the hill, and a handful yielded to the temptation and went too far, and so paid for their temerity. But I shouted at the others to stay where they were. Most of the enemy escaped, but we had won. And to prove it, we stood in the blood of Saxons, and our hillside was thick with their dead, their wounded, and their weapons. The overturned wagon burned on the slope, a trapped Saxon screaming beneath its weight, while the other still rumbled on until it thumped into the hedge at the foot of the hill. Some of our women came down to plunder the dead and kill the wounded. Neither Ael nor Cerdic were among those Saxons left on the hill. But there was one great chief who was hung with gold, and wore a sword with a gold-decorated hilt in a scabbard of soft black leather criss-crossed with silver. I took the belt and sword from the dead man, and carried them up to Guinevere. I knelt to her, something I had never done. "It was your victory, lady," I said. "All yours." I offered her the sword. She strapped it on, then lifted me up.
"Thank you, Derfel," she said.
"It's a good sword," I said.
"I'm not thanking you for the sword," Guinevere said, "but for trusting me. I always knew I could fight."
"Better than me, lady," I said ruefully. Why had I not thought to use the wagons?
"Better than them,"
Guinevere said, indicating the beaten Saxons. She smiled.
"And tomorrow we shall do it all over again."
The Saxons did not return that evening. It was a lovely twilight, soft and glowing. My sentries paced the wall as the Saxon fires brightened in the spreading shadows below. We ate, and after the meal I talked with Issa's wife, Scarak, and she recruited other women, and between them they found some needles, knives, and thread. I had given them some cloaks that I had taken from the Saxon dead, and the women worked through the dusk, then on into the night by the light of our fires. So that next morning, when Guinevere awoke, there were 3 banners on Minith Badon's southern rampart. There was Arthur's bear and Cynwyn's star, but in the middle, in the place of honour, as befitted a victorious warlord, there was a flag showing Guinevere's badge of a moon-crowned stag. The dawn wind lifted it. She saw the badge, and I saw her smile. While beneath us, the Saxons gathered their spears again. The drums began at dawn, and within an hour 5 wizards had appeared on Minith Badon's lower slopes. Today, it seemed, Cerdic and Ael were determined to exact revenge for their humiliation. Ravens tore at more than 50 Saxon corpses that still lay on the slope, close to the charred remnants of the wagon, and some of my men wanted to drag those dead to the parapet, and there make a horrid array of bodies to greet the new Saxon assault. But I forbade it. Soon, I reckoned, our own corpses would be at the Saxons' disposal, and if we defiled their dead, then we would be defiled in turn. It soon became clear that this time the Saxons would not risk one assault that could be turned to chaos by a tumbling wagon. Instead, they were preparing a score of columns that would climb the hill from the south, the east, and the west. Each group of attackers would only number 70 or 80 men, but together the small attacks must overwhelm us. We could perhaps fight off 3 or 4 of the columns, but the others would easily get past the ramparts, and so there was little to do except pray, sing, eat, and, for those who needed to, drink. We promised each other a good death, meaning that we would fight to the finish and sing as long as we could. But I think we all knew the end would not be a song of defiance, but a welter of humiliation, pain, and terror. It would be even worse for the women. "Should I surrender?" I asked Kynwyn. She looked startled.
"It isn't for me to say."
"I have done nothing without your advice," I told her.
"In war," she said, "I have no advice to give you, except maybe to ask what will happen to the women if you don't surrender."
"They'll be raped, enslaved, or else given as wives to men who need wives."
"And if you do surrender?"
"Much the same," I admitted. "Only the rape would be less urgent." She smiled.
"Then you don't need my advice after all. Go and fight, Devil, and if I don't see you till the other world, then know that you cross the bridge of swords with my love."
I embraced her, then kissed my daughters, and went back to the jutting prow of the southern rampart to watch the Saxons start up the hill. This attack was not taking nearly so long as the first, for that it needed a mass of men to be organized and encouraged, while today the enemy needed no motivation. They came for revenge, and they came in such small parties that even if we had rolled a wagon down the hill, they could easily have evaded it. They did not hurry, but they had no need for haste. I had divided my men into 10 bands, each responsible for 2 of the Saxon columns, but I doubted that even the best of my spearmen would stand for more than 3 or 4 minutes. Most likely, I thought, my men would run back to protect their women as soon as the enemy threatened to outflank them, and the fight would then collapse into a miserable one-sided slaughter around our makeshift hut and its surrounding campfires. So be it, I thought, and I walked among my men and thanked them for their services and encouraged them to kill as many Saxons as they could. I reminded them that the enemies they slew in battle would be their servants in the other world. "So kill them," I said, "and let their survivors recall this fight with horror." Some of them began to sing the death song of Werlinne, a slow and melancholy tune that was chanted about the funeral fires of warriors. I sang with them, watching the Saxons climb nearer, and because I was singing, and because my helmet clasped me tight about the ears, I did not hear Niall of the Black Shields hail me from the hill's farther rim. It was not till I heard the women cheering that I turned. I still saw nothing unusual, but then, above the sound of the Saxon drums, I heard the shrill, high note of a horn. I had heard that horn call before. I had first heard it when I was a new young spearman, and Arthur had ridden to save my life. And now he came again. He had come on horseback with his men, and Niall had shouted at me when those heavily armoured horsemen had swept through the Saxons on the hill beyond the saddle and galloped on down the slope. The women on Minith Badon were running to the ramparts to watch him, for Arthur did not ride up to the summit, but led his men around the upper slope of the hill. He was in his polished scale armour, and wore his gold-encrusted helmet and carried his shield of hammered silver. His great war banner was unfurled, its black bear streaming stark on a linen field that was as white as the goose feathers in Arthur's helm. His white cloak billowed from his shoulders, and a pennant of white ribbon was tied about the base of his spear's long blade. Every Saxon on Minith Badon's lower slopes knew who he was, and knew what those heavy horses could do to their small columns. Arthur had only brought 40 men, for most of his big war horses had been stolen by Lancelot in the previous year. But 40 heavily armoured men on 40 horses could tear infantry into horror. Arthur reined in beneath the southern angle of the ramparts. The wind was small, so that Guinevere's banner was not visible, except as an unrecognisable flag hanging from its makeshift staff. He looked for me, and finally recognized my helmet and armor. "I have 200 spearmen a mile or so behind," he shouted up at me. "Good, Lord," I called back, "and welcome." "We can hold till the spearmen come," he shouted. Then he waved his men on. He did not go down the hill, but kept riding around Minith Badon's upper slopes, as though daring the Saxons to climb and challenge him. But the sight of those horses was enough to check them, because no Saxon wanted to be the first to climb into the path of those galloping spears. If the enemy had come all together, they could easily have overwhelmed Arthur's men. But the curve of the hill meant that most of the Saxons were invisible to each other, and each group must have hoped that another would dare to attack the horsemen first, and thus they all hung back. Once in a while, a band of braver men would clamber upwards, but whenever Arthur's horsemen came back into view, they would edge nervously down the hill. Cerdic himself came to rally the men immediately below the southern angle, but when Arthur's men turned to face those Saxons, they faltered. They had expected an easy battle against a small number of spearmen, and were not ready to face cavalry. Not uphill, and not Arthur's cavalry. Other horse warriors might not have scared them, but they knew the meaning of that white cloak, and of the goose-feathered plume, and of the shield that shone like the very sun. It meant that death had come to them, and none was willing to climb to it. A half-hour later, Arthur's infantry came to the saddle. The Saxons who had held the hill north of the saddle fled from the arrival of our reinforcements, and those tired spearmen climbed to our ramparts with our cheers deafening them. The Saxons heard the cheers, and saw the new spears showing above the ancient wall, and that finished their ambitions for the day. The columns went, and Minith Badon was safe for one more turn of the sun. Arthur pulled off his helmet as he spurred a tired Chamri up to our banners. A breath of wind gusted, and he looked up and saw Guinevere's moon-crowned stag flying beside his own bear. But the broad smile on his face did not change. Nor did he say anything about the banner as he slid from Chamri's back. He must have known that Guinevere was with me, for Balin had seen her at Aquasulis, and the two men whom I had sent with messages could have told him. But he pretended to know nothing. Instead, just as in the old days, and as if no coolness had ever come between us, he embraced me. All his melancholy had fled. There was life in his face again, a verve that spread amongst my men who clustered about him to hear his news, though first he demanded news from us. He had ridden among the dead Saxons on the slope, and he wanted to know how and when they had died. My men forgivably exaggerated the number who had attacked the previous day, and Arthur laughed when he heard how we had pushed 2 flaming wagons down the slope. "Ha ha ha! Well done, Derfel," he said. "Well done." "It wasn't me, Lord," I said, "but her." I jerked my head towards Guinevere's flag. "It was all her doing, Lord. I was ready to die, but she had other ideas." "She always did," he said softly, but asked nothing more. Guinevere herself was not in sight, and he did not ask where she was. He did see Bors, and insisted on embracing him and hearing his news, and only then did he climb onto the turf wall and stare down at the Saxon encampments. He stood there a long time, showing himself to a dispirited enemy, but after a while he beckoned for Bors and me to join him. "I never planned to fight them here," he said to us, "but it's as good a place as any. In fact, it's better than most." "Are they all here?" he asked Bors. Bors had again been drinking in anticipation of the Saxon attack, but he did his best to sound sober. "All, Lord, except maybe the Caer Ambra garrison. They were supposed to be chasing Killock." Bors jerked his beard towards the eastern hill, where still more Saxons were coming down to join the encampment. "Maybe that's them, Lord. Or perhaps they're just foraging parties." "The Caer Ambra garrison never found Killock," Arthur said, "for I had a message from him yesterday. He's not far away. And Keenaglass isn't far off either. In 2 days we'll have 500 more men here, and then they'll only outnumber us by 2 to 1. He laughed. Well done, Derfel. Well done? I asked in some surprise. I'd expected Arthur's disapproval for having been trapped so far from Corinium. We had to fight them somewhere, he said, and you chose the place. I like it. We've got the high ground. He spoke loudly, wanting his confidence to spread amongst my men. I would have been here sooner, he added to me, only I wasn't certain Cerdic had swallowed the bait. Bait, Lord? I was confused. You, Derfel. You. He laughed and jumped down from the rampart. War is all accident, isn't it? And by accident you found a place we can beat them. You mean they'll wear themselves out climbing the hill? I asked. Oh, they won't be so foolish, he said cheerfully. No, I fear we shall have to go down and fight them in the valley. With what? I asked bitterly. For even with Keenaglass's troops we would be terribly outnumbered. With every man we have, Arthur said confidently. But no women, I think. It's time we moved your families somewhere safer. Our women and children did not go far. There was a village an hour to the north, and most found shelter there. Even as they left Minithbadon, more of Arthur's spearmen arrived from the north. These were the men Arthur had been gathering near Corinium, and they were among the best in Britain. Sagramor came with his hardened warriors, and, like Arthur, he went to the high southern angle of Minithbadon, from where he could stare down at the enemy, and so that they could look up and see his lean, black-armoured figure on their skyline. A rare smile came to his face. Overconfidence makes them into fools, he said scornfully. They've trapped themselves in the low ground, and they won't move now. They won't. Once a Saxon builds a shelter, he doesn't like being marched again. It'll take Cerdic a week or more to dig them out of that valley. The Saxons and their families had indeed made themselves comfortable, and by now the river valley resembled 2 straggling villages of small thatched huts. One of those 2 villages was close by Aquasulis, while the other was 2 miles east, where the river valley turned sharp south. Cerdic's men were in those eastern huts, while Ael's spearmen were either quartered in the town or in the newly built shelters outside. I'd been surprised that the Saxons had used the town for shelter, rather than just burning it. But in every dawn, a straggling procession of men came from the gates, leaving behind the homely sight of cooking smoke rising from Aquasulis's thatched and tiled roofs. The initial Saxon invasion had been swift, but now their impetus was gone. "And why have they split their army into 2? Sagramor asked me, staring incredulously at the great gap between Ael's encampment and Cerdic's huts. "To leave us only one place to go?" I said. "Straight down there." I pointed into the valley, "where we'll be trapped between them." "And where we can keep them divided," Sagramor pointed out happily. "And in a few days they'll have disease down there." Disease always seemed to spread whenever an army settled in one place. It had been just such a plague that had stopped Cerdic's last invasion of Dumnonia, and a fiercely contagious sickness that had weakened our own army when we had marched on London. I feared that such a disease might weaken us now, but for some reason we were spared, perhaps because our numbers were still small, or perhaps because Arthur scattered his army along the 3 miles of high crestline that ran behind Minithbadon. I and my men stayed on the mount, but the newly arrived spearmen held the line of northern hills. For the first 2 days after Arthur's arrival, the enemy could still have captured those hills, because their summits were thinly garrisoned. But Arthur's horsemen were continually on show, and Arthur kept his spearmen moving among the crest's trees to suggest that his numbers were greater than they really were. The Saxons watched, but made no attack. And then, on the 3rd day after Arthur's arrival, Keenaglass and his men arrived from Powys, and we were able to garrison the whole long crest with strong PKs, who could summon help if any Saxon attack did threaten. We were still heavily outnumbered, but we held the high ground, and now had the spears to defend it. The Saxons should have left the valley. They could have marched to the Severn and laid siege to Gleavham, and we would have been forced to abandon our high ground and follow them. But Sagramore was right. Men who have made themselves comfortable are reluctant to move, and so Cerdic and Eyel stubbornly stayed in the river valley, where they believed they were laying siege to us, when in truth we were besieging them. They finally did make some attacks up the hills, but none of those assaults were pressed home. The Saxons would swarm up the hills, but when a shield line appeared at the ridge-top ready to oppose them, and a troop of Arthur's heavy horsemen showed on their flank with levelled spears, their ardour would fade, and they would sidle back to their villages, and each Saxon failure only increased our confidence. That confidence was so high that after Keenaglas's army arrived, Arthur felt able to leave us. I was astonished at first, for he offered no explanation other than he had an important errand that lay a day's-long ride northwards. I suppose my astonishment must have showed, for he laid an arm on my shoulders. "We haven't won yet," he told me. "I know, Lord. But when we do, Derfel, I want this victory to be overwhelming. No other ambition would take me away from here." He smiled. "Trust me." "Of course, Lord." He left Keenaglas in command of our army, but with strict orders that we were to make no attacks into the valley. The Saxons were to be left imagining that they had us cornered, and to help that deception, a handful of volunteers pretended to be deserters and ran to the Saxon camps with news that our men were in such low spirits that some were running away rather than face a fight, and that our leaders were in furious dispute over whether to stay and face a Saxon attack or run north to beg for shelter in Gwent. "I'm still not sure I see a way to end this," Keenaglas admitted to me on the day after Arthur had left. "We're strong enough to keep them from the high ground," he went on, "but not strong enough to go down into the valley and beat them." "So maybe Arthur's gone to fetch help, Lord King," I suggested. "What help?" Keenaglas asked. "Killock, perhaps," I said, though that was unlikely, because Killock was said to be east of the Saxons, and Arthur was riding north. "Oengus mac Hiram," I offered. The King of Demetia had promised his Black Shield army, but those Irishmen had still not come. "Oengus, maybe," Keenaglas agreed. "But even with the Black Shields, we won't have enough men to beat those bastards." He nodded down into the valley. "We need Gwent's spearmen to do that." "And Murig won't march," I said. "Murig won't march," Keenaglas agreed. "But there are some men in Gwent who will. They still remember Lugvale." He offered me a wry smile, for on that occasion Keenaglas had been our enemy, and the men of Gwent, who were our allies, had feared to march against the army led by Keenaglas's father. Some in Gwent were still ashamed of that failure, a shame made worse because Arthur had won without their help, and I supposed it possible that, if Murig permitted it, Arthur might lead some of those volunteers south to Aquasulis. But I still did not see how he could collect enough men to let us go down into that nest of Saxons and slaughter them. "Perhaps," Guinevere suggested, "he's gone to find Merlin." Guinevere had refused to leave with the other women and children, insisting that she would see the battle through to defeat or victory. I thought Arthur might insist that she left, but whenever Arthur had come to the hilltop, Guinevere had hidden herself, usually in the crude huts we had made on the plateau, and it was only after Arthur left that she reappeared. Arthur surely knew that she had remained on Minith Badon, for he had watched our women leave with a careful eye, and he must have seen she was not among them, but he had said nothing. Nor, when Guinevere emerged, did she mention Arthur, though she did smile whenever she saw that he had allowed her banner to remain on the ramparts. I had originally encouraged her to leave the mount, but she had scorned my suggestion,
and none of my men had wanted her to go. They ascribed their survival to Guinevere, and rightly, too, and their reward was to equip her for battle. They had taken a fine male shirt from a rich Saxon corpse, and, once the blood was scrubbed from the male's links, they had presented it to Guinevere. They had painted her symbol on a captured shield, and one of my men had even yielded his own prized wolf-tail helmet, so that she was now dressed like the rest of my spearmen. Though, being Guinevere, she managed to make the war gear look disturbingly seductive. She had become our talisman, a heroine to all my men. "No one knows where Merlin is," I said, responding to her suggestion. "There was a rumour he was in Demetia," Keenaglass said, "so maybe he'll come with Oengus." "But your druid has come?" Guinevere asked Keenaglass. "Merlin is here," Keenaglass confirmed, "and he can curse well enough. Not like Merlin, perhaps, but well enough." "What about Taliesin?" Guinevere asked. Keenaglass showed no surprise that she had heard of the young bard, for clearly Taliesin's fame was spreading swiftly. "He went to seek Merlin," he said. "And is he truly good?" Guinevere asked. "Truly," Keenaglass said. "He can sing eagles from the sky, and salmon from their pools." "I pray we shall hear him soon," Guinevere said. And indeed, those strange days on that sunny hilltop did seem more suited to singing than to fighting. The spring had become fine, summer was not far off, and we lazed on the warm grass and watched our enemies, who seemed struck by a sudden helplessness. They attempted their few futile attacks on the hills, but made no real effort to leave the valley. We later heard they were arguing. Ael had wanted to combine all the Saxon spearmen and strike north into the hills, so splitting our army into two parts that could be destroyed separately. But Cerdic preferred to wait until our food ran short and our confidence ebbed, though that was a vain hope, for we had plenty of food, and our confidence was increasing every day. It was the Saxons who went hungry, for Arthur's light horsemen harried their foraging parties, and it was Saxon confidence that waned, for after a week we saw mounds of fresh earth appear on the meadows by their huts, and we knew that the enemy were digging graves for their dead. The disease that turns the bowels to liquid and robs a man of his strength had come to the enemy, and the Saxons weakened every day. Saxon women staked fish traps in the river to find food for their children. Saxon men dug graves, and we lay in the high sun and talked of bards. Arthur returned the day after the first Saxon graves were dug. He spurred his horse across the saddle and up Minith Badon's steep northern slope, prompting Guinevere to pull on her new helmet and squat among a group of my men. Her red hair flaunted itself under the helmet's rim like a banner, but Arthur pretended not to notice. I had walked to meet him, and, halfway across the hill's summit, I stopped and stared at him in astonishment. His shield was a circle of willow boards covered in leather, and over the leather was hammered a thin sheet of polished silver that shone with the reflected sunlight. But now there was a new symbol on his shield. It was the cross, a red cross, made from cloth strips that had been gummed onto the silver. The Christian cross. He saw my astonishment and grinned. "Do you like it, Derfel?" "You've become a Christian, Lord." I sounded appalled. "We've all become Christians," he said. "You as well. Heat a spear blade and burn the cross into your shields." I spat to avert evil. "You want us to do what, Lord?" "You heard me, Derfel," he said, then slid off Chlamri's back and walked to the southern ramparts, from where he could stare down at the enemy. "They're still here," he said. "Good." Keenaglass had joined me and overheard Arthur's previous words. "You want us to put a cross on our shields?" he asked. "I can demand nothing of you, Lord King," Arthur said. "But if you would place a cross on your shield and on your men's shields, I would be grateful." "Why?" Keenaglass demanded fiercely. He was famous for his opposition to the new religion. "Because," Arthur said, still gazing down at the enemy, "the cross is the price we pay for Gwent's army." Keenaglass stared at Arthur as though he hardly dared believe his ears. "Murig is coming?" I asked. "No," Arthur said, turning to us. "Not Murig. King Tudric is coming. Good Tudric." Tudric was Murig's father, the king who had given up his throne to become a monk, and Arthur had ridden to Gwent to plead with the old man. "I knew it was possible," Arthur told me, "because Galahad and I have been talking to Tudric all winter." At first, Arthur said, the old king had been reluctant to give up his pious, scrimped life, but other men in Gwent had added their voices to Arthur and Galahad's pleadings, and, after nights spent praying in his small chapel, Tudric had reluctantly declared he would temporarily take back his throne and lead Gwent's army south. Murig had fought the decision, which he rightly saw as a reproof and a humiliation, but Gwent's army had supported their old king, and so now they were marching south. "There was a price," Arthur admitted. "I had to bow my knee to their god and promise to ascribe victory to him. But I'll ascribe victory to any god Tudric wants, so long as he brings his spearmen." "And the rest of the price?" Keenaglass asked shrewdly. Arthur made a wry face. "They want you to let Murig's missionaries into Powys." "Just that?" Keenaglass asked. "I might have given the impression," Arthur admitted, "that you would welcome them." "I'm sorry, Lord King. The demand was only sprung on me 2 days ago, and it was Murig's idea, and Murig's face has to be saved." Keenaglass grimaced. He had done his best to keep Christianity from his kingdom, reckoning that Powys did not need the acrimony that always followed the new faith. But he made no protest to Arthur. Better Christians in Powys, he must have decided, than Saxons. "Is that all you promised, Tudric, Lord?" I asked Arthur suspiciously. I was remembering Murig's demand to be given Dumnonia's throne, and Arthur's longing to be rid of that responsibility. "These treaties always have a few details that aren't worth bothering about," Arthur responded airily. "But I did promise to release Sansom. He is now the Bishop of Dumnonia, and a royal councillor again, and Tudric insisted on it. Every time I knock our good bishop down, he bobs up again." He laughed. "Is that all you promised, Lord?" I asked again, still suspicious. "I promised enough, Derfel, to make sure Gwent marches to our aid," Arthur said firmly. "And they have undertaken to be here in 2 days, with 600 prime spearmen. Even Agricola decided he wasn't too old to fight. You remember Agricola, Derfel?" "Of course I remember him, Lord," I said. Agricola, Tudric's old warlord, might be long in years now, but he was still one of Britain's most famous warriors. "They're all coming from Glevum." Arthur pointed west to where the Glevum road showed in the river valley. "And when they come, I'll join him with my men, and together we'll attack straight down the valley." He was standing on the rampart, from where he stared down into the deep valley. But in his mind he was not seeing the fields and roads and wind-ruffled crops, nor the stone graves of the Roman cemetery. But instead, he was watching the whole battle unfold before his eyes. "The Saxons will be confused at first," he went on, "but eventually there'll be a mass of enemy hurrying along that road." He pointed down to the Foss Way, immediately beneath Minith Badon. "And you, my Lord King," he bowed to Keenaglass, "and you, Derfel." He jumped down from the low rampart and poked a finger into my belly. "We'll attack them on the flank, straight down the hill and into their shields. We'll link up with you." He curved his hand to show how his troops would curl about the northern flank of the Saxons, "and then we'll crush them against the river. Arthur would come from the west, and we would attack from the north." "And they'll escape eastwards," I said sourly. Arthur shook his head. "Killick will march north tomorrow to join Oengus Machairum's Black Shields, and they're coming down from Corinium right now."
He was delighted with himself. And no wonder, for if it all worked, then we would surround the enemy and afterwards slaughter him. But the plan was not without risk. I guessed that once Tudric's men arrived and Oengus's Black Shields joined us, then our numbers would not be much smaller than the Saxons. But Arthur was proposing to divide our army into 3 parts, and if the Saxons kept their heads, they could destroy each part separately. But if they panicked, and if our attacks came hard and furious, and if they were confused by the noise and dust and horror, we might just drive them like cattle to the slaughter. 2 days, Arthur said. Just 2 days. Pray that the Saxons don't hear of it, and pray that they stay where they are. He called for Chamri, glanced across at the red-haired spearman, then went to join Sagramor on the ridge beyond the saddle. On the night before battle, we all burned crosses onto our shields. It was a small price to pay for victory, though not, I knew, the full price. That would be paid in blood. "I think, lady," I told Guinevere that night, "that you had best stay up here tomorrow." She and I were sharing a horn of mead. I had found that she liked to talk late in the night, and I had fallen into the habit of sitting by her fire before I slept. Now she laughed at my suggestion that she should stay on Minith Badon while we went down to fight. "I always used to think you were a dull man, Derfel," she said. "Dull, unwashed, and stolid. Now I've begun to like you, so please don't make me think I was right about you all along." "Lady," I pleaded, "the shield wall is no place for a woman." "Nor is prison, Derfel. Besides, do you think you can win without me?" She was sitting in the open mouth of the huts we had made from the wagons and trees. She had been given one whole end of the hut for her quarters, and that night she had invited me to share a supper of scorched beef, cut from the flank of one of the oxen that had hauled the wagons to Minith Badon's summit. Our cooking fire was dying now, sifting smoke towards the bright stars that arched across the world. The sickle moon was low over the southern hills, outlining the sentries who paced our ramparts. "I want to see it through to the end," she said, her eyes bright in the shadows. "I haven't enjoyed anything so much in years, Derfel. Not in years." "What will happen in the valley tomorrow, lady," I said, "will not be enjoyable. It will be bitter work." "I know." She paused. "But your men believe I bring them victory. Will you deny them my presence when the work is hard?" "No, lady," I yielded. "But stay safe, I beg you." She smiled at the vehemence of my words. "Is that a prayer for my survival, Derfel, or a fear that Arthur will be angry with you if I come to harm?" I hesitated. "I think he might be angry, lady," I admitted. Guinevere savoured that answer for a while. "Did he ask about me?" she finally inquired. "No," I said truthfully. "Not once." She stared into the remnants of the fire. "Maybe he is in love with Argant," she said wistfully. "I doubt he can even stand the sight of her," I answered. A week before I would never have been so frank, but Guinevere and I were much closer now. "She's too young for him," I went on, "and not nearly clever enough." She looked up at me, a challenge in her fire-glossed eyes. "Clever?" she said. "I used to think I was clever. But you all think I'm a fool, don't you?" "No, lady." "You were always a bad liar, Derfel. That's why you were never a courtier. To be a good courtier, you must lie with a smile." She stared into the fire. She was silent a long time, and when she spoke again, the gentle mockery was gone from her voice. Maybe it was the nearness of battle that drove her to a layer of truth I had never heard from her before. "I was a fool," she said quietly. So quietly I had to lean forward to hear her over the crackling of the fire and the melody of my men's songs. "I tell myself now that it was a kind of madness," she went on. "But I don't think it was. It was nothing but ambition." She went quiet again, watching the small flickering flames.
I wanted to be a Caesar's wife.
You were, I said.
She shook her head. Arthur's no Caesar. He's not a tyrant. But I think I wanted him to be a tyrant. Someone like Gorfithid.
Gorfithid had been Cynwyn and Keenaglas's father, a brutal king of Powys, Arthur's enemy, and, if rumour was true, Guinevere's lover. She must have been thinking about that rumour, for she suddenly challenged me with a direct gaze.
Did I ever tell you he tried to rape me?
Yes, lady, I said.
It wasn't true, she spoke bleakly. He didn't just try. He did rape me. Or I told myself it was rape.
Her words were coming in short spasms, as if the truth was a very hard thing to admit.
But maybe it wasn't rape. I wanted gold, honour, position.
She was fiddling with the hem of her jerkin, stripping small lengths of linen from the frayed weave. I was embarrassed, but I did not interrupt because I knew she wanted to talk.
But I didn't get them from him. He knew exactly what I wanted, but knew better what he wanted for himself, and he never intended to pay my price. Instead, he betrothed me to Valerian. Do you know what I was going to do with Valerian?
Her eyes challenged me again, and this time the gloss on them was not just fire, but a sheen of tears. No, lady.
I was going to make him king of Powys, she said vengefully. I was going to use Valerian to revenge myself on Gorfithid. I could have done it too. But then I met Arthur.
At Lug Vale, I said carefully. I killed Valerian.
I knew you did.
And there was a ring on his finger, lady, I went on, with your badge on it. She stared at me. She knew what ring I meant.
And it had a lover's cross? She asked quietly.
Yes, lady, I said, and touched my own lover's ring, the twin of Cynwyn's ring. Many folk wore lover's rings, incised with a cross, but not many had rings with crosses made from gold taken from the cauldron of Clithno Ethin, as Cynwyn and I did.
What did you do with the ring? Guinevere asked.
I threw it in the river.
Did you tell anyone?
Only Cynwyn, I said. And Issa knows, I added, because he found the ring and brought it to me.
And you didn't tell Arthur?
No. She smiled.
I think you have been a better friend than I ever knew, Derfel.
To Arthur, lady. I was protecting him, not you.
I suppose you were, yes.
She looked back into the fire.
When this is all over, she said, I shall try to give Arthur what he wants.
Yourself? My suggestion seemed to surprise her.
Does he want that?
She asked. He loves you, I said. He might not ask about you, but he looks for you every time he comes here. He looked for you even when you were in Inniswydren. He never talked to me about you, but he wearied Cynwyn's ears. Guinevere grimaced.
Do you know how cloying love can be, Derfel? I don't want to be worshipped. I don't want every whim granted. I want to feel there's something biting back.
She spoke vehemently, and I opened my mouth to defend Arthur, but she gestured me to silence.
I know, Derfel, she said. I have no right to want anything now. I shall be good, I promise you.
She smiled.
Do you know why Arthur is ignoring me now?
No, lady.
Because he does not want to face me till he has victory.
I thought she was probably right, but Arthur had shown no overt sign of his affection, and so I thought it best to sound a note of warning. Maybe victory will be satisfaction enough for him, I said. Guinevere shook her head.
I know him better than you, Derfel. I know him so well, I can describe him in one word.
I tried to think what that word would be. Brave, certainly, but that left out all his care and dedication. I wondered if dedicated was a better word,
But that did not describe his restlessness. Good? He was certainly good, but that plain word obscured the anger that could make him unpredictable. "What is the word, lady?" I asked.
"Lonely,"
Guinevere said. And I remembered that Sagramore in Mithras's cave had used the very same word.
"He's lonely," Guinevere said. "Like me. So let's give him victory, and maybe he won't be lonely again."
"The gods keep you safe, lady," I said.
"The goddess, I think," she said,
and saw the look of horror on my face. She laughed.
"Not Isis, Derfel. Not Isis."
It had been Guinevere's worship of Isis that had led her to Lancelot's bed and to Arthur's misery.
"I think," she went on, "that tonight I will pray to Sulis. She seems more appropriate."
"I'll add my prayers to yours, lady." She held out a hand to check me as I rose to leave.
"We're going to win, Derfel," she said earnestly. "We're going to win, and everything will be changed."
We had said that so often, and nothing ever was. But now, at Minith Badon, we would try again. We sprang our trap on a day so beautiful that the heart ached. It promised to be a long day, too, for the nights were growing ever shorter, and the long evening light lingered deep into the shadowed hours. On the evening before the battle, Arthur had withdrawn his own troops from all along the hills behind Minith Badon. He ordered those men to leave their campfires burning, so that the Saxons would believe they were still in place. Then he took them west to join the men of Gwent, who were approaching on the Gleavham road. Keenaglass's warriors also left the hills, but they came to the summit of Minith Badon, where, with my men, they waited. Mullane, Powys's chief druid, went among the spearmen during the night. He distributed vervain, elfstones, and scraps of dried mistletoe. The Christians gathered and prayed together, though I noted how many accepted the druid's gifts. I prayed beside the ramparts, pleading with Mithras for a great victory, and after that I tried to sleep, but Minith Badon was restless with the murmur of voices and the monotonous sound of stones on steel. I had already sharpened my spear and put a new edge on Howlbane. I never let a servant sharpen my weapons before battle, but did it myself, and did it as obsessively as all my men. Once I was sure the weapons were as sharp as I could hone them, I lay close to Guinevere's shelter. I wanted to sleep, but I could not